My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state, and it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. All right, this is Ontario PD, flying right here, flying over the top of my head and now going about in a circle. This is where, again, the Ontario International Airport is repeatedly pacing over 325 West G Street as though they're taking off right here. This is the entity that's clearly providing evidence that the entity conspired to steal property from me and try to manufacture mental illness, while the entity is exposed for what is the corrupt system of what is gang stalking and furtherance of murder and kidnapping. And that's how you're getting to federal prison for Nathan Morgan, C. Torres, and L. Martinez and B. Hook, Tracy Banks, Jason Isaac Fields, and the entity that's obviously engaged in this level of threatening and targeting an American citizen has no interest or plan or intent to appear even legitimate in court. Right? This is the TABOR Professional Building. This is, again, the nightly conduct. This is monitoring. And the people of the state that you hear on the podcast by license plate, they are gang stalking in this neighborhood. I went down Fern, I went down F Street, I went down G Street over there, and they're all monitoring while the entity is flying in circles. The entity is monitoring, the Ontario Police Department is monitoring with all of them in their homes. And I did document license plates, and they're all going to be prosecuted. This is the entity engaging in what is outward demonstration of mental illness as well, while they're engaging in this ritual of flying in circles above me, and they're doing it, remember, in the engineer light. This is the specific environment. So the entity is not engaging in what is an ongoing coincidence of following me around and flying in circles above my head. The entity is engaging in what is obvious stalking. And Tracy Banks is co-defendant. This is the one that Tracy Banks called to her apartment because they engaged in kidnapping together. And it doesn't get any more foolish than this, but Tracy Banks is going to federal prison, and so is her sex partner, Jason Isaac Fields, gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department, and they're engaging, as I document them, gang stalking me under the fake sun during the day. I get their license plates, their badge numbers, they're going to federal prison. As I get them gang stalking by helicopter, the entity is not going to remain mysterious. The name of the demon flying the helicopter is going to federal prison. Mental asylums, when they exhibit mental illness such as flying in circles, that demonic pacing and the engineer light, that's a psychopath demonstrating their mental illness through their behavior while they're criminally monitoring, okay? And that's the foolish conduct that's going against, again, Paul Leon and Alan D. Wapner, Michael Gherkin, the demons who are being removed from position, the people of the state that are being prosecuted for gang stalking me, such as the demons that work at Starbucks. They're gang stalking me at 507 North Euclid Avenue. They're gang stalking me at 215 E.C. Street, where the entity is keeping the fake sun within 0.4 miles on Euclid Avenue. This is where the entity is clearly targeting with that police department that's openly engaging in what is publicized stalking as a police department. It doesn't get any more obvious and plain with regard to the criminal conduct and with regard to what it is that I have proven that the police department has been doing and is engaging in with Tracy Banks, who maintains a secret conservatorship that she procured through fraud and criminal monitoring with the police, with the state, with the corrupt courts, who sought to steal my real property, my personal property. The Ontario Police Department, any of them taking out any PPP loans in my name, it's pursuant to the gang stalking, the targeting that I'm subject to. The entity engaging in any fraud, any fraudulent acts against me, stealing any of my money, any of my property, while they're gang stalking, they're going to federal prison for it. All right, this is the entity that's engaging in the gang stalking with the very people of the state, and that's how you know that that's a stalker as well, while they're crossing path in the specific environment. This is P.O.C, and I want to be clear, the entity is engaging in what is obvious monitoring. That's audible activity. That's the people of the state's pattern of conduct while they're engaging in the same elements of monitoring. They're doing so while the entity just engaged in what is flying in a circle over my head in helicopter, doing so in an environment that is conducive to monitoring, which is why you can see me, my shadow on this sign, this right turn only sign. That's my shadow, as I am far away from it. This is the creepy environment where the demon-possessed are highly unintelligent. The Ontario Police Department is demonstrating that it does not need to any longer exist as a police department. They're demonstrating the fact that they are very severely mentally ill. They're demonstrating the fact that they get away with, they practice murdering American citizens, they practice stalking them, they practice targeting and harassing them, they practice kidnapping them, and they are accustomed to getting away with it, not because they're intelligent. The evidence of what is over 75 videos since they committed kidnapping on May 29 demonstrates the exact opposite. They're accustomed to getting away with it because the entity is corrupt at the courts. The entity is corrupt with regard to the people of the state that bear false witness. The entity is corrupt with regard to the ongoing facilitation of a corrupt police department that's engaging in criminal surveillance. This is the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department, and I could not make it up that the entity is gang stalking me if I wanted to. They provide me the evidence on an ongoing basis. This is Engineer Light. This is the disbanding of the Ontario Police. This is the prosecution of the state of California. The Ontario Police is still stalking. They're stalking me while they're flying in the distance right here. That's called relevant positioning, light activity, and they're listening to everything that I state. And this is the documentation that is also relevant to them monitoring my vagina in the bathrooms everywhere in Ontario. They're stalking me in the bathrooms at OVITT Family Community Library, where I document that. They're stalking me and monitoring my vagina at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. That's also why these sex offenders who are stalking me me in the middle of the night at 12:35 a.m. are indeed going to be disbanded for being sex offenders who are obsessively stalking me. And they are not winning any of my property. They're not stealing my property, and anybody stealing it already is going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. This is the foolish conduct of the mentally ill. Okay, this is what the entity gets in response. This is not demonstrating any sort of mental illness on the part of the targeted individual or any American citizen, certainly not myself. This is exhibiting mental illness on behalf of the entity that is gang stalking. That's called stalking in the path with the police. And 636 North Vine Avenue is the deep pockets of 7-Eleven that's sharing in that criminal pattern of conduct. The entity is gang stalking by neighborhood, everybody, and I documented many license plates right now, and they're going to be prosecuted with this evidence that I'm capturing right now. This is P.O.C. That's impossible light. You see the shadow of that vehicle? You see that? Those are demons that are stalking. That's not caused by headlights. You saw the dynamic shadows of vehicles moving across that gate. That's a demon that's gang stalking. That's P.O.C. And they're also monitoring my vagina, knowing exactly who I am, stalking in bathrooms. They come right out of their homes, they get in their vehicles, and they take their turns pacing all night long, monitoring me, gang stalking me. Here's my shadows here, where you're looking at that impossible. This is the disbanding of the Ontario Police. All right, no sane person would engage in gang stalking in the first place, and certainly no sane person would provide this level of obvious criminal conduct, obvious corrupt conduct, obvious problematic conduct by a police department at this level as well. It's not like I have 1 or 2 videos scattered across 2.5 years. I have over 70 videos since the June 3rd release from kidnapping on a nightly, daily basis, documenting the pattern of conduct. Entirely demented. The Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. It is currently again 12:37 a.m. Like I said, this is the specific environment. You're looking at this gate, the diagonal features of the gate. That's speaking to the environment where they're driving, where the entity is sounding plane activity, where the entity is stalking by the airport, stalking in the sky space, stalking by helicopter, and doing so with regard to very specific identity. Mike Lorenz is the one that's responsible for this, and he's being removed from law enforcement, and he's not going to have a job as a chief of police. The entity is going to be prosecuted with regard to federal prison. Every gang stalking kidnapper with the Ontario Police is going to federal prison, and providing this evidence against the Ontario Police Department is the most foolish thing that demons that need to be in federal prison could provide. But this is why I'm exposing it, and it is a public service announcement. This is P.O.C. It's currently 12:38 a.m. It is Friday, June 27, 2025. The video you just listened to is the ongoing admission. This is an admission by the government that they're gang stalking Erica Lorraine Spencer, that they're gang stalking me in particular, that they are engaged in criminal surveillance, and that they are clearly aware of the fact that I am exposing not only the government, but the people of the state who are in the shoes of the government. Hence the heavy documentation of targeting me, which is further evidence relevant to the admission that the government is gang stalking me, flying over my head, as I documented by podcast overnight, flying over my head as I just documented on video, which you just listened to, and doing so while I am routinely capturing that. And it is also in the environment that is speaking to what is the supernatural environment. This light activity is relevant to criminal monitoring. And so that's getting to the very personal, very unique and specific pattern of conduct that I am subject to as opposed to everyone else. Everyone else is engaging in what is targeting as opposed to myself versus everyone else. They're engaging in this pattern of conduct, in other words, with knowledge that is being documented. And that's what you just listened to on video. And I want to document 7 PAF 963 at approximately 1 a.m. She is walking out to her vehicle as her means of monitoring. And this is also, again, a psychopath, a sex offender, a demon that's obsessed with me. So these demon-possessed people who are obsessed, you're talking about an 86-year-old African-American male. You're talking about a 32-year-old Asian female. You're talking about a 16-year-old girl. You're talking about a 41-year-old white male. The demon possessed are all obsessed. It's the spirit, okay? And it's their pattern of conduct that proves that they're gang stalking. Stalking is born of obsession. The entity that is demon possessed is stalking me because it is obsessed with me, and that is relevant to their mental illness. In case you did not know yet, this is what is the underlying theme here. What is a spiritual lesson? The spirit of Satan, demon possession, which is a real condition of those who are in darkness, it creates very unhealthy, disturbed people who become a threat to themselves and each other. Hence the system of gang stalking. And it's entirely malicious. It's psychopathic. It's also relevant to what is psychological torture, which is, again, the demon possessed, who are miserable people, are together engaging in targeting one person, and they seek to inflict harm and inflict suffering on one person. And this because these people are miserable. And part of the main reason that they're miserable, these are all demon possessed people. The spirit of Satan compels them. The spirit of Satan animates them, controls their mind, and controls what they do with their bodies. This is the uncanny ability for them to stalk with presence, stalk with audible noise, stalk with methods of light activity, know what I'm doing when they're not in my physical presence, know what I'm doing when they keep their back to me. Those are demonic spirits that are using their vessels. And this third party, license 7 PAF 963, she's gang stalking by residents at Woodside Senior Apartments, first of all. Second of all, she's, as I documented overnight, it's the same night, but it is technically the next day. So that's why this is continued on June 27, 2025. But I'm documenting her in images, gang stalking. She's wiping down her windows and the inside of her car. This is a demon that is, again, gang stalking on behalf of the state. Her vehicle is the one that's in alignment to me right here. Well, they're all in alignment, actually. Her vehicle is the one that's right in front of me. And so that's why it's her in particular. That is the entity's tool to come in, engage in what is stalking in the path in the engineer light while I'm in operation of my device. So as I am after capturing the podcast, so she is coming back out at 1 a.m. and she moves her vehicle as I am processing my podcast. She is monitoring. And I stated something earlier, and I stated with regard to what it is that you're free to do. You're free to clean your car. You're free to go dig in your back seat. You're free to do that. And I want to be clear. Let me clarify that. What I mean is it's not necessarily incriminating to engage in these things in the normal, natural environment under the ordinary circumstances. You're in the specific environment. Everything you're doing is criminal. It's serving government surveillance. So I just want to be clear. She is not free. None of them are free to if you're understanding the surveillance that's underway, the demon possessed are in their homes engaging in criminal surveillance. This is what is so problematic about a government engaging in what is surveillance unbeknownst to the American people, because you are not free to engage in what is monitoring, and you're doing so while you're on your property. You pay the mortgage or you pay the rent there. However, you are engaged in surveillance on behalf of the government, which you are not free to do, regardless of what you pay to stay there. It's a property, it's presence, it's monitoring conduct that the government is engaging in through those people that are at that property. That's criminal. The government's not going to be able to hide behind the people. That's literally what the system of gang stalking is designed to do. And that's why when you make the statement that is not understood, and it is also deceptive, and it's also false, that strangers are stalking you, they're not strangers. They know exactly who you are in the engineered environment. The entity that's engaging in surveillance is not targeting someone that they are unaware of. Surveillance is underway. This is established. This is proven. Secondly, they are targeting one person while surveillance is underway. And they are specifically targeting, which is proven through that environment. And they target in furtherance of murder and kidnapping. The government that's engaging in surveillance unbeknownst to the American people. And outside of any sort of constitutional authority at all. There's no authority for it. The entity, this is third party 7 PAF 963. She is not free to be in the specific environment. So I want to clarify what I stated, okay? Under ordinary circumstances, but for the government engaging in criminal surveillance by that conduct of going to your vehicle while you're engaging in the elements of monitoring, no, they're not free to do that. And this is, again, prosecuting for what is the blatant and systematic and a convenient means of government surveillance, state surveillance, which is the malicious pattern of conduct by the U.S. government. And it is speaking to what is literally penetrating, piercing, bursting this fallacy, this alternate universe where people are engaging in criminal activity and they're doing it in plain sight, and they have this delusion that that there's no consequence for it, and that they're going to get away with it, and they're not. And I understand what it is that I understand the demonic spirit that is deceiving them. That's why they're engaging in this in the first place. They're miserable beings, and they're very deceived by Satan. But as far as the criminal conduct that they're engaging in, there's no protection whatsoever. And so it's just necessary, it's crucial to understand what the state is doing. And the state proves while flying over my head repeatedly over and 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 over again, that they are gang stalking me. They are targeting me, and they're engaged in surveillance, and they know that I am documenting that they are gang stalking me. And it is highlighted through the hallmark of using helicopters to engage in what is terrorism, threatening conduct, intimidating conduct, psychologically harmful conduct, while demons are engaging in the elements of monitoring. Okay, monitoring everything that's happening on my phone. She's not free to do that. License 7PAF963 is going back to her car at 1 a.m. In order to monitor after I process my podcast, which includes all the people of the state's license plates. As I walk down G Street, I walk down Fern, and I walk down F Street, I walk down Laurel as well. Documenting video and capturing a criminal summoning by the fire department, the people of the state crossing path and the fire department relying on that. That's the entity doing the same thing with the Ontario International Airport. The people of the state crossing paths, stalking in the path like AGSPRT is doing, and the plane flies over. A demon crosses path in their vehicle, and the Ontario Fire Department sounds their sirens. This is audible activity, light activity, relevant positioning, gang stalking with the people of the state. They're going to be prosecuted. You're not protected at all. It is such a once the criminal conduct of the government is exposed, what it is it becomes a very simple, straightforward prosecution, because you know exactly who they are. You know exactly who they are. And so that's with regard to what is public corruption, which always exists in plain sight. Okay. But this is, again, the mentally ill. Their mental illness is also relevant to the delusion. The delusion of engaging in this conduct and failing to recognize and appreciate, the jig is up and everyone sees you. Everyone sees you, and what they see is going to subject you to a federal prosecution. The entity is monitoring right now as I am in use of my device. They're engaging in the criminal activity. The government's engaging in the criminal activity right now as I am using my device. Okay, that's exactly why the policies that I have prescribed are relevant, are necessary. That's exactly why. Okay, this is done in furtherance of murder and kidnapping. No government is going to engage in this targeting an American citizen like it's doing now. But that's exactly why I prescribe what I prescribe. It is absolutely necessary. And that's upon becoming aware and knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt, beyond any ability to have any variance. There's no variables. There's no anomaly. There's no miscalculation on my part. There's no exception. It is, in fact, the pattern of conduct. It is demonic. These are the demon possessed, and you need to understand that it affects the way that human beings operate, and it creates mental illness that is a threat to themselves and the public. This is how you have police officers stalking me in helicopters, flying over me, following me around, and molesting me with light that's impossible to occur in the ways in which you're seeing. When you're driving on the street, when you're at a distance away and you're aiming headlights, when you're coming down the street and light activity is on the opposite side of where the supposed light source is aiming. When you're facing light but yet you're looking at your shadow in front of you, when your shadows are up, this is, again, the mental illness is literally demonstrated as I've given you the ability to recognize it because it's right in front of your face. And it's also your ability to witness the mental illness that's no longer closeted. And that's, again, the entity just providing that evidence of clearly targeting me by the Ontario Police Department. That's just icing on the cake. I could not make it up if I wanted to. I have proven the P.O.C. and then you have the government that provides me ongoing additional evidence, corroborating evidence and admission that yes, we're stalking Erica Spencer. Yes, we cannot control ourselves. Yes, we are psychopathic and very maniacal, ego-driven, and deluded with regard to that ego, because the pattern of conduct shows that they're not intelligent anyway. They're not elite. They're just a bunch of pedophiles and stalkers and sex offenders. They're criminals. They get away with criminal activity because of their group conduct. There's nothing elite about being a pedophile. There's nothing elite about being a stalker or a thief. There's nothing elite about that at all. They engage in group conduct to get away with it. And not only that, now the whole group is not getting away with anything. The whole group is fully exposed. And that is literally highlighted and underscored when you engage in stalking in the obvious manner that the Ontario Police Department are.
Okay. Again, the entity is molesting with light while I'm documenting, and license 7 PAF 963 is engaging in that as well. Stalking in the middle of the night on behalf of the state, doing so because she is the one that's parked in front of me. And that is, again, intentional conduct, going back to your car for anything, which they're not free to do because it's criminal monitoring that they're engaging in simultaneously, regardless of how important you think that your excuse is for engaging in the elements of monitoring. And there is no such thing. All right. Also want to be clear, the entity is engaging in what is obsessing over me. They're psychopaths who are stalking. So my location at the TABOR professional building is that where the entity is engaging in things. I want to be clear because this is relevant to the entity placing cameras. This is how obsessed with me that they are placing cameras even in their car so that they can watch me while I'm sitting outside. While they're already monitoring, I just want to be clear on that. I feel led to discuss that, bring that in to what 7 PAF 963 is also capable, and any other third party is also capable of engaging in, placing cameras in the homes where they know that they're in alignment to me, watching me. This is what they were doing at Alvarado Gardens, I.I.S Carnero. The entity maintaining cameras at whatever exit I would leave out of my apartment, leaving out the front door. I.I.S Carnero out of her front living room window had a camera. She's engaged in gang stalking with the LAPD in doing so. That's criminal surveillance, and that's notable with regard to her prosecution. And there's no expiration date. Every detail and all the ways in which this entity engaged in targeting is relevant to how they're going to be prosecuted. And these are the details that you're mindful of. It is surveillance with the state that is under no circumstances lawful. And the entity maintaining surveillance while keeping cameras at the opposite end as well, regardless of what vantage point I walked out of my apartment. The entity was keeping cameras on me at that apartment complex at Alvarado Gardens, where the entity was keeping the fake sun over me from sunrise to sunset, which is directly opposed to keeping it from sunrise to sunset over Woodside Senior Apartments, which is directly opposed to keeping the fake sun over Starbucks from 6:33 in the morning until 7:26 in the evening, which is directly opposed to keeping the fake sun over the OVITT Family Community Library from even 9 a.m. I've captured it earlier than that, but from 9:18 a.m. until after 6:10 p.m. This is the entity that's very unintelligent. There's nothing elite about them. They're not capable. They're not sophisticated. They're not clever. They're not even at a basic common sense level. They engage in blatant criminal conduct that is obvious and incriminating to any criminal enterprise. Clear liability. Why are you targeting on camera with helicopter? That would incriminate any criminal enterprise. They are not intelligent. Their psychopathic disorders are in plain view. For example, in 70 plus videos that are published on my YouTube channel where you can look at. Post the May 29th, 2025 to June 3rd, 2025 kidnapping. The ongoing domestic terrorism and psychological torture by the Ontario Police Department that is going to be disbanded. 70 plus videos. Okay. The entities engaging, and that's, again, I have documentation that is going back to 2019. So 2018 to the present. So I have hundreds of videos of the Ontario Police Department targeting me. They're being disbanded. They're going to prison, and everybody that kidnapped me is going to prison. Everybody engaged in criminal summoning like Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. Everybody conspiring against me, my life and my property to steal it, they're going to federal prison. And they're not stealing my property. This is, again, obvious engagement in criminal conduct, and it's also highly unintelligent. Okay. Impossible light moving across third-party facilitating venue 323 West G Street in Ontario, California, 91762. And they are gang stalking with the people of the state that are stalking me at 1:19 in the morning, maintaining heavy traffic with regard to my movements, with regard to what I do on my communication devices, in sync with the entity that is targeting through the airport that has no terminals, and there's no plane activity that you're going to hear or see over G Street at Northwest from where they're targeting from the Ontario International Airport, where you're taking off from 2500 and 2900 Airport Drive. This is the entity that is stalking by virtue of their crossing path in vehicles. Okay, coming out of Woodside Senior Apartments, the same impossible light across 323 and 325 West G Street in Ontario, California. All 144 units at Woodside Senior Apartments are gang stalking, and they're already documented on the record. And this entity is going to be prosecuted. They're stalking in violation of the Violence Against Women Act, and they're doing so while I was remaining at that venue. And they're still going to to be prosecuted for stalking in violation of the Violence Against Women Act. This is, again, with regard to relevance of what a government does and how a population engages in violence against women. And while you are an occupant at a HUD-regulated property and you are stalking a woman in furtherance of murder and kidnapping, whether or not they're an occupant, you're going to be prosecuted. But since I am one that is in relevant position and they're engaged in state surveillance, gang stalking shall qualify for violence against women. At a HUD-regulated property, you're not going to gang stalk while you're at that HUD-regulated property. They're going to be prosecuted under all circumstances. All right. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. The entity is driving from Woodside Senior Apartments, stalking in the path with impossible light, just like what you'll see in the video that I documented, where the Ontario police are flying in circles over my head again on yet another night in engineered light. And the people of the state are pacing. This isn't traffic, they're stalking. Pacing is pursuant to stalking me in engineered light while they're monitoring. Okay, it is the prosecution of the state of California. This is P.O.C. third party 7PAF 963, engaging in that pattern of conduct on behalf of the state. Loitering in the path, digging in her car, doing whatever she wants in her car. It's a criminal pattern of conduct that she's engaging in the specific environment. This is P.O.C.
All right, the entity is stalking by engaging in surveillance off of Fern and G Street, a white van that is stalking in the path with light. And then as soon as they drive by, my phone begins to malfunction. License 8T08021, a white Chevy Express. And the entity is maintaining that the vehicle at what is 413 West G Street. At 403 West G Street, across from 630 North Fern Avenue. Just want to document them stalking in the path with light. Impossible light activities on the gate. This is where you see in the video the vehicles, you see shadows of vehicles that are dynamic. They're moving across the wall, even though it's a vehicle that's driving in the direction north on Fern Avenue. And there are no vehicles that headlights where the vehicle hasn't even approached yet. And you're looking at rich light, and the shadows of vehicles are dynamic in that light that's appearing on the gate. And that's not light that would occur from the headlights of that vehicle. You'll know what I'm talking about if you look at my video where the Ontario police are gang stalking with the people of the state, who are always stalking with light in the same way that the entity is engaging in what is criminal monitoring. They're sharing in that pattern of conduct. It is public corruption and it's demonic activity. It's going to be prosecuted as domestic terrorism, and the Ontario police providing more evidence against the people of the state providing evidence against the state of California, and the Ontario police are being disbanded for it. It's 1:37 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, this is evidence of engineered light. So I just want to show you here is, let me zoom in. This is the engineered light that's present at nightfall. This is the light activity inside of Starbucks on the inside of the cafe when it's shaded. All right, so at 7 p.m. when the fake sun's at the same venue, it's on the opposite side when I go to that back parking lot, but it's also on the opposite side when I go to that back parking lot at 11:08, for example, when on June 19th, when the Ontario Police Department are engaged in criminal summoning under the fake sun. So the fake sun moves as I move. Now, when there is no fake sun and the entity is keeping the fake sun and there's no engineered light present, no concentrated engineered light, this is the light activity inside of Starbucks. This is the light activity on the bathroom wall. This is the light activity on the ceiling in my bedroom in Los Angeles, where LAPD is gang stalking. Here's my shadow that's on the ground over here. And here is, again, another shadow that's appearing on the wall at a distance. Here you go, way over here. This is my shadow that you can see right here. And there's another arm, multiple. This is all impossible light activity. All of this is impossible light activity. This is where the entity is pacing. This is called stalking with light, which is evident in the environment. It has nothing to do with any sort of street lamps, property lights that create this light activity. This is demonic. The parking garage that you saw at OVITT Family Community Library yesterday at approximately 10:19 a.m. when I captured that video, that engineered light that's on the ceiling inside of that parking garage, a covered structure where there's no sun that creates that light that's clinging to the ceiling on the inside of that parking structure. This is that same pattern of stalking with light where criminal surveillance is underway, where you have multiple shadows, where criminal monitoring is underway. This is where the Ontario Police Department are gang stalking me with 630 North Fern, 325 West G Street, 403 West G Street, the people of the state that are all these license plates that I documented.
And they're engaged in criminal monitoring, and they know that they were documented tonight. They're engaged in stalking with the Ontario Police Department, and the Ontario Police is being disbanded for criminal surveillance that I'm documenting. And it is evident in a supernatural environment. All right. And it's also relevant. It's the unnatural environment is relevant to what is demonic. The Ontario Police Department are demon infected. They're a bunch of demon possessed people. And that's not just calling them names, meaning they're mean or they're bad people. They have the spirit of Satan that fills them. They are demon possessed. They engage in sex rituals. They practice witchcraft. They practice voodoo, black magic. Okay. They are demon possessed. They worship Satan. They serve him. All right. It is currently 1:40 a.m. This is impossible light activity. This is the P.O.C. All right, this is the document which you'll see in the image at 1:43 a.m. The third party, 7 PAF 963. She's engaged in surveillance. She's stalking in her car, where I just captured the video that you listened to. She is in the middle of the night engaging in stalking me because it's very personal. They're engaging in surveillance, engaging in this pattern. I've documented this so many times. The people of the state that engage in surveillance by maintaining presence in their vehicles in order to engage in stalking with audible activities, stalking with presence in the path, stalking with light activity. This third party is across the street behind the white van that I documented in that engineered light of that video that I just captured, in concert with the demons who are pacing on G Street around me. And she is sitting in her car in the middle of the night, gang stalking. After I capture that video, this demon that's sitting in her car, this is a very sick person. She is stalking in the path. She turns on. She puts her foot on the brake. She parked her vehicle as I was in the midst of documenting podcast a while ago. She has yet to walk back to her apartment or back to Woodside Senior Apartments where she's been going, because it's not necessarily her apartment, but she is residing. She's remaining at Woodside Senior Apartments. She has not gotten out the car. She's stalking in the path just like she was cleaning out her vehicle, stalking in the path on behalf of the state. And she's engaging in what is obsessive stalking. So I want to document that. She's just stalking in the middle of the night, sitting in the vehicle, monitoring while I capture that video. And this is the entity that is engaged in what is gang stalking. This is the obsessive conduct. This is the demented conduct of gang stalkers. License 7 PAF 963. It's currently 1:44 a.m. At 1 a.m., this is when this demon is engaging what I'm documenting. It's 1:44 a.m. She's been sitting in her vehicle, gang stalking all night. This is the obsessive pattern of conduct that the people of the state as a population engage in. The Ontario Police Department is engaged in 24-hour surveillance. So this is the P.O.C. It is 1:45 a.m. HOJ 821. That's the Starbucks employee lighting the path as I walk towards Starbucks, pursuant to the pattern of conduct. It's 5:57 a.m. by the way. The entity maintaining amplified plane activity, meeting in the path. This is the employees providing a drink so that the third party drives away, meeting at the driveway. 9CDZ 497 at 5:57 p.m. And this is the use of the business of Starbucks to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring. License 9BLU 393. Um, 9ECE 612. 8NFB 394. It is 5:58 a.m. at 507 North Euclid Avenue, P.O.C. All right, these sex offenders that include Ocean, ALANA is here. They're engaged in monitoring with the people of the state that are pacing inside, and at the end where I'm seated, and ALAYNA, ALANA and ALAYNA. While I am seated, the impossible light is, again, this is harassment, this is molestation, and this is the same sexual violence, while they're touching with light flying in the air with the demons that walk in and out of the of the venue. At 6:33 a.m., this is a chubby Caucasian female wearing jean shorts. Go ahead. All right, this is how Starbucks is harassing after you document sexual violence. It's going toward the prosecution of the company and each of the gang stalkers employed at the venue engaging in that P.O.C. This is impossible light activity. This is what they're doing at nightfall. Sunlight, again, this is not sunlight, this is directed light, this is targeted. Because it is also impossible light activity, this is how you're identifying intent. And this is what the people of the state patrons one after another, and it varies in concentration. So before I started recording, the light is deeper amber orange and reaching farther all the way over to where my laptop is. And the demons are sitting right here in relevant position, stalking. Okay, this is P.O.C. This is the impossible light activity. That's impossible light activity. It's pursuant to criminal monitoring. And you're witnessing mental illness while Patty is gang stalking on video. All right, because that's what they're doing. They're gang stalking. And these are the sex offenders that are monitoring the vagina. And the entity is, again, this is the pattern of conduct of harassment, license 8AFL892, engaging in what is molestation with impossible light. These are the demons that are as one entity engaging in harassment as you document them engaging in what is domestic terrorism and psychological torture with the Ontario Police Department. Their mental illness is why the Ontario Police is being disbanded. They share in that same pattern of conduct, and it's built into the business of Starbucks, which is going to be prosecuted as a malicious actor facilitating domestic terrorism, gang stalking. The Sun is not one that's still going to be over the same venue 6 hours from now, where Patty and Ocean, ALANA and ALAYNA are gang stalking with the patrons. These are demons, license 8WHM563, and these are demons that are hostile while you document the fact that they're monitoring my vagina, because that's what Patty, ALANA, and ALAYNA are doing. This is stationary engineer light, what they're pacing in. These are demons, and that's dynamic light that you saw, and it's absolutely impossible, and it's direct evidence to prosecute every one of them individually and prosecute Starbucks as a corrupt gang stalker, a third party, the people of the state. The entity is providing evidence of impossible light, which is relevant to monitoring. Okay, this is the entity engaging in harassment and doing so with impunity. This is a demon with tattoos all over their face, even though it's not required in order to identify their condition. These are the people of the state engaging in what are documented acts of harassment while you document their sexual violence, and they engage in the following when you publish the fact that they're monitoring my vagina with the city of Ontario. This is impossible light, and all they're doing is pacing behind me, going into the men's restroom, still gang stalking, still going in bathroom stalking with the people of the state. This is P.O.C. It is 6:36 a.m. and what you're mindful of is that at 6:18 p.m. this same venue, the fake sun is over the roof of this venue where these people, the people of the state inside of Starbucks, are going to federal prison for gang stalking. And this is documentation of terrorism while they're monitoring you via that impossible light, doing so with knowledge that they're being documented, as that harassment that by the people of the state is a documented pattern as well. And this is the criminal conduct of the state. All right, it is currently, by the way, 6:36 a.m. This is P.O.C. The entity coming in and engaging with the people of the state. That is Starbucks as well. All right, this is 507 North Euclid Avenue. This is the entity engaging in what is stalked with impossible light. The same thing when they have the tornadoes of light, when they have the light going all across the ceiling, when they have the light along the wall adjacent to the drive-thru, when they have my shadow and the light appearing in the absence of any implausible forms, such as the fake sun, where it's manifesting in the shade on the inside of the building. It's all stalking with light conduct, pursuant to criminal monitoring. All right, this is documentation of harassment and terrorism by Starbucks that is, again, engaging in retaliatory acts while they're monitoring and doing so with the city of Ontario. This is P.O.C. Okay, that video that you just listened to is I went into video so you can see the image of the gang stalkers that are one entity. So you're looking at different people, all right, different person, different license plate, same pattern of conduct, engaging in what is retaliation together as one entity, entering into the venue to purchase beverages while they're pacing, and molesting with impossible light that's reaching into the depths of the cafe to touch me. That's the stalker and the sex offender. That's obsessively monitoring as well, because that impossible light is the admission of criminal monitoring. You're seeing Patty stalking in impossible light while I'm opening the door and closing it. You're seeing it vary in concentration of color as I use the door as an example of what the entity, the demons, are doing while they're monitoring with Starbucks, the company. And you're watching them engaging in what is, in other words, gang stalking on video, like I've been documenting. This is the entity engaging in the criminal conduct, which is domestic terrorism and psychological torture on video, while they are also being documented for terrorism in furtherance of murder. This is what Starbucks is engaging in, gang stalking in furtherance of murder and kidnapping, with the entity that sought to steal property from me by criminally defaming an American citizen, that it is gang stalking. That's not going to be accomplished, but I will be prosecuting the employees of Starbucks, including, again, the Ocean is here gang stalking, sharing in what is criminal monitoring, psychological torture, and doing so with the intent to obstruct justice. This is retaliatory acts with impossible light as you document the fact that they're monitoring my vagina. That's what's relevant about attacking with impossible light, which is your admission that you're gang stalking. It is as much of an admission as the Ontario Police flying in circles over my head at your venue, and also on a daily basis everywhere else that I'm going. The entity is engaging in this on video, and this is relevant to the third parties that are employed at the venue. This includes ALANA, ALAYNA. Ocean is here gang stalking. The entity is engaging in what is maintaining the elements of monitoring with the sex offenders who are the Starbucks employees at 507 North Euclid Avenue. And that obvious engagement in the pattern of conduct is the unintelligent entities, the unintelligent conduct of the entity that's all over the internet they're prosecuted on the internet, in other words. And the entity is engaging in what is the obvious engagement in that pattern of conduct. And there is no reconciling, and there is no explanation other than the fact that the entity is monitoring, and the fact that you have the pattern of conduct occurring in the middle of the night at the TABOR Professional Building and inside of the venue of Starbucks. That's speaking to what is impossible for one person to manufacture and tie together and create. It's the pattern of conduct that's shared with LAPD in Los Angeles, where I'm being targeted at my apartment and where I work. And these are the third parties that are willing to go to federal prison based on the mental illness that they exhibit. That psychopathic disorder, it's exhibited when they are documented, when they're shown, when they're proven to be exactly what they are and engaging in what they're engaging in. That's where that mental illness is catapulted to a surface level where you can witness it through the behavior. And the behavior is analyzed through the impossible light activity, through the maintenance of the fake sun. All right? So the entity is engaging in that's relevant for criminal conduct. It's obstruction of justice. In the same way, the entity engaging in what is flying outside of the window by helicopter. This is what the entity also engages in when I document them monitoring my vagina as the sex offenders that they are. Starbucks, the company, and also Ocean, ALANA, ALAYNA, Patty, who you see monitoring in plain view with impossible light activity, while the fake sun that's still here 12 hours from now is over the same venue. And these are sex offenders who are hostile because their sexual violence is a matter of public information. It is currently 6:43 a.m. Coming in and engaging in the same pattern of conduct. This is why Starbucks is going to be prosecuted. You have hundreds of people coming in and sharing in that pattern of conduct, while Starbucks is profiting from, also because the gang stalkers come and purchase a drink from them while they're engaging in domestic terrorism and psychological torture. They're doing it on video, so this is the prosecution of the state. And it is the open exposure for what is relevant for actual mental illness. License 63479U3, that's a white Tacoma. Gang stalking with Starbucks, the company, and Starbucks, the employees, each one of them are third parties engaging in that P.O.C. It is currently 6:43 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, the entity engaging in what is replication of the same P.O.C. It is 6:45 a.m. Brian also sharing in ongoing harassment by the state as you document them engaging in gang stalking with the City of Ontario. And this is while psychopaths enter in and out, stalking with impossible light, reaching into the depths of the venue, and then engaging in what is purchasing a drink while they're pacing, stalking in the path on behalf of the state. This is the Ontario Police Department's disbanding, by the way. This is the pattern of conduct that the government is incentivizing and sharing in. It is currently 6:46 a.m. I just want to document, again, Brian is here as well. Let me get everybody else here, matter of fact. Ocean, ALAYNA, ALANA, Patty, Vivian. Yeah, this is P.O.C. All right, you will see the fake sun in alignment with the terrorists that are surrounding gang stalking inside of the Starbucks. The fake sun is on the west end of the Starbucks cafe. While I'm at the west end of the cafe, they are gang stalking. This includes the so-called G, ALAYNA, ALANA, Bacio. I think they're the same. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is SAUL. And you have Vivian and Patty, who you saw on video, gang stuck with the impossible light while the door was being opened and closed, sharing in the pattern of conduct while the demons come in and purchase drinks, and operation of their communication devices, gang stalking together, engaging in what is retaliation as one, while you document, again, an entity, the entity is coming in and sharing in that pattern of conduct together. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the entity gang stalking with that's 7 of them all together. This is what I see, but they also have some that are in the back. I just want to document presence with regard to the entity aware that it's being documented, meaning the evidence against them for gang stalking with the state, and the entity engaged in what are the demonic means of harassment, which is relevant to the pattern of conduct. The Latino male with the black t-shirt and the gray shorts on, he's the one driving the black Explorer with the license plate. That license plate that I captured the image of includes what is EOB2, molesting with impossible light, reaching into the depths. That's the entity engaging in harassment and terrorism while they're monitoring. That impossible light is criminal monitoring. The fake sun is evidence of criminal monitoring. The fake sun moving as I move inside of the cafe. And they're all engaged in Title 18. And this is harassment by hostile demons who are violent sex offenders. All right? Monitoring your vagina and then engaging when it's harassment with impossible light as you document it. It's currently 6:50 a.m. And this third party with this license plate systematically gang stalking with Starbucks, which is shown in the documentation. License again EOB2 and pacing inside of the cafe. The entity is everything that the entity is doing. The business records of Starbucks is showing the people of the state that are purchasing drinks, and they're gang stalking. All right, the entity is maintaining presence with the demon with the all the writing all over his face. He's gang stalking just as a means of identification. He's engaged in surveillance, which is what the entity is doing while they are maintaining what is light activity by the terrorism of stalking with light, which is what the demon possessed, the mentally ill engage in. And Starbucks employees are exhibiting the same mental illness, stalking with light. The stalking with light conduct is going to be relevant to diagnosis and the prosecution for criminal monitoring. That's the purpose of it. And it's also obviously engaged in at the venue. That is no exception. And engaging in also the documented pattern of harassment and terrorism as you document the gang stalker that is indeed engaged in criminal surveillance. It's 6:51 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, June 10th, 2025 at 6:19 p.m. You'll see the fake sun over the same venue where the people of the state, including the license plate of the third party, openly engaging in terrorism with impunity and malice in furtherance of murder and kidnapping, while engaging in federal stalking with Starbucks, the corporation, and every third party employed by Starbucks, which includes Ocean, ALAYNA, ALANA, SAUL, VIVIAN, Patty, who are on video engaging in terrorism with impossible light, stalking with impossible light, which is an outward demonstration of severe mental illness. It's psychopathic. It's relevant to psychological torture, which they also inflict pursuant to the pattern of conduct of engaging in retaliatory acts of violence while they're gang stalking and their sexual violence of monitoring my vagina in the bathroom where the fake sun remains over this venue, like I documented on June 10, 2025 at 6:19 p.m. It remains over this venue all day long where Starbucks is targeting me and the third-party employees of Starbucks are targeting me with the people of the state, including the government actors who come inside of this venue, gang stalking me and targeting me in doing so. So I want you to be clear, license EOB2 is engaging in what is molesting me with impossible light, and that is literally targeted behavior. It's supernatural. You are intentionally engaging in that act that which is never naturally occurring. You're also intentionally doing it at the facilitating venue. You're also intentionally doing it with the government that is documented gang stalking, which the people of the state are acting in conformity to that. This is again all those third parties that you see. This is while their sexual violence is documented, which they're engaging in federal stalking. And so that is knowledge pursuant to what is the decision to inflict ongoing psychological harm, sexual violence, molestation of my person, harassment and terrorism with such satanic means of targeting someone, and furtherance of what is criminal surveillance. And this is under no circumstances going to achieve what is stealing my property through a fake conservatorship that Tracy Banks has acquired with the state that is gang stalking me, proven by what Starbucks is engaging in. This is the entity that's gang stalking, that's engaging in their demonic pattern of conduct, so that you will know what the United States government is doing with the population throughout this country, and also why the laws are going to change with regard to criminally defaming American citizens when a mentally ill population acting with the corrupt government that's engaging in mentally sick methods of targeting are engaging in what is murder, kidnapping, theft, and in other words, destroying, utter destruction of the lives of American citizens that have a constitutional human right to not be subject to it. And the gang stalker's mental illness is what is going to be at the forefront of their prosecution. And it is never going to be relevant to the mental state, the mental health state of the targeted individual, as the pattern of conduct is proof of what is indeed criminal conduct, and it's also proof of what is mental illness. Stalking with light is the proof that you would need in order to diagnose the behavioral health of someone, the mental health issues inherent to that, which is inflicting harm, psychological in nature. Also, it's sexually motivated. The entity wants to touch. The entity pursues with light, stalks with light, molests with light as it just appears out of nowhere. It creeps in, wanting to touch all over your person. This is that mens rea behind the light conduct, relevant to what is surveillance, but it's also your maintaining the dignity of the American citizen who has a right to not be violated in your purse by your person, not to be violated, your right to not be targeted by the government under any circumstances, especially when it's intending to keep you under surveillance. And I've documented all the ways in which you will see in screenshots, which you're seeing in Starbucks engaging in stalking with light, which they do in plain view. Again, no education requirement, no sophistication, no prudence, no wisdom, no strategy also in court. The entity, there is no intelligent quotient where the entity is engaging in, where it's like robbing a bank on camera and then just giving it to the feds so that they know exactly who you are and your identity. This is what they're doing while they're gang stalking. So again, it's not about the entity having any intention of having a legitimate stance in court. The entity is mentally ill. The entity is obsessive. The entity is psychopathic. And this entity includes the Ontario Police Department, who you see stalking by helicopter. And well, you see stalking by helicopter in video after video, like I captured this morning. The entity is gang stalking, and the Ontario Police Department is molesting with impossible light with Patty, who was stalking in the path at 507 North Euclid Avenue under the fake sun, with ALANA, with ALAYNA, with Ocean, with SAUL, with quote unquote G, who is again gang stalking and not providing his old name while he's monitoring my vagina, stalking in doing so. 7SJR641. And the city of Ontario is stalking in the path with flashing light with the same terrorists who are on video stalking with the possible light. So I just want to be clear, this is the city of Ontario engaging in that, and while the people of the state engage in the government's pattern of conduct, you're going to federal prison because Starbucks, the employees are systematically and repeatedly and with impunity rising, I want to be clear, the threat level, the violence that is inflicted while they're being documented, and they're being documented through what is federal stalking that they're engaging in, and because that they're demons that know what's going on, what I'm doing physically, they know what's going on with my vagina, and that's why they're also going to be prosecuted as sex offenders, which is what a gang stalker is, a violent sex offender. But the entity is engaging in this, and so I want you to pay attention to the June 10th, 2025, 6:19 p.m. The fake sun is over the same venue where you see it this morning at 6:45, where a bunch of defendants are pacing around in the name of the state of California, and they're going to be prosecuted for federal group stalking and monitoring and psychological torture, engaging in Title 18, in other words, with the intent to obstruct justice. As you document gang stalking by the government that acts with the people of the state, through the people of the state, through corrupt businesses like Starbucks, the entity engages in that documented pattern of conduct, and it is the same impossible light activity that I'm capturing at nightfall. It's stalking with light. It's the same impossible light activity while the people of the state are driving outside of the building, and impossible light is swimming all inside along the ceiling and along the walls, and tornadoes of light swirling inside in the air. It's the same stalking with light. It is the evidence of targeting as well, not the psychopaths who maintain a demeanor which is also unpersuasive. It's revealing severe mental illness, to engage in psychological torture in a passive-aggressive manner. That is the psychopaths who are gang stalking, and they are working for Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. Again, that is Ocean, ALAYNA, ALANA. That's management, by the way, engaging in domestic terrorism and facilitating it with the government while in a managerial position, and those under that corrupt leadership are engaging in this. And this is criminal conduct that Starbucks, the corporation headquartered in Seattle, is going to compensate for. All right. In addition to their sexual violence, Starbucks is monitoring my vagina. That company is going to be prosecuted as a sex offender, and so are the third parties working for the third party company, Starbucks. The entity is engaging in this at 7:14 a.m. where the city of Ontario is stalking in the path with the method of flashing light. This is what they're doing in the middle of the afternoon at 0.4 miles away, where the fake sun remains over the same street. As I'm showing you, the fake sun remains at this venue at 6:19 p.m. You're understanding the significance of very severely mentally ill conditions of those that stalk with methods of light activity, flashing light, dynamic light, where they're monitoring. And this is the city of Ontario confirming that Starbucks is engaged in criminal monitoring, surveillance, and doing it in concert with that government that comes and participates in it. That's the significance of it. It is 7:14 a.m. This is P.O.C. This is documentation of Title 18, federal stalking, which is relevant to the retaliatory acts of violence that I'm subject to, that I documented on video. This is P.O.C. All right, sharing in the pattern of conduct is the same entity that's under the fake sun. For example, you remember criminal summoning that the entity is engaging in at 9:16 a.m., with the Ontario Police Department engaging in that pattern of conduct as I'm documenting the fake sense throughout this video. Chevron at I believe 502 North Euclid Avenue. It's right across the street. Let me confirm this address. They're monitoring with the City of Ontario maintaining light activity. And the City of Ontario is, again, gang stalking through the airport, through the police department, the fire department, the airport, the fire department, the police department, and the municipality employees who are stalking in the path with light. And mental illness is what is at the forefront of everything that you're witnessing. You're looking at an identical pattern, and that specific environment is replicated over and over again while you're looking at what is stalking with light, which is direct evidence. It's a straightforward prosecution, and this is going toward mental illness. The entity engages in evidence of criminal monitoring as you document them gang stalking. So the City of Ontario comes in and provides flashing light in the path, and this is the entity that is gang stalking with ALANA, ALAYNA, SAUL, VIVIAN, Patty, who you see stalking with impossible light swimming through the venue as you open and close the door. And as the entity witnesses that damning evidence, the City of Ontario provides more damning evidence because I'm going to prosecute Starbucks and every employee that are monitoring my vagina with the City of Ontario, that's stalking with peculiarized light, and that are stalking under the fake sun that's still here as of 6:19 p.m. Looking at the so-called G, he's engaging in surveillance in the bathroom, in the male restroom, while the City of Ontario maintains light activity. They're monitoring together. That's the state acting directly and vicariously, okay? While the high school graduates that empty the dumpster throughout the City of Ontario, which Paul Leon is being removed from office for, the entity is maintaining presence in the path. So you have, again, a sex offender that's stalking in a bathroom and maintaining relevant positioning. Light activity through the dumpster truck in alignment to me. The fake sun is now on the east side of the cafe in alignment to me. When I'm documenting the demons and I walk to the west side of the cafe, that's how you know that they're all stalking me. And you also know that they're all stalking me because of the impossible light that's swimming on the inside. Never opening and closing the door is resulting in that. And Patty did it in the face of the feds. Patty did it before the whole world, and I'm prosecuting Patty and everybody else, not only on the internet, but in federal court. It's currently 7:18 a.m. This is P.O.C, the City of Ontario coming in directly engaging in the pattern of conduct, and it is as threatening as any aspect of the City of Ontario gang stalking. This is what the entity is doing with planes and helicopters and with the fire department. Doing so with the municipality is no different. It's the same government action, but you're looking at them engaging in that together, doing things as pathetic as stalking with light, doing things as creepy and demonic and deranged as stalking with light, and doing so in bathrooms like the employees at Starbucks are engaging in. Diagnosis and prosecution is served by this documentation. All right. Monitoring is license plate, and also doing so in the name of Uber, third-party Uber. License 9LT0792. And again, ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue is gang stalking, and the Chevron at what I believe is 502 North Euclid Avenue, gang stalking together, while the entity keeps the fake sun in alignment to me as I'm stationary inside of the cafe. All right, so while they drive around, the sun doesn't remain in alignment with them through their windows, whatever city that they drive to. And that's also how you know who everyone is targeting, through this demonic and ridiculous environment, and engaging in ridiculous things like stalking in a bathroom. All right, doing perverted things like monitoring my vagina. That's what the entity is both embarrassed about, and psychopaths who are violent sex offenders and stalkers, as what Starbucks is replicating, they engage in more violence, and violence is documented through the stalking with light conduct. This is psychological torture, psychological warfare, which the entity inflicts with regard to trying to criminally defame another person, and they are being diagnosed for their mental illness, while their demented and psychopathic and antisocial tendencies are documented as a matter of record to prosecute them for what is in fact criminal monitoring. Again, 9LTU 792. And this is all criminal conduct of the City of Ontario, which is the state of California. And this is what is disbanding the Ontario Police Department. They're criminally monitoring, pursuant to the people of the state, gang stalking at all establishments. Starbucks have very heavily documented gang stalking with the city police. They're gang stalking with the Ontario, the City of Ontario local government. Every level of government is monitoring in the City of Ontario, which my evidence also proves. While the people of the state engage in the pattern of conduct and exhibit mental illness in doing so, this is the shared mental health conditions of the demon-possessed who are monitoring all together. All I'm doing is categorizing how you're going to prosecute it. State acting directly, state acting vicariously. This is the demon-possessed who are mentally ill, who are stalking with light, which is the outward demonstration of demon possession. They're doing so in the demonic environment. They're doing so pursuant to what is mental illness, but pursuant to surveillance. So you're engaging in retaliatory conduct. The bathroom's not available the next day. You're molesting with impossible light with the patrons like you are every other day, but it's relevant to what I document about you, about your monitoring my vagina on a daily basis while you are aware of what's being published on the internet about you. But the entity is incentivized with that. That's psychopathic to engage in more violence, okay? And stalking with light is indeed violence pursuant to criminal monitoring that the government's going to be prosecuted for. It's 7:22 a.m. and every employee is engaged in federal stalking, and they're also engaged in what is gang stalking. This is government action. It's domestic terrorism. They're going to be prosecuted for that, and so is the business. The corporation is distinct from the third parties working for the business, and in the name of the business, they're engaged in criminal activity. 7:22 a.m. with the City of Ontario. This is P.O.C. All right, the entity's criminal pattern of conduct is pursuant to the fraudulent and the fake marriage, the criminal act committed by Jason Isaac Fields, and the fraudulent and criminal act of a secret conservatorship maintained by Tracy Banks, which is literally a criminal act. So it's not even legitimate, and she's not maintaining any property, and anything that the entity has already stolen, anything that Jason Isaac Fields has already stolen, it's going to be handed over, and they're both going to federal prison. And you need to understand what I'm documenting is relevant to the whole motive behind gang stalking in the first place. So the entity is being exposed as proven to be targeting me, and the motive is these demons thought that they were going to falsely depict my character while their mental illness is on full display while they're stalking with light, and stalking as a whole government system. Again, that's not being accomplished, but it is relevant for why Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields, this two sex partner, these demon-possessed witchcraft practicing demons who were monitoring me together, and through their sexual relationship, her sex partner maintaining a secret, fraudulently procured marriage with me while he's engaged in what is trying to attack me with witchcraft that doesn't work. And also Tracy Banks, who is again a psychopath, a demon possessed. She's a Jezebel, and so is Jason Isaac Fields. They're both Jezebel spirits, but they're engaging in what is gang stalking. Their criminal conduct includes what is gang stalking me and trying to maintain devices of stealing my property. That's the significance of having a secret and fake marriage, having a secret and literally a fake conservatorship, because that's an entire criminal act by the state that went all outside of the bounds of the procedures and the laws of creating a legitimate conservatorship. And this is for the purpose of stealing property. And this is in concert with the same government that's gang stalking. The people of the state, such as Starbucks, the City of Ontario, as you see Patty gang stalking with impossible light activity. This is the evidence of the government gang stalking. You're not stealing any property through a fake conservatorship or through a fake marriage. And it is also relevant to the ongoing targeting by the state that is supporting why Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. And any American citizen that engages in this conduct, this targeting with the government in order to steal, in order to defame, where you are under any circumstances subject to targeting by a government that's acting in concert like the state of California is with Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields, where you have public corruption, which is the motivation behind gang stalking, because again, there's a whole utter need for exposing all of it, because this is ridiculous at the outset. This is nothing that's ever going to result in what is defaming another person ever again. It's not defaming me. It's not a basis of defaming anybody, meaning establishing mental illness while you're gang stalking. That's ridiculous. And the entity is demonstrating its mental illness, ironically, okay? But the entity that's engaged in this is exactly why Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields are going to federal prison. They've already stolen property from me, and the government has already stolen property and permitted the people of the state, corrupt officials, to steal property from me, steal money from me, and they're gang stalking simultaneously while the people of the state, such as Starbucks, such as these little sex offenders that are working at Starbucks, such as Ocean and ALANA, ALAYNA, VIVIAN, Patty, SAUL, monitoring my vagina, engaging in what is molestation with impossible light while they're gang stalking, targeting, which is not establishing any mental illness on my part. You're not stealing my property through some illegitimate conservatorship. You're certainly not taking any property pursuant to any illegitimate marriage, and anything already procured, it's going to be handed back over, and they're going to prison. Literally, while the entity engages in the criminal activity, the people of the state are going to prison. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison, as I document, and I'm subject to the criminal conduct of the Ontario Police Department. Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks are going to federal prison. The gang stalkers and the corrupt courts that permitted this, that facilitated this, in order to steal money and property that belongs to me, they're going to federal prison. This is the entity, the same exact entity, and this is exactly why federal prison is mandated, because of the terrorism and the psychological torture inherent to a corrupt system that is aimed toward creating the illusion of mental illness by gang stalking. This is how the system is supposed to work. You're supposed to be depicted successfully as being mentally ill, in other words, incapable of handling your property and your money, while that same entity that is making that engaging in that adjudication, which is a criminal act of defamation in a corrupt courthouse, they are the ones that are targeting you to create that illusion. You're going to federal prison for that. Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks, federal prison, while the sex offenders that are hostile to being exposed as sex offenders on the internet, but it's not only on the internet, because they're going to be prosecuted in federal court. And in concert with the demons that come in of the city of Ontario that add evidence against them in their individual cases where they are acting as an entity. This is the entity that's, again, highly unintelligent, lacking any strategy, having zero foresight. The entity that's just engaging in the bare bones demonic activity. These are demons that have lost perspective. They've lost the whole purpose of what the original objective was at the outset. They're not taking any of my property through gang stalking, and the people of the state are going to federal prison for it. So I just want to make sure that that's, never forget, again, don't get lost in the trees. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison because this is what she is soliciting through the state of California, while she thought that she was going to steal my property secretly and accomplishing kidnapping, while this entity is gang stalking in order to accomplish that. This is why you summon the gang stalkers of the Ontario Police and you lie about what's happening in your apartment in order to engage in kidnapping, and then on paper you're engaging in what are acts of criminal defamation in order to manufacture a paper trail establishing mental illness, and all of that is ludicrous, and it's also criminal acts that are specifically used to document every state actor, the police, any sheriff's department, any hospital that are engaging in that P.O.C, and the entity at the outset, also the people of the state, because this is how the entity is going step by step engaging in that. That's going to be removed from my record, and the entity is sharing in an intentional and deliberate act seeking to steal property by manufacturing mental illness. Mental illness is not anything that's manufactured. Mental illness is not something that is the product of psychological torture, by the way. It's not. Psychological torture is what is creating, and this is not what this is not what you're witnessing. I'm prosecuting. I'm literally systematically breaking down what the pattern of conduct is and how asinine the entity that is under no circumstances stealing my property while their mental illness is put on full display for criminally monitoring me and thinking that you were going to steal my property by doing so. The entity is the one that looks mentally ill. The entity is the one that obviously is the criminal. The entity is the one that is illegitimate at the outset, having a secret marriage and secret conservatorships and secret powers of attorney and whatnot, entirely illegitimate, all right? So this is corruption at the outset. In addition to that, you're witnessing what is the evidence of what the ordinary target individual is subject to. Psychological torture is not mental illness by any American citizen. Psychological torture is where an American citizen would react like any normal person, any reasonable person, any healthy person that is subject to targeting in the way that the gang stalkers of Starbucks are, the gang stalkers who are the people of the state, the city of Ontario are. The ordinary target individual is not mentally ill while they react in any human means, which you cannot calculate, you cannot forecast, you cannot prescribe. That's not mental illness either. And the entity is going to be prosecuted. You're going to federal prison for that. And it also requires the laws to change because the entity is engaging in what is targeting American citizens and then trying to pigeonhole them into what is law in order to steal property, in order to paint someone as mentally ill when you are targeting them. That is entirely inhumane, and it's bombastic, it's absurd, it's ridiculous. It's public corruption. All right? And the gang stalking by Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, the city of Ontario, is the evidence supporting that, and it's also supporting what is federal prison for Jason Isaac Fields, for Tracy Banks, this mother and son sex partnership. He's having sex with somebody as old as his mom. He's having sex with somebody that is gang stalking me along with him. They're both demons who are obsessed. Their obsession and the people of the state, Saul's obsession with my vagina, Ocean's obsession with my vagina, what I'm doing in the private space inside of this bathroom, while they're monitoring and gang stalking and then molesting me. You're still obsessed with me. Your obsession is shown while you're stalking with impossible light activity, which is proof of criminal monitoring. The government that's criminally monitoring does not have any legitimate conservatorship, will not exercise any authority over the property of an American citizen that's being targeted by that government. period. The entity is engaging in what is exhibiting, however, severe obsession with me, and that's a threat to my safety, my well-being, and my liberty while they engage in kidnapping with the gang stalkers of the Ontario Police, who are being documented simultaneously, and they're being disbanded, okay? It is currently 7:32 a.m. I want to make sure that that is the proper perspective, because this is what the entity is proving while one demon after another engages in the identical pattern of conduct. All right, it is 7:32 a.m. at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue under the fake sun that remains here, like I documented, at 6:19 p.m., which is the population engaging in a pattern of conduct together. This is P.O.C. All right, license 6933OR3, license 7ZRZ279, stalking with particularized light, just like the City of Ontario, license 8B17847, and Omnitrans, license 1234706. That's Route 83 that's systematically monitoring with Starbucks under the fake sun. And that is vehicle number 2504. This is P.O.C. at 7:33 a.m. You'll see the fake sun in perfect alignment with me. Chevron across the street is monitoring. Arco across the street is monitoring. The entire City of Ontario. I'm just reciting the third parties who are engaged in criminal monitoring with Starbucks. That's keeping the fake sun in alignment to me, while all of the entity is targeting, including through targeting like Patty and the demons the unintelligent demons who are literally only qualified to prepare coffee drinks, which does not take a tremendous intelligence quotient, because the entity has no strategy with regard to, first of all, maintaining any legitimacy in court when the gang stalking is clearly established. Gang stalking, which was supposed to establish mental illness on my part, which is nothing other than malice and public corruption, and the federal prosecution and actually, ironically, the diagnosis of mental illness of the gang stalkers. It is 7:34 a.m. at 507 North Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. All right, as you will see in the images uploaded to the Google Drive, first of all, it's currently 9:23 a.m. And the Caucasian female you see with the braids, the white tennis shoes, the gray spaghetti strap, the black bag, she's got a black laptop. She comes and has a seat. This is stalking in the path. She does so the moment that I open up my app on my phone to begin uploading the podcast. The entity has been pacing in the engineer light that is flat on the floor on the inside of the cafe. That's impossible light. It's as impossible as Patty, who you see gang stalking in plain view as well, with the amber colored engineer light that is moving with the door that is opening. It's moving on the inside of the cafe. The entity maintains that same light activity on the outside of the cafe. This is the entity that is engaging in what is activity creation while movement under the fake sun and an engineer light coexist with what is dynamic light on the inside and the outside of the venue. This is for purposes of systematic monitoring. And the third party that's in use of our communication device is monitoring on behalf of the state, coming into the venue of Starbucks, who is also fully exposed as gang stalking. They're monitoring genitalia in the bathroom. They're gang stalking with the light activity at the venue. They're gang stalking under the fake sun that remains for 12 hours. They're gang stalking with the government that's acting directly, including the City of Ontario that did so this morning with the a form of particularized light, flashing light in the path. That's, again, the entity engaging in what is harassment, psychological torture, as you enforce your right to document it. So this is relevant to, analogous to what are whistleblower laws. This is relevant to the entity that's going to be prosecuted for terrorism as you report them to the federal government for keeping you under surveillance, for targeting you, for conspiring your death and your kidnapping, because this is why government engages in gang stalking with corrupt businesses, corrupt populations like the people of the state of California. So I want to make sure that this is clear, and you'll also see the fake sun that's over the same sidewalk it was as I documented at 7 in the morning. It's currently 7:23. The fake sun is remaining over. Remember, I'm documenting at 9:16 a.m. and the fake sun is over me when I'm at the Unicare Community Health Center, which I would not be able to see the sun outside of the window facing the sidewalk, where this demon, this Caucasian female, is gang stalking using a communication device as a means of activity creation, and doing so pursuant to demonic knowledge, this demonic synchronicity, having a seat right next to me in order to monitor what it is that I'm doing on my device. After the entity is just engaging in what is ongoing pacing, molesting my person is underway by the engineer light that's flat on the ground, reaching all the way into the depths of the building. And so when they're walking by, pacing, gang stalking. They're doing so walking to the men's restroom, which Ocean intentionally has the women's restroom closed off, so that would create even more gang stalking in the bathroom where the females and the males are sharing the restroom. This is a retaliatory act. Plumbing issues are merely circumstances that the entity manufactures. It's not a coincidence when you're documenting. It's not a coincidence when they're molesting me with impossible light. It's not a coincidence when I'm publishing their images in order to prosecute each and every one of them and the company for the sex offense of gang stalking me and my genitalia in the bathroom at this venue where the fake sun is still present, and it's not at the same time over the parking lot, which is on the opposite side. What's on the sidewalk over Euclid Avenue, I wouldn't be able to capture on video, and I wouldn't be able to capture in images like I did at 9:16 a.m. which is, I believe that's June 25th, 2025. And I'm also walking to the the U.S. Bank at Euclid Avenue, and where the Ontario Police Department commenced flying over in a circle over the top of my head, as I recall very damning evidence. And the entity is keeping the fake sun. Again, this is ongoing. I'm just speaking to the consistency of the documentation. Ocean, ALAYNA, ALANA, VIVIAN, Patty, this so-called G, and SAUL are engaged in what is terrorism with impossible light. This is the criminal monitoring. They're engaging in criminal monitoring, and they provide direct evidence of them monitoring with the impossible light activity, which is occurring while the entity is maintaining a fake sun. So the entity is engaging in the P.O.C. with the state of California, and they're doing so with knowledge. This is done with the intent to obstruct justice. And so federal prison, damages by Starbucks, how you're prosecuting an entity that's engaging in the P.O.C., you're doing so based on the pattern of conduct that is also done with the intent to obstruct justice. And it's also relevant to enhancements to terms in federal prison. I want to document Tracy Banks also entering into the venue at stalking with the entity, doing so under the fake sun that I'm documenting her, gang stalking with the Starbucks in the middle of the afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 7 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, fake sun remaining over. She's gang stalking with the rest of them. She's not stealing any of my property through a fake conservatorship. She is why, and her sex partner Jason Isaac Fields are why, and the Ontario Police Department, the state, is why Starbucks is engaging in the corrupt business practices of gang stalking while profiting off of it with the population that's engaging in psychopathic behaviors in order to engage in surveillance, which is all demonic. Tracy Banks is present on surveillance cameras at the venue, but also at 8:19, she gives me a receipt. She's coming in, engaging in what is one day, yelling at the top of her lungs inside of the Starbucks, monitoring me. And this is, again, the demons that are acting as one entity. So you have this passive-aggressive conduct communicated through Tracy Banks, who's arriving at the venue when I didn't tell her where I was at. We did not have any appointment, and she's engaging in what is defamatory speech as a whole psychopath that's gang stalking me and a sex offender monitoring my genitalia. But this is what Starbucks is monitoring me with while I am documenting their stalking with light conduct, which is the outward demonstration of mental illness and demon possession. All right, the entity is engaging in this, again, as a retaliatory act, and I'm documenting it because they're going to be prosecuted for federal group stalking and monitoring. And so is Starbucks. The establishment is stalking, and the establishment's engaged in ongoing infliction of harm while I'm documenting that, which is any American citizen's right to do so. You're going to do that when the government is chasing you down, stalking you like the entity is at this establishment where I remain. The entity is engaging in gang stalking with Tracy Banks, who arrives, and the receipt looks like that she's putting money on a Starbucks card. I'm not soliciting any of that. I don't contact her. I don't ask her for help. I never have been that person, by the way, either. And me being at her apartment is the product of this entity engaging in the very exact same pattern of conduct that the Ontario Police Department are engaging in. LAPD engaging in this P.O.C. at the workplace, and that does not create mental illness on the part of someone that is incapable of taking care of themselves. That is exactly why Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks are going to federal prison pursuant to that pattern of conduct where the entity is targeting you and using that to manufacture mental illness. That is a product of public corruption, and the entity is still gang stalking after they have already far lost any legitimacy in court, number one, but also there is no chance in the face of the evidence that you are taking any of my property and that you're not going to suffer the consequences for what the government and Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields, the people of the state, even corrupt law enforcement agencies who are incentivized in targeting me, have already stolen from me, and what is going to be returned to me, in other words, and what I am going to maintain. The entity is not taking my property, in other words. And not only that, the entity that is stalking me is exhibiting mental illness while they are stalking me obsessively. And that's what this Caucasian female is doing by sitting close to me under the fake sun. So I want to make sure that I document, again, the third party, the African-American male that's getting out of the white like a hatchback vehicle. He's also stalking in the path. His timing is what is relevant. He arrives getting out of his vehicle in his trunk, looking as busy as he wants. That's activity creation and engineered light. And the fake sun remains till the end of the day. That's how you know a population is stalking. And coming into close proximity is relevant to my movement in the same way that the Caucasian female is gang stalking. These are demons engaging in presence and activity creation pursuant to monitoring on my devices and monitoring my person. Okay, so I want to make sure that that's relevant. It's going to be uploaded to the Google Drive. This is all criminal conduct that Starbucks, the people of the state, is going to be prosecuted for, but the state of California, that's targeting through a whole population that is entirely demented. All right, the demented pattern of conduct. Patty gang stalking in plain view. So is Ocean, the manager. This is built into what Starbucks practices as a business. Domestic terrorism and psychological torture while they sell coffee. And this is the exact same pattern of conduct that you're witnessing while the Ontario Police Department fly in circles over the top of my head in engineered light, and the demon possessed are pacing on G Street and Fern and Vine Avenue with impossible light all over the surfaces. It's the exact same pattern of conduct. Starbucks includes coffee. That is it. All right. The entities subject to federal prison while gang stalking in the ways in which I've shown, and then engaging in this documentation of the retaliatory measures, which are psychologically harmful. They're unlawful all the way, but it's a documentation of domestic terrorism by a company and by the people of the state who are working for a corrupt company. In the city of Ontario, coming in, stalking with light activity, using the dumpster truck, flashing with light. The people of the state coming in, engaging in surveillance like this Caucasian female. This is all terrorism, while the population is stalking from place to place, which is proven through the maintenance of that specific environment, okay? Always be mindful, LAPD is gang stalking at this time of year, maintaining a fake sun over my apartment, maintaining a fake sun over my head while I am working at 1810 North Alvarado Street. And this is where the entity is, this is where Patty is brilliant enough to be gang stalking under a fake sun with impossible light reaching on the inside and covering all of the outside, and documentation of it remaining at the same venue after 6 o'clock in the evening. License 9KTJ929 is the African American male stalking in the path. As I get up, that vehicle parks at the curb. Engineer light remains flat on the ground where the entity is engaged in criminal surveillance. This is Title 18 federal stalking. And you're witnessing mental illness while they're gang stalking with the impossible light. While they're all gang stalking under a fake sun, you're witnessing that psychopathic personality disorder that is shared by the demon possessed, who are actually suffering from mental illness, as opposed to the propaganda that is intentionally pushed out in this country with regard to what is manufactured forms of mental illness, especially when the entity is targeting in the ways in which I've shown, and then seeking to criminally defame an American citizen that they're targeting. Whereas the entity that is engaged in gang stalking is under all circumstances, especially as they're stalking with light, exhibiting severe mental illness. Okay, it is currently through 9:34 a.m. Again, you have the people of the state that are uploaded. You can pay attention to the description box of the podcast. You will see Starbucks highlighted with regard to the prosecution of the state of California, with regard to the acts of terrorism and sexual violence. It's an unlawful touching. It's something that I don't consent to. No stalker, no demon, and no extension of yourself, especially when the engineered light is serving to monitor me, to keep me under surveillance. Starbucks is going to be prosecuted as a violent sex offender, and resorting to such sexual violence and terrorism and psychological torture and harassment because I am documenting them, okay? It is currently 9:34 a.m. This is P.O.C. at 507 North EUCLID Avenue, where the fake sun remains. Alrighty. Alrighty, it is currently 10:15 a.m. and this is the impossible light activity. This is the placement of light that's flat on the ground. It creates the shape of the object that the engineer light is touching. And this is not sunlight, but it is indicative of stalking by a population in that environment under the fake sun. This is the sidewalk that is facing the direction east at what is Euclid Avenue and E Street, as you can see here. And this is the same Starbucks where it was at. I want you to see the history of what the entity has been engaging in today, which is stalking under a fake sun. This is evidence of surveillance, and the timing of sitting next to me is based on what I'm doing on my communication device under what is the fake sun that's remaining at 507 North Euclid Avenue. So the entity is engaging what is keeping the fake sun, as I'm documenting today at Starbucks, and I started this video at 10:15 a.m. in reference to the entity maintaining the fake sun at Starbucks as opposed to it in a natural environment, which is what you're always prosecuting by. It is it is informing the entity that is engaging in surveillance in that supernatural environment where gang stalking is underway. So today, where I'm documenting, let me show you a picture of it, and then I will go through the video about what the gang stalkers at Starbucks are engaging in on video, which is terrorism via impossible light activity. This is the fake sun documented at 6:47 a.m.
This is the same window, the same Starbucks where the City of Ontario is gang stalking right along with the rest of the people of the state. This is the same sidewalk, and this is the fake sun at 6 o'clock, 4 hours later. I'm still looking at it out of the same cafe. It's on the east side, the north side of the cafe as opposed to the south side of the cafe as it moves, as I move. And that's why it's also not at what is the OVITT Family Community Library like it is at the same time where I'm capturing video on this yesterday at the same time, which was 24 hours ago. Sorry, let me show you. The entity is maintaining the fake sun at the OVITT Family Community Library in the same manner, but in two distinct locations, which is documentation of stalking in that environment, which is done on behalf of the people of the state who are sharing in criminal monitoring, which is demonic. It's also malicious government action, where the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct. And this is what you see on the bottom right here. It's 507 North Euclid Avenue at Starbucks, where the people of the state are in that environment, and this is the surveillance that they're engaging in, stalking the path with the state. And what I'm going to show you is the impossible light activity that Patty and Saul and Vivian and the rest of the employees, in concert with the third-party patrons, are engaging when they're molesting your person with impossible light activity pursuant to surveillance. It's also that which they engage in when they are harassing you as you document the entity engaging in surveillance. So first of all, you're understanding presence in this environment and light activity in this environment. Under the fake sun that's remaining, this is the state engaging in what is activity creation. This is demonic. It's also malicious. It's also criminal conduct that Starbucks itself is going to be prosecuted for. Starbucks is a third-party facilitating venue in the same way that the sun is not in the same manner right now at this direction, which is again south of the Starbucks where I'm at right now, and the OVITT Family Community Library is down the street where the sun is not present. So the entity is maintaining this light source. Not only is it not at the same time over the OVITT Family Community Library like I'm documenting at this time. The video ends at 10:20 a.m. It's 10:18 a.m. and I remain inside a Starbucks. The entity is maintaining impossible light activity inside of the venue where they're engaged in Title 18 federal stalking, and they're engaged in what is harassment, molestation with impossible light. So this is the presence of the fake sun, and this is indeed Starbucks. The 215 E.C. Street, the OVITT Family Community Library, where the entity maintains the fake sun, by the way, as I'm documenting on this day. I'm inside of the parking garage, and the entity is maintaining what I'm going to go through, what Starbucks is engaging in, also with regard to stalking with the fake sun in the specific environment, which is in defiance of nature. And you're witnessing what is stalking in the path, because that's what this is right here. Maintaining presence everywhere that you're going in that environment. And this is also relevant to what LAPD is doing in 2024, when they're engaging what is gang stalking under the fake sun, as the entity is keeping the fake sun not over Starbucks in Ontario, but over me at Alvarado Gardens, where you're recognizing gang stalking by the entity in that supernatural environment where the sun is not at the same time over OVITT Family Community Library. You're seeing it reflecting off of the windshield, the rear windshield of these vehicles who are gang stalking, 8K PP 794, as they cross path in possible light, vacillating all inside of the venue, and gang stalkers in and out, while Starbucks is profiting off of domestic terrorism and psychological torture. Gang stalking with the City of Ontario. Facilitation is underway by the City of Ontario using utility vehicles all around the venue in use of their communication devices, systematically monitoring, and psychopathic personality disorders is what's diagnosed while you're monitoring, keeping your back to somebody. That's ALANA gang stalking. All right, the entity is engaged in this P.O.C. It's currently 10:20 a.m. and inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, the parking garage, you're looking at what is impossible. The sun that's at the OVITT Family Community Library is not only not creating this light activity, that's impossible light activity outside, and Patty and the employees of Starbucks and the patrons are molesting, as I will show you earlier today, under the enduring fake sun. So that's 4 hours over the same venue, and it's also juxtaposing with what's not at the same time over the OVITT Family Community Library when I don't remain at one venue, and it's also not in Los Angeles when you're looking at crossing a path, crossing a path, crossing a path, crossing a path, crossing a path on both sides, group stalking in engineered light. Okay, the entities engaging in what I want to show is what the entities are doing with regard to real-time knowledge about documentation. This is the same venue that's engaged in what is stalking under a fake sun. Starbucks is the establishment that's engaged in gang stalking at 507 North Euclid Avenue. The entity is maintaining the fake sun at the same time at 215 E.C. Street. That is impossible to coexist. You see it reflecting off of the rear windshield of this third party engaging in the pattern of conduct. CX8ZN32, that's a paper plate. The entity is engaging in what is maintaining this light source over the parking garage right over my head in the same manner that it is here at 507 North Euclid Avenue. All right, that's understanding stalking with a fake sun in conformity to the pattern of conduct. And the entity is also engaging in what is molesting with impossible light, which is the significance of the video that I captured yesterday. The intent to murder and kidnap. They want to steal property from me. They're not stealing it. And not only that, the evidence is going to diagnose them. This level of malice is diabolical. This level of malice by a government is unprecedented, and it requires justice, which is going to include disbanding of the kidnappers that are the Ontario police, monitoring my vagina in the bathroom of every venue in Ontario, while sex offenders who are the people of the state in this environment are stalking in the restrooms. Okay, this is entirely demonic, and it's impossible. Absolutely. So this is relevant to what I'm documenting at Starbucks, where, again, ALAYNA, ALANA, VIVIAN, Patty, the employees of Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, who are under the fake sun right now that's remaining over the establishment, in concert with the gang stalking patrons who represent the people of the state, exhibiting severe mental illness while they have failed in manufacturing what is supposed to be mental illness while you're targeting an American citizen in ways in which they're not supposed to be able to prove, and then you're going to demonstrate that they're not capable to maintain their own property, their real property. This is what Tracy Banks in the state of California sought, and Jason Isaac Fields sought to establish by gang stalking. The entity is gang stalking me on a daily, nightly basis by helicopter. The Ontario Police Department engaging in ongoing direct evidence of targeting, and they're doing it in the specific environment in concert with the people of the state. And the engineered light is the direct evidence of surveillance as well, criminal surveillance, and it's also harassment when I am documenting the sexual violence that Starbucks is engaging in, monitoring my genitalia, as I'm referring to in this video, where the sun is not over Starbucks at the same time, like it is today, 24 hours later, when I don't go near the OVITT Family Community Library. Where, by the way, this is also evidence of what the entity is engaging in. As an aside, let me point out something else to you. The entity is maintaining the fake sun at the OVITT Family Community Library and the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, maintaining it within what is 0.4 miles on the same street for the duration of the day, while the entity is keeping that light source over me on one street on Euclid Avenue. This is where the entity is engaged in what is conclusive evidence of targeting. Targeting is identified through that supernatural and absolutely ridiculous environment where psychopaths are maintaining straight faces, not regarding you, not addressing you, while they are gang stalking you. And that is also proven through the light activity, and that's what I want to address in this video, where I'm referring to my genitalia that is under surveillance in the bathroom at Starbucks, that is maintaining a fake sun over me at the venue, and impossible light all around me and on my person at the venue, where the people of the state are gang stalking. And the duration of time in and of itself is probative. This is 7:32 a.m. It's currently 10 when you're looking at the same window. When it is facing the same direction, 10:19 a.m., the entity is maintaining the fake sun with regard to monitoring me. And this is what Starbucks, the corporation, and what Starbucks, each employee, are engaged in with regard to a federal prosecution. And the entity is always gang stalking, understand, for purposes of seeking to defame in order to steal property, which the entity is not going to steal property. The entity is unsuccessful in defaming any American citizen by establishing mental illness by gang stalking. And that's this public corruption that I'm exposing, that the city of Ontario is engaging in. But I want to document, again, the impossible light activity and the fake sun, and this is what the entity is engaging in at 6 in the morning today, where the fake sun is remaining present. All right, this is how Starbucks is harassing after you document sexual violence. This is going to the prosecution of the company and each of the gang stalkers employed at the venue engaging in that P.O.C. This is impossible light activity. This is what they're doing at nightfall. Sunlight, again, this is not sunlight, this is direct light, this is targeted. Because it is also impossible light activity, this is how you're identifying intent, and this is what the people of the state patrons one after another, and it varies in concentration. So before I started recording, the light is deeper amber orange and reaching farther all the way over to where my laptop is, and the demons are sitting right here in my position, stalking. Okay, this is P.O.C. This is the impulsive light activity. That is Patty. She's engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring on camera, and so is the corporation Starbucks. She's doing so amongst a supernatural occurrence. Sunlight does not vacillate outside of buildings and on the inside of buildings under an enduring sun, as I'm documenting. 6:37 in the morning, and it's 10 o'clock. And I'm also reminding you about what's happening at the same time at a different venue at the same time that is remaining over Starbucks. And do not ever forget, because the entity is being prosecuted based on what the LAPD is doing under a fake sun in Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens, where the people of the state are engaging in the exact same pattern of conduct, keeping impossible light activity like you see inside of the parking garage on the ceiling,
This is the significance of what I'm capturing inside of the parking garage, and it's the same pattern of stalking with light, which is the evidence of criminal monitoring that is underway by the state of California that acts in concert with the vicarious actor, the people of the state, which is what Patty represents. Patty is gang stalking me with her coworkers. She's walking in the evidence, engineered light. This is not sunlight. It's also not the sun. It's sitting over the same venue 4 hours later. It's currently 10. So be mindful of the circumstances. It's still over the same venue while I'm looking out the same window. That's hours later, where I am taking the image of what you will see the fake sun. Here you go. 4 hours later, 10:17 a.m. It's not the natural environment. It's not the sun, and neither is that sunlight. It is also relevant that I'm documenting Starbucks engaging in what is gang stalking me in a private space in the midst of private activity, which is the perpetual sex offense. And the next day, the management has closed down the restroom and engages in what is molesting my person with impossible light activity, which is the pattern of conduct. And it's also the pattern of conduct that's underway with the intent to obstruct justice. That is harass me, molest me, psychologically torture me, terrorize me with light that is manifesting supernaturally. And it is literally at the same time the evidence that Starbucks is gang stalking with the state of California. All right, the duration of time regarding the fake sun and the impossible light activity that's shooting into the depths of the cafe where you're looking at that population gang stalking right now under that enduring fake sun. And do not forget that the fake sun is still present at this venue after 6 p.m. in the evening, after 7 p.m. in the evening, where the entity is engaging in what is gang stalking with an entire population. While they're engaging in, I want to be clear, this is violence. Right.
Demons are sitting right here in relevant position, stalking.
They're monitoring.
Okay, this is P.O.C. This is the impulsive
This is
light
all
activity.
impossible light activity?
That's impossible light activity. It's pursuant to criminal monitoring. And you're witnessing mental illness while Patty is gang stalking on video. All right? Because that's what they're doing. They're gang stalking. And these are the sex offenders that are monitoring the vagina. And the entity is, again, this is the pattern of conduct of harassment, license 8AFL 892, engaging in what is molestation with impossible light. These are the demons that are as one entity engaging in harassment as you document them engaging in what is domestic terrorism.
So I want to be clear, that's documented today at 6:34 a.m. The video ends at 6:37 p.m. You're looking at what is crossing a path in the engineer light outside of the building, because they're all under a fake sun that's still over me as I look outside of the same window 4 hours later in this video that I'm capturing right now. And this is also the pattern of conduct while you're looking at the fake sun remaining over in the same manner when I'm at a different address. And you're looking at the shadow of my hand inside of this parking garage.
A criminally procured conservatorship where the entity that's engaging in stalking with engineer light under a fake sun.
This is the entity that is engaging in what is stalking under a fake sun and also engaging in what is stalking with impossible light activity. This is the pattern of conduct that is underway, which is not establishing mental illness on the part of anybody that is being targeted by the state, any state, but here it is the state of California that is doing so in concert with the population that is exhibiting severe mental illness while they're in this environment, targeting an American citizen, engaging in federal stalking, monitoring that person's genitalia in bathrooms, and engaging in then what are acts of documentation of harassment and terrorism and psychological torture because you are reporting them like any whistleblower and like myself in the role of federal prosecutor is going to do. This is relevant for federal prison while Ocean and Patty and SAUL and VIVIAN and ALANA and ALAYNA engage in what is terrorism in this way inside of this venue under a fake sun that's still 4 hours outside of the same window and it's over the top of my head in a manner that is impossible to coexist with being over the top of my head at the same time at 215 E.C. Street. You're seeing it, however, though, this is conclusive. What's reflecting off of this windshield parked in front of 507 Euclid Avenue is not at the entry at the parking garage, reflecting off of this windshield of this vehicle parked at the OVITT Family Community Library at 215 EC Street at the same time. This is the entity that is conclusively shown to be and proven to be stalking in an environment where it is proven that it is that supernatural environment, the fact that it's impossible that this could be, and I'm documenting that impossibility, that's the direct evidence of intentional surveillance, intentional targeting, and that targeting is documented through the light activity. And inside of this parking garage, this is what I'm referring to. While the entity is stalking with light, you can see my hand at the ceiling of this parking garage, and I'm referencing the entity that is impossible to be successful in any court case when you're maintaining a secret conservatorship, seeking to maliciously manufacture mental illness when the mentally ill are gang stalking you, doing things such as the demented pattern of conduct of stalking with light like Patty and the rest of the employees who are the people of the state. That is Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields, the Ontario Police Department, the state acting directly. They share that mental illness. They are the demon-possessed monitoring together in the same exact specific environment. This is impossible light activity. And it is the same pattern of conduct that is underway inside of Starbucks, like I documented this morning. And this is the video that I wanted to capture in order to show that pattern. This is relevant to also monitoring, engaging in federal stalking with the intent to obstruct justice, okay? This is based on my reporting the fact that the entity is monitoring me in the bathroom.
Criminal monitoring. And this criminal monitoring was supposed to aid Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields in maintaining a false marriage, a fake marriage, a criminally procured conservatorship, where the entity that's engaging in stalking with engineer light under a fake sun, using the most spectacular means, unprecedented means, psychopathic means of stalking, using planes and helicopters, a whole police department, just to steal money. This is the entity that's going to be prosecuted for that. Everything that's happening in this venue, including walking, is criminal monitoring that the Ontario Police is being prosecuted for. The entity is engaging in this, and the Ontario Police is being disbanded. This is exposing a satanic targeting system where the so-called secret society engages in what is criminally defaming American citizens while gang stalking with the population.
Alrighty, and that is the video that I'm capturing right now. Yesterday, in other words, I am at the OVITT Family Community Library, which is not going to be seen outside of Starbucks' windows right now on Euclid Avenue at 507. They're not across the street from each other. They're not at the same location. If the sun is over the OVITT Family Community Library, then it's not over 507 North Euclid Avenue, and the sun is not an ubiquitous object that's moving over everyone at the same time, remaining for the duration of the day, like the entity engages in. The entity is engaged in this P.O.C, and I want you to be mindful of what I documented on June 10, 2025 at 6:19 p.m., where over the same entrance, the entity is maintaining the fake sun, which is again capturing that pattern of conduct as well. The sun is not going to remain over the same entry like I'm capturing here at 507 North Euclid Avenue, where Patty is targeting me and exhibiting mental illness in doing so, while a supernatural occurrence is occurring. And as you document that, that is no reflection on myself, and it's no reflection on any American citizen, as not only am I going to prosecute the entity for trying to steal property from me, trying to criminally defame my character in doing so. This is an outright and abysmal failure in doing so, but it is requiring that federal laws and state laws change in this country, where gang stalking is used to manufacture the illusion of mental illness on the part of American citizens who are targeted by psychopaths. And that's what is working for Starbucks. And Starbucks, that is headquartered in Seattle, is going to be prosecuted for this. This is documentation of the mere duration of time. The sun is not going to remain at one venue, one address. This is documentation of what is going to be the categorization of a venue as opposed to a legitimate business that's not going to be prosecuted. Patty is engaged in what is the federal offense on video, very foolish, and it's going to be used against Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields in the state of California, while I am subject to terrorism via engineer light, which is the evidence of criminal monitoring. All right, this is the entity that is stalking, and this is what OVITT Family Community Library is doing while the fake sun is over me at that venue. And it's also not over me where LAPD is gang stalking on this day during this time of year in Los Angeles, where the sun is also not going to be outside a Starbucks window. It's not going to be over my head at the OVITT Family Community Library. There is no engineer light that's ever going to be produced from what these demons are stalking me under, okay? This is P.O.C. It is currently 10:34 a.m. at 507 North Euclid Avenue. I'm going to go ahead and conclude this video with the evidence of the fake sun that does remain while the entity is exhibiting severe mental illness while this malicious pattern of conduct is underway. This is the population that's engaging in pacing under a fake sun. And this public corruption is what is going to result in federal prison for the disbanding of the Ontario Police, removal of Paul Leon from office, federal prison for gang stalking baristas at Starbucks, and the entity is going to be prosecuted. Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks are indeed going to federal prison, and this is the failure of the system of gang stalking in order to steal via criminally procured conservatorships. This is P.O.C. All right, it is currently 11:28 a.m. You're looking at the light source. That is the fake sun that I documented at 10:15 a.m. It's over the same entrance, which is where it remains, like you can see also, well, on video that's published online, but also you can see where I'm capturing screenshots, giving you bigger context of what is not only impossible light activity while Patty is walking in it, and it's moving all around the wall while I move the front door, which is demonic, and it's also impossible light activity pursuant to criminal monitoring. This is gang stalking that Starbucks is engaging in, and Starbucks represents the people of the state who are engaging in the pattern of conduct targeting me in conflict with the state of California. So not only is this the P.O.C. as you're witnessing it on video, it's also relevant to the time. You're always juxtaposing with regard to my P.O.C., the documentation, my P.O.C. documentation showing the entity maintaining this specific environment, which is supernatural, in an entirely different region, which is what is LAPD's gang stalking conduct under the fake sun. And so a couple of things. First of all, the fake sun is still over the entrance at 507 North Euclid Avenue as I'm capturing it in images. And inside of the cafe, there is pacing ongoing. So they're maintaining presence in the path, engineer light, progressively moving closer and closer toward the window. And then you're aware of the entity. That's an illusion. That's not sunlight. That's the evidence. As evident as Patty walking in the engineer light that was swinging in the air today and swiping across the wall. This is the gang stalking pattern of conduct with the engineer light where monitoring is underway. Monitoring is ongoing criminal surveillance by the government, and Starbucks represents the people of the state. And the gang stalking patrons are engaging in that pattern of conduct, the same pattern of conduct. You're just adding a brand to it. In this capitalistic society, it's criminal monitoring, it's demonic activity. And that demonic activity is also punctuated with this light activity, which is entirely impossible to naturally occur. And so while the video that you listen to, the fake sun is over me at 215 E.C. Street, it's also, if you're mindful of my documentation, which you are, because this is a prosecution of the state of California, and my documentation is complete, proving that the state of California is targeting me with the unlawful purpose of the motive of, because it's criminal for them to be targeting in the first place. The motive, relevant additional context, is that this entity is engaging what is seeking to target me in an effort to criminally defame my character, manufacturing, making up mental illness while they are engaged in the system of gang stalking. So proving the entity that is engaged in gang stalking and is under no circumstances in any position to exercise authority of the law while they're engaged in criminal surveillance, and also manufacturing mental illness is not mental illness. I do not have any mental illness conditions, and the entity has been gang stalking as a matter of evidence, targeting me, and also engaged in what is criminal defamation for years. And that's relevant to the ironic body of evidence, which is the P.O.C, which is exhibiting mental illness on the part of the gang stalker. Patty, that works for Starbucks, is exhibiting psychopathic behavioral issues while she is monitoring. She's engaged in gang stalking, and she's doing so in the passive-aggressive manner. But you're looking at the objective evidence of it, the impossible light, the fake sun that is still over the same venue, 5 hours from where I'm capturing it on video at 6:34 a.m. It's 11:32 a.m. And doing so where the population does not have to regard the target individual. And there is the convenience whereby it's just embedded into society, and this is how you have your average neighborhood Starbucks gang stalking under a plus 5 hour fake sun that is not over the 215 C Street OVITT Family Community Library. And like my documentation shows, it's not, which in the natural environment it would be, in Los Angeles over me, where I am subject to harassment and gang stalking, targeting, terrorism by the Los Angeles Police Department that is currently at that time under Dominic Choi's corrupt leadership and his dangerous leadership, where helicopters are repeatedly flying over me, flying over my head, flying over my office, flying over and around my apartment, engaging in what is amplified audible activity, stalking in the path, and monitoring me in concert with the people of the state as I serve to prosecute the people of the state residing at Alvarado Gardens, where the pattern of conduct that they're engaging in Starbucks is underway at Alvarado Gardens, where, for example, June 26th, which is, again, I do attach the playlist for the same day, 2025, and remember what I was doing, what I was documenting, what the state of California was doing in the specific environment which defies nature, where no Starbucks employee is going to have sunlight appearing inside of the depths of a cafe, swinging in the air while you open and close the door. And sunlight does not sit over any Starbucks cafe or any building, any location. It doesn't isolate itself to one place for 5 hours, like the venue where Patty works, where she's on video gang stalking me and exhibiting severe mental illness, malice, and doing so in furtherance of murdering and kidnapping me by criminal defamation. The entity has failed in this endeavor to steal my property through a criminally procured conservatorship. However, this is relevant for prosecution and also for changing the ways that the laws operate in this country. And so the malice of the gang stalking entity is what is at the forefront, and the mental illness that is at the forefront when you are witnessing the evidence of mental illness while they are pacing around, stalking, and engaging what is present in this engineered light. Okay? So I want to be clear. First of all, when I walk outside of the cafe to capture the fake sun, I'm capturing that at I'm capturing the fake sun that's remaining at the same venue. I step out to get the fake sun over the top of my head at 11:25, where it was at the same location when I'm documenting the video that you already listened to at 10:19 a.m. And Patty, Starbucks, gang stalking when I'm at the same venue, 507 North Euclid Avenue, at what is 6:34 a.m., where the entity is maintaining the fake sun outside of the same window. I'm at the same property. So the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct that I've shown, keeping a fake sun on the east side of my person. Whichever direction is east, that's where the entity is starting the fake sun around me, keeping the fake sun over the top of my head for the duration of the day, and then setting it on the west side of my person, whatever direction is west, while it keeps the fake sun over me all day long. And that is the evidence showing how the city of Los Angeles is gang stalking, the city of Ontario is gang stalking. As you can look at the documentation today in 2024, and also I just want to be clear, at the same exact time when I'm capturing this video today, and when I'm comparing the video today with regard to the 10:19 a.m. fake sun at Starbucks to what I captured at the same time yesterday at the screen recording of the fake sun over the parking garage. Same time analysis. At the same time in Los Angeles yesterday, when I'm capturing the video in the parking garage, the LAPD is gang stalking by helicopter while that fake sun is directly over me at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles. Now, the sun that is over me in the natural environment is not going to be outside of the parking garage in order to be over my head. And while it's in Los Angeles, it's not going to create any light coating the ceiling on the interior of that parking garage. And in no circumstances is even the fake sun. The fake sun that's on the outside of the building has nothing to do with that engineered light that's coating the ceiling of that parking garage. And that's the point that I'm getting at. You're understanding, first of all, the methods of identifying gang stalking, which is criminal surveillance by the government. And this government is engaging in what is gang stalking me with the motive of stealing property by falsely depicting my character on paper, where they're engaging in what is the act of criminal defamation, which is built into the pattern of conduct. When you're gang stalking with things like a fake sun under an engineered light, and the target individual doesn't have evidence, and merely makes statements that are unsupported with evidence, that, by the way, a corrupt government plainly disregards, and merely engages in what is adjudicating over you and your liberty and your property on paper in order to accomplish a theft. This is public corruption. And this is what is also inspiring the repeated kidnappings by the Ontario Police Department, who, again, as the evidence shows, they are the maniacal psychopaths and the obsessed stalkers who are wildly corrupt, and also sex offenders who are engaged in obsessively monitoring, stalking me, in concert with Patty, who represents Starbucks, in concert with all of the people of the state who are stalking like psychopaths, sitting around as though they're focused on reading a book. They're focused on conversing with each other. The fake sun, the engineered light, the pacing, the stalking by light activity by the entity outside of the venue, like I'm capturing, is relevant to what is surveillance, while the entity is engaged in what is ongoing obsessive stalking together as an entity. And it is occurring on the same day, at the same time, in the same circumstances, which is impossible regarding a natural environment where the sun that's over 1810 North Alvarado Street in Los Angeles is not over these demons who are gang stalking. They're under a fake sun gang stalking. They're not under the natural environment where the sun is not over both venues in two different regions for the duration of the day, which is what I documented on June 26, 2025, and today, 24, and today, June 27, 2024. The entity is, I wanted to point out, as I walk out and get the image of the fake sun at 11, specifically at 11:25 a.m., you will see the images of what is stalking conduct, heavy duty stalking. The employee going by the name of G, he's on video, he's gang stalking under the fake sun that's remaining at 5 hours into his shift, or at least 5 hours. He was here when I arrived at around 6:34 a.m. and I captured this video. 5 hours later, the fake sun is still here at 11:38 a.m. He is gang stalking for the entirety of his shift thus far, and he's engaging in that with the city of Ontario, and doing so with impunity and exhibiting severe mental illness while he's engaged in terrorism with his co-worker, Patty, on video, gang stalking, very direct evidence, and a straightforward prosecution for criminal monitoring. The entity is delusional with regard to being prosecuted for gang stalking and still accomplishing stealing my property through a corrupt means of a conservatorship that's not even lawfully obtained. The entity is delusional. So, like I said, the entity is delusional with the Ontario Police providing direct evidence of stalking on an ongoing basis, and you're still monitoring and you're not stealing any of my property through a criminally procured conservatorship. This is the entity that is also exhibiting mental illness, based on their own pattern of conduct, okay? They're in a whole cartoon environment. They engage in what is like what G is doing at 11:25. You will see in the image, you'll see the color black behind the wooded structures. This is the third party that's hurrying up to run inside of the male restroom. He's doing that to maintain presence in the path. And so what actually this psychopath is doing is stalking in the path, making sure that he is there to cross paths with me as I re-enter the cafe, and he is rushing in order to do that. While I return to my seat, capturing the fake sun, and that's conclusive evidence of it because of the fake sun is there. So that's context. You're not rushing because you have to go to the bathroom. You're rushing because you're crossing path. As I get up from my seat, walk to the entrance, capture the fake sun. I'm documenting stalking with peculiarized light, which is on Euclid Avenue, the utility vehicle. Stalking with light. This is what the city of Ontario is doing, while the people of the state are stalking in the path inside of the cafe. And this is all on behalf of Tracy Banks. This is all on behalf of the corrupt judges and Jason Isaac Fields maintaining a fake marriage, Tracy Banks maintaining a secret and criminally procured false power of attorney, false conservatorship, all of these things seeking to steal my property. They're engaged in gang stalking with the entity, and they're doing so in a highly unintelligent manner. They're surrounded by the evidence, and the entity is showing its mental illness not only by that P.O.C, like I stated, but also by the ongoing continuation of it when the secret is not only out, it's all over the internet, but you are not in federal court going to steal anything from anybody ever again, let alone me, on the basis of some sort of mental illness when you're engaged in what is criminally monitoring. This is the absurdity of the gang stalking system, but nonetheless, you are understanding the significance of running into the bathroom, its relevant positioning by a Starbucks employee who's gang stalking on the job. He does so with regard to the peculiar behavior of the entity that is engaged in what is going into the restrooms to maintain a method of surveillance. Relevant positioning. So as I walk back in, I'm seated. There is somebody that is already in position. They're never leaving the path unmanned. In other words, the entity is maintaining presence, running into the bathroom. This is a psychopath that's demented, and they're also demented and sex offenders while they monitor my genitalia when I'm in the bathroom. All right, their entity is engaging what is running into the bathroom to maintain relevant positioning, and doing so in the relevant context is that the fake sun is still over this 507 North Euclid Avenue Starbucks, like I'm capturing in images for you to see on the Google Drive at 11:25 a.m. And it has been here as a matter of documentation, which you can see in the 6:34 a.m. video of the spectacular conduct with impossible light activity, which is the direct evidence of criminal monitoring, targeting by the state. That state that is targeting is not does not have any authority or jurisdiction over the person or property of an American citizen, for purposes of manufacturing mental illness in order to steal property, which is what the city of Ontario, the state of California, Tracy Banks, Jason Isaac Fields have sought to engage in. And this is a fail in that, but I'm also pointing out their pattern of conduct. What the Los Angeles Police Department is doing on this day is keeping the fake sun in the same manner that it is over me at Starbucks, and in the same manner that it is yesterday at the OVITT Family Community Library. Remember, when I'm walking into the library, the fake sun is over my head as I step under that window at the elevator, but it's remaining over the entrance of the Starbucks today. That's not over the elevator window. This is evidence of real-time movement and the exclusivity of that movement of the sun, because the sun is not an ubiquitous object that's remaining over everyone. Clearly, you're seeing it at the same cafe where the entity is gang stalking and exhibiting psychopathic tendencies while keeping their face pointed at something else as though they're focused on other things when all they're doing is gang stalking. And also the light activity is what demonstrates that, proves that. And LAPD's criminal engagement in that pattern of conduct in the specific environment proves that. And all they're engaging in what is passive-aggressive methods of retaliation, stalking, molesting, harassing with impossible light, while they're silent, stalking in the path, silent, pacing all around you, silent while the engineered light is all over the place, silent while the fake sun sits at over 5 hours over me at the same venue. Those are psychopaths that are gang stalking in an unintelligent and widely exposed pattern of conduct, okay, for purposes of prosecuting the government and prosecuting gang stalkers like Jason Fields and Tracy Banks, okay? The entity is engaging in what is keeping this fake sun over Starbucks today, and at the same time, the entity is maintaining that fake sun over me in Los Angeles. So number one, when Patty is gang stalking and the fake sun is in alignment to me and at 507 North Euclid Avenue, on this day in 2024, I'm documenting the fake sun while I'm inside of my vehicle coming from Planet Fitness at 1000 East Washington Boulevard in Los Angeles, California. Not only is the fake sun in alignment to me through that Planet Fitness window, which I documented on video because I've been documenting the pattern of conduct, which is underscored and recognized through a specific environment, a ridiculous environment where a bunch of delusional psychopaths are looking to the left and the right, and they're all stalking you, all right? And they're all engaging in what is this demonic activity that's very demonic, while they're also exhibiting severe delusion. The more that they engage in what is ignoring you while they're gangsta, I'm not stating that you need to talk to me. I'm not stating that. But what I'm stating is the entity, the way that in which this pattern of conduct appears. These are psychopaths, and they're also delusional, so they engage in what is silently gang stalking you, passive-aggressively targeting you and harassing you and psychologically torturing you, and doing so on video, on camera, on podcast, in the specific environment is as criminal and unlawful and psychopathic and equally relevant for diagnosis and prosecution. And that's the bottom line. The entity is severely sick, and they're engaging in that pattern of conduct with what is malice. That's what's relevant about that. That malice is directly getting to that demented mind state. But the entity is keeping the fake sun reflecting off of windows at Alvarado Gardens. When I'm showing you engineered light on the brick wall, I'm showing you the fake sun reflecting off of the 1818 North Alvarado Street apartment windows, while the entity is stalking with that fake sun in Los Angeles. And what's reflecting off of the windows at the apartment building where I'm the property manager, what's remaining over my head as I am on the freeway en route from Planet Fitness back to my apartment complex is not remaining in alignment to Patty that's gang stalking me with impossible light at 6:34 a.m. on the same day. Okay, this is not the shared environment where LAPD is gang stalking me at 8 o'clock in the morning, where the entity is keeping the fake sun, as I'm documenting at this same venue, where a bunch of psychopaths who are delusional are obsessively stalking, and they've already lost their bet. They've already lost what is secrecy, and they've already lost what is the purpose in gang stalking, to create the appearance of mental illness of the person that you're targeting. They've already lost that. The evidence, the direct evidence, and the wealth of that body of evidence of targeting with the government, as a government that seeks to criminally defame by gang stalking, that sick system, that the entity has fully forfeited any sort of legitimate appearance in court. That's not what's going on, and that's not what's going to happen. But the entity that is gang stalking, you're subject to what's going to be a diagnosis, mental examinations. Your mind state is going to be at the forefront of that prosecution in that controversy, and also it's relevant to prosecution, okay? Ocean and ALANA, VIVIAN, Patty, G, whatever his full name is, and SAUL, etc. They're engaged in the pattern of conduct, and they are up for federal prosecutions like every other gang stalker at Planet Fitness under the fake sun, like I documented on this day in 2024 at the same time. All right, the fake sun that's in alignment to me at the gym in LA off of Washington and Washington Boulevard, where LAPD is gang stalking in traffic, and they're all driving an engineered light on the roads, is not the same environment and is not shared with the fake sun that's essentially over what is Chevron across the street, and then 5 hours later over the top of my head at the same Starbucks, where it's stalking in the path with light, while the demons are maintaining methods of flashing light through the city of Ontario, aiding in the criminal endeavors of the people of the state. Delusional altogether, looking to the left and right, not addressing you while they are stalking you and your genitalia. Running into the bathroom in order to maintain presence of the path, like the psychopaths working at Starbucks are engaging in, and doing so while the entity is keeping engineered light flying through the air, interfering with my operation of my device, while psychopaths like Vivian run into the bathroom doing the same. These are the demons that are subject to federal prison. This is the pattern of conduct that I'm subject to. This is relevant to the document that I uploaded to the Google Drive. It is referred to as stalking via light. That is the conduct, the pattern within the pattern of conduct of criminal monitoring. The people of the state that are engaged in criminal monitoring are gang stalking. They're engaged in group stalking with the government. And this is the government that engaged in this pattern of conduct with the intent, the motive to steal property, which it is unsuccessful in. Proving the fact that the government is targeting is directly rebutting that you are legitimate at all, and that you're going to take my property by trying to falsely depict the character of the person that you're targeting. The entity is doing so through a bunch of psychopaths who are actually mentally ill as well. That's what's also relevant about that. The entity is engaging in this P.O.C. and Not only is the fake sun at the same time in alignment to me on this day in 2024, the entity kept the fake sun over me for the duration of the day, like I documented in 15 videos from 6 a.m. until 7 p.m., 6:55 to be exact. And the entity kept the fake sun over me from the Planet Fitness gym where I'm working out to what is my my living room window where I routinely would document the fake sunrise, evidence of the state of California targeting me in the specific environment, just like it is while it's rising through the doorways of these unintelligent demons who are gang stalking in an obvious, plain manner for the prosecution of the rest of the state of California at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. The entity is engaging in what is mutually exclusive, and it's also what is not only mutually exclusive, that's speaking to the pattern of conduct. While they engage in a mutually exclusive pattern of conduct, it's sharing the pattern of conduct amongst the state of California. That is not having a perpetually occurring sunrise in all manner at every corner, everywhere in the state of California. Not through the window of the Planet Fitness, also through my living room window at Alvarado Gardens, and at the same time through the doorway of Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. Also reflecting off of the windows of Tracy Banks' apartment at Woodside Senior Apartments at 6:33 a.m. while you're looking at my shadow appearing behind me. Again, not sunlight and not the sun. It's the evidence of stalking with light, and it is the outward demonstration of demon possession by the unintelligent and also mentally ill third parties who are the people of the state gang stalking with the government, whose pattern of conduct is also very ill-equipped for common sense scrutiny, and also what is evidence to be submitted in court with regard to criminal monitoring targeting by that government that is not going to accomplish stealing or defaming the character of any American citizen, especially not me. But this is speaking to what no government is able to do. It's asinine. All right, it's patently absurd, and they are showing bare bones mental sickness while they engage in it, and they're at a delusional state with regard to the fact that it's exposed. This is the same entity that are gang stalking, looking to the left or right, and the Ontario PD were last night flying in circles over my head. That's directly relevant to what they're doing, and what they're doing under an enduring fake sun at what is over 5+ hours over the cafe, which is not over the 215 East C Street OVITT Family Community Library, never providing for the sun to be over my head in its zenith at that staircase adjacent to the elevator, never providing for the fake sun. It will be, but not for the natural environment, because I am at 11:29. I'm documenting the fake sun and LAPD gang stalking me at 11:29 a.m. on this day in 2025. Gang stalking me with the resident, Ahmad, of 1818 apartment number 2, while he's walking out of my office, and LAPD is engaging in what is terrorism. Gang stalking me under the fake sun that's over me at my office at 11:29 a.m., which I documented on video. And you have the demons of the 507 North Euclid Avenue Starbucks running into the bathroom, engaging in the most demented and sick behavior in order to stalk inside of a building where a fake sun remains over 2 mutually exclusive locations, and it's not happening at the same time. It is revealing what is the environment where criminal surveillance, particular to one person who is being surrounded, who is being kept under surveillance and being targeted. And this is because of property and money that belongs to me, and that's going to remain with me while I am improving that criminal system. LAPD is directly competing with the criminal conduct that's highly unpersuasive, while a bunch of psychopaths run in and out of bathrooms, pacing around, looking to the left and right in impossible light and under a fake sun, and doing so while being paid by Starbucks and by being paid by the city of Ontario, and doing so while remaining present via traffic and engaging in surveillance in the cafe while they're engaging in that pattern of conduct as an entity, in other words. So this is relevant to what I'm documenting today. I always attach the playlist of what happened on the same day, for example, in 2024, because that's what I've been focused on lately, but it's not limited to 2024. And the videos that I'm documenting in 2024, I'm referring to what was happening prior to that in 2022, which is relevant to what's not in Chino, California, for example, when I'm at my office at the same time and the entity's gang stalking in helicopter with the fake sun over the top of my head, but I'm at the Chino Branch Library in 2022 on the same day at the same time. And this is how I'm going through an ongoing analysis, juxtaposition of the crime scene. The crime scene is recognized where the fake sun is just sitting for the duration of the day, and where engineer light is just flying through the air, which is not sunlight. This is where the entity is engaging in what is not only gang stalking, but as what Starbucks, what Ocean, what ALANA, ALAYNA, Patty, Vivian, SAUL, and the entity that is gang stalking at Starbucks exhibit severe mental illness and monitoring, gang stalking me, harassing me with the intent to obstruct their disdain for my privacy while they're monitoring my vagina in the bathroom with a whole population. These same psychopaths looking to the left and right in the impossible light, under the fake sun, monitoring the genitalia in the private space where they're pacing all around, gang stalking together. These are the demons that don't stand any hope in federal court in their prosecution. And the state of California, Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, they maintain no legitimacy and no hope. They are gang stalking. They have committed repeated acts of kidnapping in an effort to criminally defame, acting with the state of California, acting with the multiple cities that I've documented, the city of Los Angeles, the city of Ontario, that are engaged in criminal monitoring, which is identified in that environment that defies nature. The entity that's also engaging in a pattern of kidnapping, manufacturing charges in the same way that they seek to piecemeal and manufacture mental illness when they don't even have any information, and they engage in what is violating the law for me to even be in their custody. The entity is engaging in what is all manner illegitimate at the outset, and none of that results in what is a lawful conclusion for the entity. The entity has no legitimacy. It's engaged in criminal conduct from the beginning until the end. And my evidence, my documentation is what is establishing that, and it's also relevant for prosecuting psychopaths that are gang stalking in the U.S. and in the state of California. It's 11:54. The entity is maintaining the fake sun at 11:29 on video. The entity is maintaining the fake sun at 12:09 on video, at 1:45 p.m. on video, at what is during the 3 p.m. hour on video, at 5 p.m. on video, and while I'm inside of my bedroom, from the tail end of 5 p.m. until essentially 7 p.m., 6:55 p.m. The entity's keeping the fake sun over my apartment complex for me to get basically a video every hour. That's the evidence of stalking with the fake sun that never left from being over me at Alvarado Gardens, which is the pattern of conduct. I documented this pattern of conduct here at Starbucks. I documented this pattern of conduct at what is Woodside Senior Apartments. Every hour of the day, the fake sun documented from sunrise until sunset. I documented this pattern of conduct at the OVITT Family Community Library, where that supernatural environment is what is underscoring the identifying targeting by a government that is relying on a population that is also mentally sick, that is also corrupt, that is also conspiring to steal, murder, and kidnap an American citizen that they are gang stalking. The irony here is that the entity that is gang stalking, their mental illness is going to be put at the forefront of their prosecution. It is also changing the ways in which the laws operate. You have what it right now is public corruption that is freely engaged in by a population that's coming in and engaging in criminal conduct with the company that is profiting currently from it. This is going to result in what is draining the pockets. It's also going to result in what is damages that are designed to punish Starbucks and also denigrate its label, its company name, based on the egregious criminal conduct, the egregious violence that they're inflicting while they're engaged in domestic terrorism and psychological torture as a corporation, and hiring the demon-possessed, hiring domestic terrorists to prepare coffee drinks while they're gang stalking with the state of California. Starbucks is not ignorantly engaging in that while I'm documenting the pattern of conduct at every single Starbucks that I go to, replete with the fake sun and the engineered light flying in the air and all over the ceiling and multiple shadows, the entity gang stalking with the people of the state who are stalking in bathrooms while that surveillance is underway. It is stalking in a bathroom, and it is predatory and sexually motivated and entirely demented. While I'm documenting LAPD under the fake sun, while the entity is gang stalking at 507 North Euclid Avenue, under a sun that is not over the OVITT Family Community Library, contrary to what I'm documenting when I'm in that library yesterday. And while I'm in Ontario, you're mindful of what LAPD is doing in the same exact specific environment, which is not the natural environment. It is a crime scene where they are in fact targeting. But you also know the LAPD, the city of LA, the state of California is targeting because of how heavily the LAPD engaged in gang stalking by helicopter. So at that level of evidence, I have not just what is traditional stalking harassment by the city of LA, Karen Bass, Robert Luna, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, gang stalking and following me around throughout the city of Los Angeles in helicopters. But you have what is also the evidence of the state surveillance gang stalking, which is demonic. And that's what is the evidence supporting that is the enduring sun at what is going on 6 hours now. It's 11:57 a.m. And Patty and ALANA, Ocean are under what is a fake sun that's sitting over the same venue that they were on video under at 6:34 a.m. That's relevant for federal prison. They are monitoring my genitalia and harassing me as I report their sexual violence on the venue of the internet, which is exactly what you're going to do when the government is seeking to steal property, steal your money from you by criminally defaming your character and engaging in doing that via gang stalking. And not only is that unsuccessful with me, My evidence is also supporting and proving that gang stalking anyone does not establish mental illness, as you understand how this corrupt system operates. It's currently 11:58 a.m. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me. Refer to the playlist for June 26, 2025, as I attach it to the podcast for yesterday, June 26, 2025, when the entity was gang stalking me at the same exact time. I'm in the parking garage and the fake sun is over the top of my head in that parking garage, and you're looking above my head and that's on that ceiling in that parking structure, and engineer light is all over the roof. That's demonic, first of all. It is relevant to the mind state of those who are passive aggressively targeting and psychologically torturing another person. That impossible light activity is speaking to the impossible ability to be a sane individual gang stalking, i.e. the behavioral health issues are put at the forefront where the gang stalkers are in that specific environment targeting another person, doing things like running in bathrooms in order to stalk somebody. The entity is gang stalking on video yesterday at the same time. LAPD is engaging in what is targeting by helicopter, the Hallmark, under that fake sun that is present for the duration of the day as well. So these are the things that I'm also reminding you're all mindful of the bigger picture. I left Alvarado Gardens based on the ongoing terrorism that I was subject to on the job, not capable of being able to work without being threatened on an ongoing ceaseless basis, which the entity engages in order to then manufacture the fact that, oh, you're incapable of taking care of yourself, and that's why you're sleeping on my couch, which is what this psychopath Tracy Banks would reiterate as her audible activity while she's living under the fake sun and an engineer light that fills her apartment. She's going to federal prison. She also forgot to mention that she has a secret conservatorship when she engaged in those methods of criminal defamation on my podcast, which I documented, because her malice is relevant to prosecuting the state of California, all right? But the entity engages in targeting you in the workplace in order to manufacture what's supposed to appear on paper as mental illness, grave disability. That's not grave disability at all. And nothing that I've documented, by the way, is supporting the Tracy Banks or any government's unlawful and malicious assertions about my character, in addition to what is the evidence itself of the government, the people of the state, Tracy Banks, Jason Fields, her sex partner, targeting me. All of that is evidence of the entity engaging in criminal conduct and the absence of any inability on my part to take care of my own business, which I always have, okay? Like I said, Tracy Banks could not finance a Twinkie. She's a thief, she's a common thief, she's a criminal, she's a fraud. She's engaged in what is a lifestyle of criminal activity and defrauding people and living a whole fake lifestyle. And that's shared by the people of the state as you see them engaging in what is the malice of the P.O.C. They're all engaging in the pattern of conduct, chit-chat. No! They're an engineer light under the fake sun, and doing so with the government. That's all manner of heavy-duty, diligent surveillance, psychopathic surveillance. As psychopathic as what you see on a daily basis, flying in circles over my head by helicopter in that same exact specific environment. And that's what you're mindful of. These are the delusional psychopaths whose criminal engagement in that pattern of conduct is thoroughly laid out and expounded upon, and literally what is a tutorial. And in addition to that, it's used to prosecute them. And as I prosecute you, you are not taking any of my property. You are, in other words, always admitting to being engaged in this criminal system and never achieving stealing through a fake conservatorship and through a fake marriage. Okay, it's currently 12:01 p.m. and these playlists is what I want to make sure that I am reminding you about. The entity keeping the fake sun from 6 a.m. until 7 p.m. in alignment to me at Alvarado Gardens. Also, as I go to the gym, where the entity kept the fake sun in alignment to me, and then en route to my apartment where it's reflecting off of the windows at Alvarado Gardens. That is not causing sunlight to vacillate inside of the Starbucks where Patty is gang stalking. Patty and every other employee, including Vivian and the rest of these gang stalkers who are violent sex offenders, monitoring my vagina, engaging in that method of harassment with impossible light because I'm exposing them on the venue of the internet, which is what you're going to do with any government that is targeting you in the psychopathic manners that they are, okay? It is currently 12:02 p.m. I remain subject to that pattern of conduct. The entity is keeping the fake sun over 507 North Euclid Avenue, and it is not over the OVITT Family Community Library like it was 24 hours ago, meaning it's not going to be over the elevator. It's impossible, as it's over my head. As you can see, the logo of Starbucks, to be abundantly clear about where it's at. And the city of Ontario, the state, is gang stalking because it's also not in Los Angeles, where LAPD is literally captured essentially every hour of the day on this day in 2024 under a fake sun from 6 a.m. until 7 p.m. All right, it is currently 12:03 p.m. and this is P.O.C. City of Ontario gang stalking through the maintenance of light activity. That's facilitating light activity while the people of the state are engaged in federal stalking via communication devices and online. And they are identified and proven to be doing that in that environment where they are practicing that surveillance in the engineered light under the fake sun that's remaining over, again, the same Starbucks. As I capture images of the City of Ontario gang stalking through corrupt businesses who are stalking in the path as well, while the two utility vehicles are a means of flashing light. The flashing light is relevant for facilitation and light activity. And the fake sun is directly over the top of my head as of 12:09 p.m. And immediately the entity is stalking in the path, flying west over the intersection of E Street and Euclid, where the people of the state are gang stalking inside of the cafe. That's the surveillance that they're all sharing in, stalking in the path. They're sitting in engineer light, they're reading books in engineer light. They have multiple shadows inside, and also the entity has engineer light flying inside of the venue all across the walls, and the entity has the fake sun over the Starbucks. And LAPD is gang stalking under a fake sun that's remaining over me on this day in 2024. The Ontario International Airport is targeting by flying over the intersection where, again, there's no planes that are taking off from the terminals and hovering over this intersection. That is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct of stalking by commercial planes, and doing so while targeting is also proven by the entity doing so under that fake sun that's remaining over the same Starbucks that it was at 6:34 a.m. this morning. Okay, so that's relevant for light activity. The businesses engaging in that's relevant for a prosecution, as I'm always exposing. This is what Speaker Companies is engaging in. This is what Avanath Capital Management is documented engaging in. This is what Starbucks is engaging in. Chevron and Arco, they're engaging in the pattern of conduct as well. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct through the City of Ontario. Every business in California, as surveillance is underway in the state, is engaged in federal stalking. So this is, again, the headline news. And as I have not consented to that, it's an unprecedented basis of a prosecution and unprecedented invasion of privacy. But it's also a sex offense while the entity is gang stalking amongst a secret system of surveillance, and doing so because they conspired to steal property and trying to falsely depict the character of an American citizen in doing so. But I want to be clear, the entity is gang stalking by the City of Ontario that's flying over by plane over the intersection where they're maintaining flashing light through the utility vehicles at the intersection. And this is what they were doing at the during the video I captured at 10:15 a.m. And going to the opposite side of the street, which is maintaining presence in the path while the fake sun remains. This is the same fake sun that's present remaining on video as I'm documenting at 6:18 p.m. I'm documenting the fake sun at the same Starbucks as late at 7:26 p.m. This is relevant to stalking in the path with flashing light. Flashing light is relevant for facilitation. The people of the state, the demons engaged in this flashing light conduct in that specific environment. It is a part of maintaining the specific environment, and it is exactly where, at the same time that I document that, the entity is flying over gang stalking by commercial airline planes, just like they are over 325 West G Street while I'm at the Support Professional Building, hovering over here as though they're taking off, but they're flying much northwest to engage in hovering as though they're taking off at a greater distance away from the airport. They're doing the same thing over the Stater Brothers. They're flying at a distance farther and farther away while still engaging in the same ridiculous act of as though you're taking off at a tremendous distance away from the airport. Again, this is the entity that is clearly gang stalking. The entire system is unintelligent, and it's also, in other words, very obvious. Very, very obvious. Light activity creation, it is criminal with regards to surveillance that the government is engaging in through corrupt businesses, which Starbucks is engaging in as you get it to it commercially. Starbucks is gang stalking with the businesses that are in relevant position, also engaging in the elements of monitoring gang stalking and making money off of it. And then you're getting to the people of the state that are gang stalking, such as ALANA and ALAYNA and VIVIAN and the SAUL and the Ocean, all the employees that are gang stalking as you're documenting one venue, for example. But this is bigger than one venue. It's the state, and it's relevant to what's going on in Los Angeles where they're gang stalking. All right, this is P.O.C. It's 12:12 p.m. I want to give context about what is uploaded to the Google Drive. All right, license 8EJS 755, 5YTG 584, 8TDP 779, 7PNP 639, 8NTZ 350, 7CKA 592, JTS 9919, that's Texas. License 8AVX 523, 9APY 925, 8EWF 035. This is the entity that's gang stalking, which the evidence of what LAPD is doing on this day in 2024 proves as well. What the entity is doing at 7 p.m. under this fake sun at the same venue proves that as well. What the entity is doing yesterday under the fake sun at the OVITT Family Community Library proves that as well. License 8APC 928 69498M2 9RED 554. The fact that the fake sun is over the same address, it's a venue, not a legitimate business. They're gang stalking. License DG47D78 paper 7ZDW186 8EWF035. RNPTAN, if that's somebody in the medical profession, they're gang stalking, they're engaged in psychological torture, they're engaged in domestic terrorism, they're violent sex offenders. That is a disqualification from the medical profession as I'm documenting them. 9MDPO96, 5GJN730, 7EIBO49, license 9CVR352, 9TPX237, 9MKB686. And the entity is maintaining the fake sun over, now I'm at the back parking lot, and I've documented the fake sun over the same building of Starbucks at 6 in the morning when I'm approaching from the back parking lot as well. The entity is surrounded with evidence. So again, this is delusional conduct. The entity is going to be diagnosed and prosecuted. The entity that's gang stalking is engaged in what is 9SWY560, violence with impossible light. Relevant to what is also federal stalking, retaliating, using violence with impossible light while you're monitoring, you're admitting to monitoring. 7CVH336, you're admitting to monitoring when you are present in that environment and engaging in what is acting like it's not there. Now you're engaging in what is monitoring, and you're demonstrating to a court that you're mentally unwell and that you need mental examinations. That's how this evidence is going to be used against the entity. What Patty is doing on video is mentally disturbed behavior. 9LDM255. What the entity is doing while it's gang stalking is mentally disturbed. The City of Ontario is surrounding at the intersections with methods of flashing light. That's mentally disturbed behavior. 7LDT539. These are demons that are stalking together as a city. That's mentally disturbed behavior. This is an entity that is under no circumstances in any position to diagnose anyone, let alone does gang stalking create any sort of mental illness on the part of an American citizen. It's absurd what this corrupt government has been engaging in. 64809H2. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison though. She's somebody that maintains a secret conservatorship, and she thought that her connections with a bunch of corrupt government actors and having sex with a bunch of corrupt attorneys and judges and giving people fellatio was going to accomplish her ability to not prosecute me, but, yes, have me prosecuted pursuant to kidnapping and have me criminally defamed. She thought that her sex practices, her being a Jezebel spirit, was going to win that. This demon engaged in what is gang stalking me in the morning, license 9LDM863, is gang stalking in the afternoon in the fake sun. It is currently 12:45 p.m. The fake sun's not over the OVITT Family Community Library. Remember what I documented yesterday? It's P.O.C. They're engaged in surveillance. So is Tabitha at the male's restroom right now. Doing so while the entity is engaged in that pattern of conduct. They're tracking my steps inside of the cafe, maintaining presence as I walk in and out of the cafe documenting. And that's also proven by the fake sun that moves around. That's how you know that they're all tracking my steps. They're stalking all together. That's mentally disturbed behavior, and they're going to be prosecuted for their mentally disturbed, their psychopathic patterns of stalking someone as a community. In the same way that the Ontario Police Department is going to be disbanded for their obviously and mentally disturbed pattern of stalking me in helicopters. And this is the same criminal conduct of the Ontario Police Department. The entity is acting vicariously right now through a group of highly unintelligent demons who engage in things like crouching in bathrooms, running into bathrooms, pacing in and out of bathrooms to stalk me. All right, that mentally disturbed behavior is going to be directly relevant and detailed in their prosecution. You like to engage in stalking, you like to stalk people in bathrooms, you like to engage in surveillance in bathrooms, you like to engage in this weird, peculiar conduct such as light flying all over the place. Explain this conduct with this light and acting, playing stupid, being dumbfounded when you're looking at it on video and you're looking at what is the pattern of conduct by that demon-possessed entity that engages in passive-aggressive stalking as though it's not happening. They're going to be diagnosed. It's malice, and it's also unintelligent to be on video doing that over and over and over again. This is how you're going to prosecute an entity that's gang stalking. It is currently 6:27 p.m. This is P.O.C. at 507 North Euclid Avenue where the fake sun remains. And it is not the natural environment like I documented yesterday at the parking garage at 10:13 a.m. and the fake sun is over my head. That same parking garage, by the way, it is over at 6 p.m. when I walk outside of that OVITT Family Community Library, which is also evidence that the City of Ontario is gang stalking while the sun remains on one street from morning until evening, while you know that the City of Ontario is gang stalking because LA is gang stalking me at Alvarado Gardens at maintaining a fake sun from sunrise until sunset. This is, in addition to the pattern of conduct, the demonstration of severe mental illness, and this is bringing, again, a public safety concern, and this is an announcement with regard to the mental health crisis where a population is engaging in this very disturbed and demented behavior. It is currently 12:47 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, you're looking at 12:48 p.m. That's Tabitha, who you see gang stalking in the evening under the fake sun at the same venue. It's 12:48 p.m. So that is, again, duration of time where she is engaged in gang stalking with knowledge and intent, especially while she's in the bathroom in order to make sure that somebody is in my path behind me in order to cross path. That's the stalking behavior. The people of the state that are in line purchasing drinks, they're engaging in stalking behavior, maintaining presence in front of me. Tabitha's maintaining presence behind me. And you're aware of the specific knowledge about the truth about the specific details because the fake sun is vacillating as I walk from the front entrance to the back parking lot, and it was here at 6:34 where Patty is gang stalking and exhibiting severe mental illness in doing so. This is the evidence that's going to put people in prison, and it's also going to put them in asylums where they're going to get the attention that they need for their very severely demented mind states that compels them to target people. And you're not getting any of my money. The conservative, you're not taking any of my money. There's not going to be any confusion about my pristine mind state. And my perfectly healthy my perfectly healthy behavior as a human being, as opposed to what is exposing what is actually very disturbing and demented behavioral health of the demon-possessed that are gang stalking in an obvious manner, very unintelligent, and mirroring the same exact conduct over and over and over. This is also how you know that they're demons, that it's spiritual. All right, so it is a testimony. If you don't want to be a maniacal psychopath, accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior today, because Satan will have you out here looking very crazy like the people of the state of California do. Crazy as in unstable, and like a threat that needs to be confined in a facility, because that's exactly where Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields are going. That's exactly where the demons of the Ontario Police Department are going. That's exactly where any gang stalker that is threatening my life in an impermissible manner, which is speaking to that which the federal government will never tolerate, especially with regard to stalking, gang stalking, threatening with police departments, they're going to federal prison. They're going to federal prison, and while you want to engage in psychopathic pacing, you want to engage in acting like the engineer light's not there, while you're engaged in all manner of terrorism, that's not making you look innocent. You look disturbed, and everyone is going to recognize that. This is the real-time translation for the psychopathic behavior in the engineered light. It's not invisible just because you act like it's not there. You're going to be diagnosed as the malicious psychopath that you are by virtue of your behavior, facts and circumstances that are very specific in order to diagnose you, as opposed to the entity that lies and then puts it on paper and then submits it in a corrupt courthouse in order to create that illusion, which is unconstitutionally affecting the liberty and property rights of American citizens. Okay, whereas I have facts, the entity has lies and gossip, which is spell work by the demon-possessed. And that spell work doesn't work against me. It is currently 12:51 p.m. This is P.O.C. (8XDX 556, 7LDT 539). Let's see, 4UUR 783, 8MWP 430, 6A46 481. And license plate 7SWH530. This is the entity that's gang stalking while I'm inside of the Starbucks. As you can hear the plane activity. The entity is stalking by plane 8WSC 586 is gang stalking with the City of Ontario. That's maintaining aerial surveillance while they're gang stalking all around. This is mental illness, untreated, okay? License 9DYG 604, 9ECE 612. Just like you see in the images uploaded to the Google Drive, as I capture images of stalking with light activity. These are federal offenses that corrupt businesses are engaging in. They're engaged in criminal surveillance. The entity, you'll see commercial plane hovering over the sky space right here at Euclid and E, as in Edward, or as in Erica. And that's what the entity is doing right now, doing a donut, flying, hovering over E Street, making a U-turn, flying in the opposite direction. They're just engaging in stalking, like I said, like the evidence shows. 6 UEE 684, KASZOEG. The City of Ontario is maintaining plane shows, engaging in donuts in the sky space for the entertainment of the drivers and the spectators in the city. It's gang stalking while the fake sun remains over me. Now I'm leaving Starbucks after sitting there for over 6 hours. 63007C4. Okay, this is exposing mental illness that's no longer closeted, and it's going to be at the forefront of the prosecution of the gang stalker. 9TAA 665, 8WLP 786, 04997K2, 9HNR 017, 7NEV 167, DOGRZ 41, 7SVK 697, 8GGR 376, 7MZU 511. All engaging in what is terrorism with impossible light while they're driving on Euclid Avenue. Impossible light flying all through the sky in the cafe, all over the walls, on my person, while psychopaths like Vivian and ALANA and the demons that are working at the venue are running in and out of the bathroom, pacing like psychopaths. 15555F4, 7ZPL852. 9TPK636, 9RJX022, 6LWE543. While the entity has the fake sun over me, as I documented, at the U.S. Bank in the morning, where Ontario police are gang stalking, flying in helicopter in a circle over my head before 10 o'clock, I'm at that same venue of the U.S. Bank where a demon is stalking in the path while the fake sun outside of schedule, and where LAPD shares no presence. 8JMR582 is monitoring, 6LWE543 is monitoring, and so is a demon stalking with a method of peculiarized light. 9DHA827, this is P.O.C. This is what Ontario Police is doing with UPS at 12:51 in the afternoon when I'm at the same U.S. Bank in the morning where the Ontario Police and Corey Watson helicopter crossing path and vehicles are gang stalking together. The demon from Unit 41 at Woodside, under a fake sun that's not remaining over his apartment across from Tracy Banks, license 9CZC059, with the demon with their hazards on, 9DHA827, 9NZS825, where the City of Ontario is gang stalking by helicopter in the morning at 9 in the morning, and where the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking by plane right now as I document the demon going to federal prison, gang stalking by place of employment and gang stalking systematically with the Ontario PD. He's still going to federal prison, and so are all those mentally inept gang stalkers who may or may not be natural born citizens or subject to deportation. Again, license 9CZC059. Remember all that evidence of the entity keeping that fake sun where they're pacing under that fake sun at 9 in the morning, 8:56 pacing in and out of Unit 41. And then you're going to recall what the Ontario International Airport and the Ontario Police Department are doing by plane and helicopter in concert with the people of the state when I'm nowhere near Woodside and a fake sun remains over me at the same time. License 9CZC059 is going to be on the Google Drive. You'll see the black BMW at the U.S. Bank at D Street in Euclid, where he's engaged in federal stalking and is still stalking me just like he was at Woodside Senior Apartments. And he is going to, he in particular and all the adults in Unit 41 exhibit mental illness, which is relevant to his being placed in a mental asylum. And that's clearly shown while he is stalking me on the roads and the highway still, and I'm not even at Woodside Senior Apartments anymore. License 9CZC059, driving the black BMW where you've seen impossible light activity while he's terrorizing me at Woodside at 10 o'clock in the morning with RGS Landscaping, where that fake sun is rising and setting at Woodside, where Tracy Banks and the people of the state at Woodside engaged in criminal summoning. This is where the unintelligent demons provide plain activity, confirming, if you were doubting, unreasonably doubting, that they are engaged in gang stalking with the City of Ontario. This is how the entity's own criminal pattern of conduct and an unintelligent system that is fully exposed is serving to prosecute itself. It is an added means of corroboration when you're stalking, because that's what you're doing with planes at D Street and Euclid Avenue. 9ANH775. Again, that third party's from Woodside Senior Apartments. And I find that laughable. 6UEE684, he's going to a mental asylum. Linda Reyes is going to federal prison. License 8W90879. He's going to federal. He's going to a mental asylum. Linda Reyes is going to federal prison. You're not going to be working in a facilitating environment where the government is targeting in order to murder and kidnap you, trying to falsely depict your character so that they can steal all your money and property, and you're thinking that you're going to get away with that. You're going to prison, and justice requires that. And this is the evidence fully supporting it. License 7UBW189. Linda Reyes is going to federal prison. 7PCY995. 8GLU179 15444V1, that's Frontier Communications. And there is no sun where you see the Woodside Unit 41 gang stalking me at U.S. Bank at Euclid and D Street at 12:59 p.m. There's no sun over the OVITT Family Community Library, and there's also no sun at Woodside Senior Apartments, and that's how you can use those identified gang stalkers, those sex offenders monitoring my vagina while I'm in Unit 51. That's how you're going to use the evidence to prosecute everybody. 8HUA103 1605617, City of Ontario. That's how you're going to use the evidence, because they're acting together as one. 9JDH035, and they're acting together as one in the most ridiculous environment. Ridiculous. The entity's engaged in police training yesterday morning. Police training where I'm documenting the fake sun over me at the same venue where they're at. And there's no sun today. Do you know what police training was yesterday? It was P.O.C, the police department that's being disbanded. 9HAC397 is gang stalking with the Ontario Police under the fake sun. 9JSD922, gang stalking with the Ontario Police under the fake sun. 3NTYIST, 6UKL102, 75740A2, 6122, 2B4. Coming out of the parking garage that's filled with engineer light, gang stalking. License plate, EE07M87, that's paper on a black Tesla, an old white man, salt and pepper beard. 61222B4, because I didn't read that one. I think I read that one. 6XMA684, they're gang stalking at Wells Fargo. All right, the entity is engaged in criminal summoning at the OVITT Family Community Library. These are, again, the overly worn out tactics of a demon-possessed entity stalking in helicopter last night, flying in circles over my head. Gang stalking all day while I'm remaining under the fake sun that did not move at Starbucks, and engaging in what is a visible means of threatening. They're going to federal prison. License 8EEG864. Nathan Morgan's going to federal prison. C. Torres is going to federal prison, and so is L. Martinez. And while they listen to me name their partners who are going to federal prison for kidnapping, they're going to federal prison for kidnapping while they're gang stalking like the Ontario Police Department is doing in 70 plus videos that I gathered as of late since they engaged in kidnapping. 3NTY1ST. Because those demons are going to federal prison. Ontario Police are under the absence of a fake sun at the OVITT Family Community Library because I'm not there. So let me show you the difference. Fake sun is over me. The fake sun is going to be over the OVITT Family Community Library when I'm on the same side of the sidewalk, which is how you know that the Ontario Police are stalking me outside of, when I demonstrate it right now, outside of the wealth of evidence of them stalking me literally from place to place, traditional stalking and gang stalking and engineered like criminal monitoring, with a population that does things like runs into bathrooms, exhibiting the shared mental illness that the demons of the Ontario Police share with the demons who are the people of the state, engaging in the identical pattern of conduct in a specific environment. They are under what is an entirely absent fake sun while they are gang stalking me as I walk down the street. It's relevant positioning. They're gang stalking as the fake sun remains over me, and then the establishment that is identified as stalking is the OVITT Family Community Library, which I want to be clear, they're threatening because I know everything that I stated about them this morning. This is how these unintelligent imps work. DZ61G49 paper on a black Tesla. Let me show you the fake sun over me, where it was yesterday morning, by the way. It was over me at this parking garage at 10:13 on video, and I'm at the same parking garage at 1:06 p.m. in the presence of the state that's gang stalking, utilizes the demons, the cockroaches who are monitoring my vagina, sitting around in police vehicles, and that unlawful threat is documented for federal prison. P.O.C. All right, that's the same Ontario International Airport gang stalking like you saw yesterday. You heard yesterday on podcast when I'm at the same this parking garage that had engineered light all across on the inside of the ceiling in here. That's impossible light while you see the fake sun. And this is the same parking garage. This is the same location I was standing at over there. And so you're looking at what is from 10 o'clock, 11, 12, 1, 3 hours later, I'm at the same location. This is the fake sun, the same position while I'm standing on the inside. And a psychopath keeps their back to you while they're gang stalking under a fake sun. Mental illness, malice exhibited, psychopathic pacing. And they're doing it in the presence of the demons who know I've been documenting them all day at Starbucks. Ontario Police,
who are demon possessed, okay? This is mania that you're witnessing while it's wearing uniforms that it's gonna be stripped from. They're losing their badges, they're losing their positions, and they're going to federal prison. This is criminal summoning. They're doing so under what is the scientific impossibility that LAPD could be in this shared environment while they're stalking me today in 2024 by helicopters, just like the Ontario police are doing last night in Engineer Light as well, while the demons, who are the people of the state, stalk with light. During the day under the fake sun, it's occurring in Engineer Light, while Engineer Light shows on the sidewalk, and while they're moving under what is Engineer 8 TSG 528 is committing a federal offense right now, gang stalking with the police, and that's an unlawful threat. And if they're not natural born citizens, you deport. If they're engaging in this level of a threat, that's actually federal prison. And this is the entity that's doing so. This is where I'm standing at 10:13 yesterday. It's 1:08 p.m. and the entity kept the fake sun, by the way, over Starbucks, and it's supposed to already be here. It's supposed to be captured over my head like I got yesterday over the elevator window, but there's no sun there. This is the entity that is stalking with light. This is what they've been doing at the Starbucks all day long. The corrupt businesses engaged in what is the facilitating light activity, and it's with the Ontario Police Department, who are gang stalking. They are going to be disbanded. These are sex offenders monitoring my vagina is what you need to know. These are stalkers monitoring as demons in an environment that is irreconcilable with nature. As you see, this is the indicator about who's being targeted. You also know that you're being targeted when they make up information about crimes that you never committed, and so that they can kidnap you and try to manufacture mental illness, because these demons thought that they were going to steal my money and property with Tracy Banks, and they're not. They're going to prison, and so is Tracy Banks. License 8BSM634. Gang stalking by a corrupt police department that does so in plain view does not create legitimacy. In the same way that passive aggressive stalking by psychopaths who are sitting around under a fake sun with engineer light flying all about on the inside of a building does not mean that it's not happening, and you are equally psychopathic and you will be diagnosed and prosecuted. This is the fake sun moving as I move across the street, but it was already here over me yesterday, hours prior. This is understanding stalking, and stalking is now being exposed by the police department that's gang stalking. License 9CVR352, gang stalking with the police. License 61222B4, gang stalking with the police, and this is criminal summoning. License 1661859, vehicle, what vehicle is this? Remember when I'm here at 10, I'm capturing the fake sun at the parking garage, 10, and I step outside coming from Andy's Burgers, and I'm standing right here at 1 o'clock, and the fake sun is at the same position that it is now, that it is at 10 o'clock in the morning. These are demons, and they have no intention of withstanding any sort of prosecution in court. They've already forfeited that. I've got 70 plus videos of them stalking by helicopter. License 6CAD311, vehicle 1073, gang stalking. This is gang stalking, and they engage in more criminal conduct and criminal summoning the more that you document them. This is P.O.C. Look at the perplexed look of Satan, and then look, because you're going to prosecute the psychopath stalking day and night in helicopters, and the outward demeanor of gang stalkers who are demon possessed. That's not what you're going to pay attention to. You're going to pay attention with regard to diagnosing it, but you're going to prosecute based on the elements of monitoring. This is P.O.C. Mike Loren to be removed. That's the demon that was gang stalking at Starbucks and is now under the fake sun. Okay, he paced like a demon into the bathroom, walked in, ordered a drink because he's stalking me. This is where you'll see him. And this is the entity that, and waiting for me to arrive. This is a communication of a threat, even though I'm not fearful of demons. They're here to engage in what is documentation against the OVITT Family Community Library. The fake sun stays here after 6 p.m. This is P.O.C. This is a gang stalking police department, a terrorist organization. That's P.O.C. Mental illness exposed and public corruption revealed. The city of Ontario stalking with planes. The city of Ontario stalking with helicopters. This is where Paul Leon is gang stalking at the city hall at 10 o'clock in the morning, the same department. Paul Leon's being removed from office. And this level of threatening you in your face is exactly why they go to federal prison. That's the cockroach from gang stalking in Starbucks. You remember the overweight Latino, he wanted to get his share of pacing. He walks into the bathroom pacing like Vivian and Seth and the rest of those demons. He's just wearing a uniform that they're going to be stripped of. This is P.O.C. An OVITT Family Community Library kidnapped with them, just like they're threatening together with them. That's P.O.C. This is a female. License 1706921, vehicle 1127. That's impossible light on the ground. It's not sunlight. This is the entity gang stalking with the University College of Laverne. And they're engaging in this pattern of conduct because they're engaging in what is a false illusion. This does not create or manufacture mental illness when you document cowards who are stalking in plain view as though you're not going to be able to establish that. They're ignoring, they're not addressing, and they don't have to. The fake sun, what supersedes. They don't have to say anything to you, but I want to be clear, this same exact iteration of the P.O.C. is how they've engaged in multiple kidnappings when I'm not recording on camera, okay? When the entity is engaging what is manufacturing charges, all right, while they're engaging in that P.O.C. They're present for purposes of communicating a threat, and that is proven through LAPD's shared pattern of conduct under a fake sun amongst engineered light. The sun is not going to remain over one building at 6 p.m. at 6:20 p.m. And that's what's relevant. That's what controls. The demon possessed think that they will stand in plain view, maintain a straight face and a demeanor as though they are unaffected or disregarding you. That's exactly what the people of the state do. Those are, again, high school graduates that don't have to have any sort of extensive education or have to get through any extensive checks in order to make sure that they're mentally well. They get past the academy and they're on the league, and this is how you have this vast amount of corruption. But in maintaining a straight face has nothing to do with documenting the pattern of conduct or proving it. The specific environment does. It's directly relevant to malice and the airport that has no terminals over here, and the entity that's gang stalking at the Ontario City Hall where the fake sun is documented, where I'm terrorized by helicopter at the same exact venue, both in the morning and in the afternoon and in the evening under a fake sun and enduring light source. And those cowards who are, I'm going to be clear, who know that they're being exposed, they engage in this. This is very foolish. This is relevant to impunity and malice, not innocence. This is what controls the fake sun and the engineered light. It was always supposed to be here, and they think that their badges are going to supersede evidence. They're delusional as being on camera, engaging in domestic terrorism, and thinking that you're avoiding because you're not. 8 BSM 634, gang stalking with the police. And these are the demons stalking in the bathroom, monitoring my vagina with the police. 6 MUM 172. This is P.O.C. Monitoring with minor children. Title 18. And this is the absence of the sun already over the library upon my arrival. And what happens when they drive off? The demons are engaging in pacing. And this is evidence of what is targeting. And it's shown through that demonic environment. Those 3 officers are engaged in what is terrorism. They're gang stalking, and the entity is following me around day and night in helicopter, proving that. And they engaged in kidnapping with Tracy Banks on May 29, 2025, that department. Nathan Morgan, C. Torres, L. Martinez, and B. Hook engaged in kidnapping pursuant to the pattern of conduct that remains underway at Woodside Senior Apartments, where this is also not a shared environment, and it's certainly not shared with what the LAPD is doing under a fake sun that's remaining over me as I documented it every hour today in 2024. The entity, again, is very superficial, very much relying on just the abuse of power. But the voodoo and the ongoing act of presenting a badge and getting by with your identity, it's not going to work. They're going to federal prison, and the entity is not stealing my property like they have been, and they're going to federal prison for even stealing my property. This is P.O.C. It is currently 1:15 p.m. where I'm at the same location. So what is controlling? Not the conversation, not the straight faces, not addressing, just getting in their vehicles and driving off. What controls is, first of all, that's maniacal conduct, is psychopathic. It's calculated, and it's occurring in the specific environment where the fake sun was here at 10:13 yesterday. In a natural environment, that would be the exact same circumstances, but it's not. It remained over Starbucks, and it was here, as I documented, coming from Andy's Burgers at the same time, 1 o'clock, which is what I documented when I went into this entrance, when I've been here before entrance time at 10 a.m., when I'm remaining and living in Los Angeles, where the entity is stalking with impossible light activity. That's what you're mindful of, not the demons that are going to be stripped of the positions that they're currently abusing to engage in state surveillance. That's Tracy Banks' co-defendant. They're all going to federal prison. All right, this is an unintelligent system that's merely relying on a superficial appearance of things. And guess what? The superficial appearance, it looks like gang stalking. It looks like it is suspect. It looks like it is demonic. They look like the gang stalkers that the evidence proves that they are. You're no longer even looking at or relevant to the facial expression of somebody wearing a badge that they're disqualified to wear. This is P.O.C. It is, again, 1:16 p.m. at 215 East C Street, where the fake sun is still here at 6 o'clock in the evening. And that's how you're aware that the Ontario police are a bunch of gang stalking psychopaths who are engaged in what is ritualistic monitoring around my vagina. P.O.C.
All right, the following video, that is evidence of the OVITT Family Community Library engaging in what is threatening in concert with the city of Ontario, gang stalking by the presence of the Ontario police while the light source remains over my head en route to the venue. In doing so, while the absence of that light source is what you're going to pay attention to, while they maintain what is presence in the path and engaging in gang stalking in the same psychopathic manner as the people of the state, exhibiting severe mental illness and malice in doing so. And the entity that is engaged in gang stalking by helicopter, doing so day and night, doing so in the environment that is already suspect, doing so in concert with LAPD that is sharing a specific environment while they're in 2 different regions. And these are the facts that control.
This is, again, what's going to supersede the pattern of conduct of targeting as it's identified in a supernatural environment, which is it's unnatural, it's an unnatural environment, which is revealing targeting. And as I am documenting on this day in 2024, every hour of the day, I'm documenting the maintenance of that light source, where LAPD is also targeting by helicopter in the same way that the Ontario International Airport is targeting by commercial plane, while that fake sun remains over me. And this is occurring in the workplace, where the entity is seeking to falsely depict the character of an American citizen whom it is criminally monitoring. And the presence of the Ontario Police Department is the same conduct that the LAPD is doing. One is using helicopter. The Ontario Police today using they did use helicopter this morning. They are using their resources of police department, gang stalking under that fake sun that was not already present, which it would have been if it was the natural environment. That's relevant with regard to identifying the gang stalking system. The ridiculousness of that environment, which becomes direct evidence, plain and obvious evidence of the targeting system, where they're relying on the expression on their faces, they're relying on what they don't say to you, they're relying on just not acknowledging you as supposedly some rebuttal to the hardcore evidence of a targeting environment and targeting behavior, which doesn't rely on your addressing that targeted individual at all. This is the significance of stalking by strangers, by the way. It's relevant to malice, in other words. The mental illness of the entity that's gang stalking to the Ontario Police is what is put at the forefront. They're engaging in that same psychopathic behavior, and it is not the outward demonstration of innocence or ignorance. It's relevant to malice, while the entity is keeping the evidence against itself also under surveillance, but also forgetful of the fact that there is a wealth of evidence of targeting with helicopter on a daily basis, doing so in a specific and irreconcilable environment. All right, so the entity is engaging in that P.O.C. in plain view, in concert with the P.O.C. that's committed by the people in plain view, and in an environment that nobody can give an explanation for, and nobody is in any position to. It was never supposed to be proven, never supposed to be discussed or exposed, and the entity cannot give any intelligent or factual response to it. They merely engage in the P.O.C., and their boldness in doing so is supposed to be equated with innocence. It's supposed to be some sort of communication of ignorance, and that is, first of all, unreasonable, and it's totally illogical at that, and it's false, and the evidence already proves that the entity is stalking, the entity is monitoring, the entity is engaged in what is monitoring the evidence, the entity engages in what is retaliatory acts pursuant to real-time knowledge of the evidence published on the internet, and the entity is engaged in what is a documented pattern of targeting as a police department as well. That is, again, the P.O.C. Underway by a corrupt police department that is going to be disbanded, and nobody is disregarding the wealth of evidence against the Ontario Police Department while they're present under an arriving light source that's not already present over the venue while they're present. And by the way, while it's over the venue at 1 o'clock, you're remembering the group of demons that engaged in kidnapping at that same venue at 10:26 in the morning, where they are in the same set, and that's what you're going to compare to prosecute the gang stalking police officers of the Ontario Police Department. 10:26 a.m. and I'm capturing video during the 1 p.m. hour, and that is not the sun. That's again also in Florida, while it's sitting with regard to those two video documentation, those two items of evidence, 3 hours over one building. That's understanding how you're getting to the asininity, the ridiculousness of the environment where clear targeting evidence is thereby identified, and not the facial expressions of a bunch of demons who are maniacal psychopaths relying merely on their position and how their demeanor is perceived by you as you look at them. Oh, well, they look like they're not, and it seems to me, and if it was me and I was in, all of that is legally irrelevant, and it's logically irrelevant. The superseding facts are the pattern of conduct, the elements of monitoring, an environment that you are not reasonably disregarding. Okay, you're not disregarding the weight of evidence of stalking and harassment by the police department. You're not disregarding the evidence of harassment as they've made malicious assertions, engaging in kidnapping, and then they're relying on kidnapping in order to manufacture a case with regard to a fake and criminally procured through fraud, a fake and whole secret conservatorship and marriage. They're relying on criminal conduct. This is entirely illegitimate at the outset, in addition to my evidence of the P.O.C. Okay, so again, someone's facial expression is not superseding the facts and the evidence. Neither is that ever the case. You have people that commit murders with smiles on their faces. You have people that commit murders with their eyes closed. You have people that commit murders while they are in their sleep. This is, again, the entity that's engaging in what is a superficial assessment. You're not looking at the superficial assessment. You're not engaging in the superficial appearance of anything. You are looking at all of the facts, and all of the facts reveal what is an environment that's revealing what is a pattern, and it's a supernatural pattern, something that no person can make up. But the entity that is corrupt is entirely making up information. But that's also relevant to that pattern of conduct that they're engaging in, and the motive trying to steal. But it is an intelligent system, highly unintelligent, and only relying on the appearance of somebody wearing a uniform and not acknowledging the person that they are gang stalking. That's a psychopath, not an innocent person. That's what the entity is doing while they're gang stalking. They're engaging the P.O.C, and it's supposed to be triggering. It's supposed to react. The target individual is supposed to act out. They're supposed to make all sorts of unfounded assumptions about people that they're supposed to be acting like they are out of control, and they're tricked. They're not getting any of that. And the entity is engaging in what is a pattern of conduct, as I systematically documented and show you fact by fact what is that consistent body of evidence and that behavioral pattern that is also unpersuasive when you are identifying things such as malice. Okay, the entity is entirely maniacal. That's what you're gathering from that. Very calculated, but not intelligent. A fake sun remains over the library where they drive off, gang stalking in plain view, and it's still here at 6:10 p.m. where that same police department is gang stalking me in particular, as I document a fake sun where LAPD is targeting in Los Angeles on the same day at the same time in the same environment, which is impossible to be the case, but it is, and I documented it because you have to capture the pattern of conduct by a corrupt government that's relying on a demonic pattern of conduct. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct in doing so and driving away in that fake sun remains, which is also the evidence of them gang stalking, and just did it on camera. That foolishness, which is not innocence, is hardcore evidence of the P.O.C. Contrary to the entity's ordinary engagement in such conduct amongst the ordinary target individual that perhaps acts out. But I want to be clear, even with regard to the ordinary target individual that may very likely act, quote unquote, act out in one way or another, they're being targeted. They are being subject to psychological torture. They're surrounded by a bunch of sick demons who are targeting them in the environment. The environment itself is a means of targeting with the impossible activity, like you see Patty doing in the specific environment, gang stalking me when they're accosting my person with light that's supernaturally happening. And that is what I mean with regard to what you're not going to forget. One doesn't cause the other to be erased from memory, and that's not how you conduct any investigation ever. The entity is always relying on you being ignorant, always relying on you just giving them precedent, giving them an unwarranted position of legitimacy in your mind, in your consideration, and that's not justice, and that's also not a fact-based investigation or prosecution at all. And they're relying on that, and that's not what this case is about. That's not what this case requires either. That's not what any actual case that is diligently and responsibly and justly handled, prudently and responsibly handled, requires. It doesn't matter what somebody acts like. It doesn't matter what their demeanor seems like. It does with regard to the bigger picture and weighing all factors, but it is not a superseding fact whatsoever. The fake sun, the engineered light, the stalking by the Ontario Police Department, the multiple kidnappings pursuant to my never breaking the law, the absence of any mental illness while the entity sought to engage in criminal conduct to even be in custody of my person outside of the bounds of the law, while I'm also documenting blatant criminal conduct, blatant conduct of the Ontario Police and Tracy Banks, who are making up information in my face. This is why I document these things. This is the same department that's under a fake sun that arrived as I arrived in the afternoon. It wasn't already there. They gang stalked right there on video. And this is what the people of the state are doing with them, stalking me in bathrooms as they obsess over my genitalia. Okay, and that's what you're mindful of. You're always mindful of all of the facts, never getting lost in the forest, or you're looking at the big picture, because the entity is relying on you to look at things in a vacuum. Oh, just look at them. Look at how they're looking. Look at their facial expressions. Look at how they're not saying anything. Look at how they're behaving. That is not how you are assessing gang stalking at all. All right, it is entirely malicious, and it's also demonic. It is supernatural. That's how you have what you're also not going to ignore: a sun sitting over one building for 12 hours. You're not disregarding that either. This is the P.O.C. That's malice and impunity and delusion. That's, again, the mental illness that is on full display. That behavior is speaking to what is a mental illness, this delusional engagement in a pattern of conduct, which is already fully prosecuted literally on the internet.
It's fully prosecuted on the internet, meaning there's no secrecy here. And the entity that engages in plain gang stalking like the Ontario Police Department is not demonstration of innocence or the absence of gang stalking. That's not what that establishes either. Just want to point that out. That's false logic that the entity has always been relying on. So this is for justice, what I'm exposing. But this is also just to break down a lot of illusions that these psychopaths rely on, bursting all of the illusions. These are all illusions, totally illogical, not relying on any facts, making up information, relying on identity, relying on connections, relying on your position in order to get away with criminal conduct against people that ordinarily don't have the proof, don't have a skill set to advocate on their own behalf. Okay. Anyway, it is currently 1:37 p.m. This is OVITT Family Community Library again at 215 EC Street. The sun is remaining over. I'm at the same parking garage at 10:13 in the morning. I am at in Los Angeles at 10:05 yesterday morning, and LAPD is gang stalking me by helicopter. That's P.O.C. by the Ontario Police under the 1 p.m. fake sun that did not remain over the OVITT Family Community Library. And they're monitoring as they get in their vehicles and drive off. That was P.O.C. Light activity, relevant positioning, and audible activity by the plane activity and by my narration. They were monitoring in plain view. That's federal prison. Those are the demons that engage in murdering people. They engage in kidnapping. They engage in what are making up information in order to set American citizens up, set up the people that are in their presence, where they're engaged in corrupt conduct as a corrupt police department. That was the elements of monitoring that they engaged in, and they are relying on you looking at that badge. That badge is already tainted. It's already tainted. I've already documented in order to be sure that you see Satan for exactly what he is, that you see the criminal for exactly who he is, dressing up, playing Halloween every day, dressing up like a uniform, while he's dressing up in a uniform, playing cops and robbers with the people of the state while they're gang stalking together in a cartoon environment. Okay, this is P.O.C. It's currently 1:38 p.m. where the fake sun is now over the OVITT Family Community Library, and in blatant and obvious, plain difference from what I just documented 24 hours ago. And that's directly relevant to the Ontario Police being present at the venue, while they know that that damning evidence is exactly what I was going to hone in on. And it is even better because they underscore the criminal engagement by the people of the state while they're gang stalking with them on video, which I captured, while that fake sun moves as I move to the venue at a later time. Under no circumstances is LAPD sharing the environment either. And this is where the entity is keeping the fake sun between Starbucks and the OVITT Family Community Library, 0.4 miles from sunrise until sunset. Okay, you keep in your mind the picture of Patty maliciously gang stalking, looking to the left and right like it's not happening, while she's clearly engaged in criminal monitoring. And then you remember what you just saw, the entity, the Ontario Police Department, engaging in the same exact iteration of the P.O.C. Same exact, not the same exact iteration, but the same exact P.O.C. Wearing badges as though nothing is happening, and they're plainly engaging in that pattern of conduct, the elements of monitoring. The fake sun, the engineer light, and doing so right in your face, which is exhibiting mental illness, psychopathic to be specific. All right, engaging in what is harming people, targeting people, psychologically targeting, torturing people, and doing so with a straight face is not innocence at all. This is what the entity relies on. That's malice, that's satanic. All right, and the facts of the P.O.C. prove that, not the superficial veneer that the entity is relying on. I'm bursting that, and I'm going to prosecute with facts and information. This is P.O.C.
All right, ongoing harassment by the City of Ontario, going into the bathroom this is the same City of Ontario that's stalking under the fake sun, using the municipality vehicles, stalking as a police department in front of the venue. And then is while I am indisposed in the bathroom, while they're monitoring my vagina, the same sex offense committed at another venue. It's the same pattern of conduct while you're looking at the specific environment maintained. The fake sun, the engineer light, you'll see the engineer light on the bottom floor inside of this elevator. You'll see my shadow that's crawling from being behind me to being in front of me, while this sex offender is creating activity through the walls in the bathroom, and also by opening up the door and speaking out some gibberish, which is audible activity in engineer light, monitoring. And it's with the intent to harass, especially as I'm documenting the sex offenders who are Patty and Vivian, the gang stalkers of ALANA and ALAYNA, gang stalking, monitoring my vagina in the bathroom as I documented yesterday. The entity engages in the pattern of conduct, which is again what psychopaths do. As you expose a psychopath engaging in what is improper, inappropriate, illegal, undesired, they engage in more of that conduct.
They inflict more of that harm, and that is, again, relevant to the mental illness. This is, again, demon possession, and it is creating what are psychopathic tendencies, and it is also sexually violent. So monitoring in a bathroom is sexual violence, period. Gang stalking, stalking in a bathroom, surveillance in a bathroom is sexual violence, period. And it's underway in this specific environment, which is the OVITT Family Community Library, communicating a threat with the Ontario Police Department, while the specific environment follows me to this venue where they are gang stalking and engaging what is monitoring in the bathroom through the city of Ontario. This Latino male who was gang stalking me and my vagina, and everything going on in that bathroom is public information. This is sex offense at 215 E.C. Street under the fake sun, by the way, at 10:26 a.m. on June 16, 2022, where they engaged in kidnapping with the same Ontario police that are standing at that same entrance as I'm documenting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This is, again, why you're going to prosecute, not based on the facial expressions, but based on the criminal pattern of conduct. All right, a bunch of demons that never thought that their pattern of conduct would be proven. It's malice, and malicious gang stalking police officers and sex offenders go to prison in California. This is P.O.C. It's 1:49 p.m.
All right, you will see in images uploaded to the Google Drive the fake sun. That is indeed the fake sun, where a group of demons wearing Ontario Police Department uniforms who intentionally made themselves visually present at the OVITT Family Community Library entrance, which is very foolish for psychopaths who don't have any legal strategy and don't have anything but intimidation tactics upon gang stalking as a psychopath that's demon possessed. And so they don't engage in any reasoning. They don't have any self-control, and they don't have any other plan. They engage in and they use what are intimidation tactics. And you're supposed to be scared of a demon that's a fake police officer. But again, that fake police officer represents a threat, a reasonable threat. And so that's why you document it. And you can look at what the entity is doing, like I stated, on June 16, 2022, at the same library at 10:29 in the morning. Where you're looking at another group of demons representing the same corrupt department, gang stalking at the entrance at 1:07 in the afternoon, which is today, June 27, 2025. It's not the sun, the entity is gang stalking. And that is a police department gang stalking. And what you'll see as I walk outside of the same entrance at 5:57 p.m., the fake sun is over the same parking garage that I am inside of at 10:13 a.m. on June 26, 2025. It's in the same position that it is as I am documenting these demons of the Ontario Police at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, where the sun is not present, but a fake sun is over me as I walk to the library, where it should have already been if that was a natural environment and the police were not demons who are gang stalking. So I'm going to document now. 6HZD. Oh, I can't really see that one. Hold on. These demons are gang stalking in the parking lot. License plate 6HZH815. That's Mitsubishi Galant. License MUNDLGY. And I believe this is Abigail. She goes by Abby. She's been gang stalking for years. She's engaged in plenty of kidnappings with the city of Ontario. License 7HPF865. License 8MFN648. Engaging in surveillance in the vehicle, and I'll go ahead and show you the fake sun that's over the same parking garage while he is stalking in the path in operation of a communication device at 6:02 p.m. where there's no possible sun that would be contrary to what I'm documenting at this time, where I'm walking out of my office at 5 p.m. in Los Angeles, where LAPD's been gang stalking me by helicopter all day, while the fake sun's remaining over me at Alvarado Gardens. And then at the same time, on the same day in Ontario today, the entity's keeping the fake sun at Starbucks remaining over me 0.4 miles on the same street as I'm documenting it, walking out of this OVITT Family Community Library at 6 p.m. But it's remaining over me in the presence of the gang stalkers themselves, who are going to be disbanded and going to federal prison for the very criminal conduct that they committed on camera today, which is highly unpersuasive criminal conduct, inherently threatening, and also psychopathic. Literally relying on the appearance of a uniform, and that uniform is tainted with all manner of corruption. And so they are now relying on something that has no weight, no legitimacy whatsoever, and I'm going to prosecute it to the furthest extent of the law. License 8MFN648 is gang stalking under the fake sun that's over the same parking garage that it was at 10 in the morning yesterday, and that it was in the presence of these demons of the Ontario Police Department at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This is P.O.C. Hold on.
Alrighty, and creeping around in relevant position, driving in engineered light, that is monitoring. That's what the Ontario Police Department were doing under the fake sun at the entrance of the library. They were engaged in criminal conduct right in front of your face. And that's why they're going to federal prison. They commit murders and get away with it. They commit kidnappings and they get away with it, but they're not getting away with kidnapping me. They're going to federal prison, and they're also going to federal prison for gang stalking. That's an impermissible threat that no police officer is going to avoid justice for engaging in. 9 UAK 341 is gang stalking while the entity is using the sound of loud popping noises as I walk toward their vehicle, and they're gang stalking me. Driving under a fake sun, and they're exhibiting severe mental illness in doing so. Just like the Ontario Police Department are while they're in a group stalking in the path, and they are stalking in the path while I am walking toward that venue under a fake sun. Gang stalking is not recognized by chronology. Gang stalking is recognized by the specific environment where everyone is tracking my steps and knows exactly where I'm going, especially while I'm subject to monitoring. And they are studying and aware of where it is that I go on a daily basis. And the entity is engaging in that gang stalking. So those are psychopaths that were very well aware of the fact that I was headed straight toward the OVITT Family Community Library. And those are stalkers that engaged in that. License 9FFE 551. License 9KID 610. License 24382D2, 9NWZ160. And OVITT Family Community Library employees are state actors engaging in domestic terrorism and psychological torture, the perpetual sex offense, repeated kidnappings as an entity, criminal facilitation of federal group stalking and monitoring, and federal stalking under Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2. They also engaged in the routine pattern of conduct with the intent to obstruct justice. All right, they are engaged in what is egregious criminal conduct, domestic terrorism. It is the City of Ontario gang stalking. It's at the city library. This is documentation again of the fake sun being over one strip of one street that runs north and south, and the fake sun did not go in any direction, east or west. That's what the Ontario Police Department foolishly put themselves on camera engaging in. And the reason why they do that is because Satan surmises that because Satan dresses up like a police officer, that you're going to take Satan's word over mine, over evidence, over facts. That's what Satan's banking on. Satan lost. Okay, I'm here to prosecute and I'm here to expose corruption. And it's not based on specific identity, it's based on factual information. 5GJL381. 8WZ and 663. And this is why American citizens have lost their lives, they lost their liberty, they're sitting around kidnapped right now based on the corrupt acts of the Ontario Police Department, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, the people of the state that engage in criminal summoning, bearing false witness, stealing from American citizens, defaming them. And this is the system of gang stalking. CS73L12, that's a paper plate on a Nissan Altima. License 7GBV346, VEGAN99. This is P.O.C. Bunch of psychopaths that know exactly where I'm at, so they're swirling all around me, focusing their activity around where I'm at, 8NIN883. All right, and that's what you're understanding, it's not traffic. Demons are sitting around on the corners, maintaining flashing light. This is what the entity is doing while they sound sirens, for example. That's what the Ontario Fire Department does. Those are demons engaging in light activity. There's no emergency, genuine emergency. The entity manufactures emergencies in order to monitor me. When I state that the state of California gang stalking is speaking to the unprecedented act, the very thing that the average person is ignorant and unwilling to accept, is that there are people that are quote unquote important enough, and I don't consider it a matter of importance. I consider it a matter of corruption. It is perfectly within Satan's formula to engage in things that you would never think that anybody would do. Why would they engage in all of that time and power and money over one person? No person is that important. And that's actually not true. All of us are actually important. You represent a soul. And when you are engaging in that false thesis, you are also immediately discarding what is a real life system where the government focuses on literally one person in order to take that person out, and take that person out in silence. Okay, the entity has forfeited that a long time ago. License 7FJP689. And so with that, now the entity is just gang stalking in front of the whole world, not secretly at all. And by the way, lacking that secrecy, they're not stealing any property from me. They will not be successful in any court hearing, including myself.
Well, in any court hearing concerning me, they don't have any legitimacy. They can't prove any. What the proof reveals is that they've been targeting, and the entity is still gang stalking, now just for the sake of gang stalking. 8GME529. License 23934W2. Now they're just engaging in gang stalking because Satan is a maniacal psychopath and incapable of accepting the fact that one person, that is myself, defeated a whole city, if you will, a state of demons who have engaged in this corrupt system for decades. Okay? This is, again, now you're talking about a delusional psychopath going to federal prison for what? For money you're not getting. You're not getting my money. You're not getting my property. You're not falsely depicting my character. So now you're just gang stalking. 6UTL709. Now you're admittedly engaging in this system that I have fully laid out and proven that you're engaging in, exacting against me. For what? Because you put yourself on camera today under the fake sun, which is direct evidence about what LAPD is doing on the same day at the same time, in conformity to a long existing pattern of conduct, irreconcilable with regard to what is it that these two departments are doing. Why do I have such heavy evidence regarding this conduct? These are common sense questions that anybody would ask. All right, gang stalking, LLFAM7, 9GVJ357. This is an entity that's acting with an entirely corrupt population. This population is riddled with the demon possessed. They're all dead. They're all dead. The entities engage in the pattern of conduct, and you are looking at, in the same way that I show you, the engineer light that's inside of a parking garage, and engineer lights all over the ceiling inside of that parking garage. That is engineer light. That is an example to show you what is covering all of the land. It's not sunlight. This is ongoing surveillance pursuant to a demonic environment, a demonic imitation of what we've been expecting about the natural environment. 21819N3. They're all driving an engineer light that's just manifesting in the shade. The demon, I just read their license plate, Vegan99. They're all driving an engineer light. They're driving under a fake sun that's over me as I captured video on June 26, 2025 at 10:13 a.m. They're driving under the fake sun. It's over the same exact, you'll see the picture. It's in the same position it was at 10:13 a.m. License 7VYN121. That's where, again, demons are relying on you to look at their badge and their uniform. That badge and that uniform is a piss poor example of what is entirely corrupt. 21819N3 is pacing up and down the street. That uniform and that badge has no legitimacy. You have heard me state the Ontario Police Department so many times concerning my vagina that they're monitoring, concerning stalking me in helicopters and day and night, and at every venue that I'm located in, that I'm present at. And they're going to stand there, and because they don't say anything, that's supposed to mean that they're not terrorists, because that's what they're domestic terrorists. Gang stalking is domestic terrorism. It's underway by population. It's underway by corrupt law enforcement agencies, the corrupt executive branch. License 7NDY002, 8NGL406, and this is exhibiting the mental illness of those demons. The entities at the Ontario Town Square maintaining flashing light, just like they were at Starbucks, while these demons are obsessively and continuing engaging in criminal monitoring, and they are not winning any prize. The entity sought out for an objective. They thought that they were going to conspire. Tracy Banks thought that she was going to walk away with my money and that I was going to be locked up in a facility, and that they were going to successfully depict me as mentally ill and using gang stalking and doing so, because I was supposed to act out and make all sorts of unsupported allegations against people that I don't know, so that they can depict me as being a paranoid schizophrenic, and the entity did not get any of that. The entity has committed multiple kidnappings, fully unsupported by the law, fully engaged in what is license 8DGW061, far from how the criminal justice system operates, far from how police departments and sheriff's departments and courthouses operate, far from what is constitutionally required. And the entity is engaging in this blatant criminal conduct as a means of kidnapping, because they didn't get the reaction from me that they wanted upon gang stalking me. That's the entity that's engaged in gang stalking. Okay, they targeted the person that did not give them the reaction that they require in order to falsely depict that person as mentally ill. They require the targeted individual to react. They require the targeted individual to break down. They require the targeted individual to act out in one way or another. So when you don't get that, and when you get a legal analysis, when you get a body of evidence, when you get hard proof about every allegation supported with evidence that everybody can look at together, we can reason together about how does the sun be present, how is the sun going to be present in Florida at any point today, just as one example, when I'm capturing it over this parking garage, at 10:13 in the morning over the top of my head. And I'm looking at it as I walk outside of this library at the same parking garage at 6 p.m. And where does the light that's on the inside of that parking garage, that's all over the vehicles and all over the ceiling, and my shadow that is above my head across the opposite end of that parking garage, how does all of that come from what is the presence of the sun that's also idle? License DC 68Z03 paper 9LME350. They're gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport. That is stalking while this fake sun remains over me. 41228L3 is stalking me as well. You're going to be prosecuted for stalking with the government, because that's what they're doing. And they're doing it for free because they're not stealing any of my property. They're going to be prosecuted. They're going to be prosecuted for stalking me and furtherance of trying to murder and kidnap me, because that's why the people of the state stalk you. License plate. And the fact that it's thousands of people is not going to interfere with justice. DC 68Z03 is pacing. The same demon in a paper plate just did a lap around the turn circle to cross path again, driving an impossible light that's in the shade where the Ontario International Airport is flying over, where there's no terminals. To be at that elevation, to be heard, to be flying over the senior citizen apartments, over the Ontario Town Square, over the Ontario City Hall, over this parking garage, over the OVITT Family Community Library, where the Ontario police are on video under a fake sun, which you would also see on June 16, 2022. Same time of year and same duration of time analysis is what you're paying attention to there, because it's present at the same address at 10:29 a.m. and I'm in their presence. Fake sun remaining over me, not present over that library, which it wouldn't be in the natural environment anyway, because it was 1:07 in the afternoon. But it is as I approach this same venue long after 10:29 a.m. and there it is at the same entrance at 1:07 in the presence of silent gang stalking sex offenders and psychopaths who chase me around in helicopters all night. And that's supposed to reflect poorly. It doesn't reflect poorly. It's highly unpersuasive. This is all that the entity can do, is silently engage in what is the same exact pattern of conduct. And you're going to be prosecuted when you open your face. You're going to be prosecuted when you don't even utter a word, because gang stalking police officers already represent a threat, an unlawful one, an intolerable one. They're very highly unintelligent, giving me more evidence. The entity is gang stalking on a nightly basis using helicopters in the same exact light activity that you see during the day. This is what Patty is demonstrating at Starbucks at 6:34 in the morning. She's severely mentally disturbed. She is stalking me. 8D55795 is stalking me as well, while the fake sun remains on the same street that Patty is stalking me under at 6:30 in the morning. Okay? They're engaging in the same exact pattern of conduct. And that's how you surround a corrupt police department with evidence of their malicious means of targeting an American citizen in a way that they're not supposed to be able to prove, which is relevant to malice, while they're conspiring to take the life of an American citizen and steal property from them, property that the entity has not even admitted is at stake, up for grabs to the targeted individual. Abigail's crossing path with impossible light, communicating a threat while that psychopath knows that I documented her. She is ripe for federal prison anyway, repeatedly kidnapping. All right, all these demons in their vehicles with impossible light, monitoring with the demons on the street, license 8DVW292, attacking me with impossible light with Abby. License 8KZD677. It's 6:16 p.m. 8CTW620. License 7SMG390. The courtesy patrol is gang stalking. License 8VCC907, 7RSS322, 8XQC974, 9AMK019, 8VXW878. They're all gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport using a commercial plane flying right over this parking garage, while this fake sun's over the same parking garage that I documented at 10:13 in the morning, while engineered light is appearing in the shade. And they're in the same circumstances, the same environment where the Ontario police left me while the fake sun remains over me, proof that they are stalking me and engaged in what is documented and malicious, threatening conduct. Psychological torture is what that's referred to as. That's what they committed on camera. 8KZD677, 9GLP996. The fake sun is present at the same exact address, the same exact location. All these license plates that I documented, they're monitoring me with these demons inside of the parking garage. 8LBN069, 8RPX589, 6TLA293, MV653, handicap, 9RDO76, 1LOT U.S.1, that's Arizona. This is the downtown Ontario apartments. That's also a gang stalking property. License 9RCJ494, 9MJP288, 9SGZ553, 9RCD816, 9LXC193, 9BSX606, 9RNA516, 9NRA932, 6KWU860, I believe. Hold on. 6KWU869, 7BXY459. Might have read his license plate. All right, this is P.O.C. It's currently 6:18 p.m. All right, Abby of the OVITT Family Community Library, she crosses path engaging in a retaliatory act. That's, again, the same thing that Starbucks engaged in today, the molesting me with every customer that's walking into the venue with impossible light activity. Light doesn't shoot off of your car backwards toward me like a laser as you drive by, and neither does it do that when you open a door of a building. Neither does the sun sit over a building for 12 hours. Neither do helicopters create earthquakes when you are flying at a distance away from them. Neither is it something that you're going to overlook when police departments are heavily documented, engaging in what is harassment. That is flying around you, flying over you where you live, where you work, as you're traveling. These are things that you're going to pay attention to, especially in the specific environment, which is revealing surveillance. It's directly related to what the Ontario Police Department are engaging in, and they are foolish with regard to relying on a false sense of some bully system that I am literally destroying. The bully system isn't work. The bully system is, I'm bullying them with evidence. How about that? I'm bullying them with evidence, and I'm going to prosecute gang stalking police officers, and they engaged in that on video again. Literally, engaging in what is gang stalking, understand the same facts, but for my documenting psychopaths on video, but for my publishing it on the internet and protecting my own self and my own interests and my property, that is something that is a threat to my life. They've committed multiple kidnappings. They are violent, and they're sexually violent, and they're also psychopathic, engaging in psychological torture. And the entity is engaging in what is treating you as though you are a threat when they are stalking you, bearing weapons while they're stalking you, monitoring you as demons while they're stalking you with a whole population. That is a threat to your life, and that is the same entity that will use their weapons and take your life, engaging in what is violence against you, and then bear false witness about why they had to shoot you, why they engaged in violence, turning off their body cams. This is the type of thing that's an unlawful threat by corrupt police officers. And as you are in the presence, engaged in criminal surveillance while you're a police officer, this is the demon that's gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport, 7GBV346, with the Ontario Police as well. That's P.O.C. That's a Latino male. If he's not natural born, deport those that are just like in that status, of that status. This is the entity that is stalking and then honking as though I'm in the, they're stalking me, they're following me, and the evidence of the fake sun at the same library is the proof of it. Impossible lights in front of the trucks, XX313XX. This is P.O.C. The entity is engaging in that threatening behavior while gang stalking as a corrupt police department, gang stalking as a law enforcement agency, 9G UK 655. The entity is engaging in what is stalking with that impossible light that you see covering the roof on the inside of the parking garage. It's flowing all over the asphalt, like you've seen at Woodside Senior Apartments, like you've seen on the roads and the highways here in Ontario, where all the demon-possessed are gang stalking, as my evidence shows for years. 6XEH168, that's another license plate. They're engaging in the pattern of conduct as an entire community, and that entire police department is gang stalking. Like the three demons in the three vehicles, gang stalking by being at the venue that they are aware that I'm going to before I arrive there. This is P.O.C. All right, this is the Ontario International Airport gang stalking. This is called relevant positioning, audible activity, while the entity uses airplanes to engage in the pattern of conduct, doing it in what is engineered light. And that engineered light, what they're driving, and that's not sunlight. It's moving across the walls while they're driving. It's moving in front of the vehicles. It's moving while they are stalking with impossible light while they drive by. Impossible light's coming back toward me. This is the light that they're attacking with. This is relevant to monitoring. and I am being molested with impossible light right here on this brick wall. So let me zoom in so you can see. As I move, you can see my shadow right here. That's impossible light. That's the identification of a bunch of stalkers. And stalkers are not only individuals acting as an entity like the license plates, the people of the state, but also Wells Fargo, also the Ontario downtown apartments. Impossible light is all over that apartment building. That's criminal monitoring. So is the Ontario Town Square, the city of Ontario. In the path, under what is an enduring fake sun, that's light activity, where the Ontario Police Department is gang stalking. That's the Ontario Police right there, okay? They're monitoring me, all right? And the entity is, I read their license plate already on the podcast, and this is where the fake sun is remaining. Inside of this parking garage that I'm inside of, at 10:13 in the morning. I'm inside of this parking garage at 10:13 in the morning. As I walk outside of this entrance, this fake sun is over this edge. This is where the Ontario International Airport, where there's no terminals, where you're taking off anywhere close near here. You're taking off from 2900 or 2500 Airport Drive, and there is no hovering over 280 North Lemon Apartments. You are necessarily hovering. You're stalking to be where I am, just like the fake sun is indicating everybody else is. That's called crossing path light activity. And this is, again, where I'm present inside of this parking garage at 10:13 in the morning. And it is currently 6:24 p.m. where you see the demons of the Ontario Police thinking and hoping, even though Satan has no hope, that you're going to look at their uniforms and look at the fact that they didn't say anything, that they're not gang stalking or something asinine, something illogical like that, something legally irrelevant like that, and documenting and prosecuting gang stalking. This is the fake sun where they're standing over in relevant position gang stalking with the rest of the demons who are the people of the state at the OVITT Family Community Library, where the sun is not going to be present from 10:13 until 6:24 p.m., from 1:07 until 6:24 p.m., where sun does not create this conduct on the outside of building. People drive by, it does not create light on the outside of their vehicles. Light doesn't shoot off of their vehicles. These are demons who are stalking. 8 UTS 270-50513C1, license plate 8 UPZ 455 under the fake sun, which, by the way, LAPD is gang stalking and keeping this fake sun in alignment to my bedroom window on this day in 2024. That's recognizing the pattern of conduct. 9 TFY 577 is gang stalking. Impossible light moves across the wall. Is stationary on this brick wall. This is what they are accosting my person with. This is what a means of understanding and recognizing monitoring. It's also recognizing demon possession. This is all pacing. This is all pacing. This is demonic, and they're monitoring. The engineer light is relevant to criminal monitoring. This is surveillance that Tracy Banks is engaging in, that the state of California is engaging in, that the Ontario Police Department repeatedly kidnapping and seeking to criminally defame are engaging in. And that is where Southwest Airlines is gang stalking. They're not doing airplane shows. They're not doing any spectacular airline shows, doing donuts in the sky. Southwest Airlines is gang stalking with a fake sun, doing donuts in the sky space, not taking off from Terminal 2 and Terminal 4. And they're documented doing this conduct all over the city of Ontario. This is P.O.C. They're pacing with the people of the state. This is mental illness, and this is, again, a public safety announcement with regard to the demon-possessed who are severely mentally ill, engaging in this demonic means of stalking one person altogether. And this is, again, the entity that will under no circumstances have any success in court, stealing my property through a fake conservatorship, manufacturing any sort of mental illness on my part. They are exhibiting mental illness while they are altogether stalking, and they are exposed as stalking in that specific environment. Stalking with noise, like you just heard as I move, stalking with impossible light, and stalking under a fake sun. This is a whole mentally ill population. They're all mentally sick. This is mental illness, uncloseted mental illness. This is P.O.C. All right, it is currently 6:26 p.m. This is the entity that's monitoring my vagina together, engaged in the unprecedented violation of privacy together, stalking as a population together. That is the psychopathic personality disorders of the demon-possessed who are gang stalking. Gang stalking is demonic activity. And this is, again, speaking to what LAPD Dominic Choi is engaging in with the demon stalking by helicopter while under a fake sun that remained over Alvarado Gardens today. And that's exposing public corruption. This is P.O.C. That's engineer light on the side of her car. She's sitting in the shade. This is a demon, a black-faced demon. You don't have to know them. You will prosecute based on the environment. That's a psychopath. That's P.O.C. It's the same condition. It's not about race. It's not about what they're driving. This is a sex offender monitoring my vagina, engaged in surveillance using communication devices, vicariously acting with the corrupt police department. That's being disbanded. This is P.O.C. It is 6:27 p.m. All right, right, the people of the state gang stalking 7LNU 734 under the fake sun that you see position. They're gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department. So I'm going to document this demon that's in position while the people of the state engage in the criminal bidding of this corrupt police department that is going to be disbanded. They are present under the same fake sun where their partners were present in a circle around me, awaiting my arrival. And that awaiting is proof through what is the fake sun that remained over me as I walked toward them. And the fake sun remained over me in doing so in a manner that defies nature. Okay, this is criminal conduct that's happening in plain view that the Ontario Police Department is engaging in. This is a Caucasian male, vehicle 1021, license plate 1591659. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, this is the demon-possessed gang stalking. This is the 280 North Limit Apartments where Southwest Airlines is targeting. There's no terminals over here. He's monitoring. He's in operation of a communication device. This is also mental illness that's simultaneously being exposed. It's relevant to the prosecution. Monitoring me while the people of the state are stalking with engineered light. They're engaged in the psychopathic pacing. They're molesting with impossible light activity while the Ontario police are gang stalking in relevant position. He is not the only one. He's the one that's close by, and I'm documenting. This is public corruption. 1591659. The demons who are engaged in what is criminal monitoring my vagina, while the people of the state also chase into bathrooms. These are psychopaths stalking in helicopters day and night and doing so under the That's the entrance where his partners were gang stalking at 107, and it is 6:29 p.m. There it is right here, still at the same location. There's my shadow, where a psychopath holds up a community while engaged in Title 18 federal stalking, engaged in criminal surveillance with the airport that is clearly deviating from taking off at the terminals because he's monitoring with the psychopaths who are the people of the state gang stalking, just like Patty is on this same street, 0.4 miles on Euclid Avenue, where the sun remained on the same street where the Ontario police are gang stalking. Okay, this is P.O.C. and that's federal prison. He's covered in engineered light, sunlight. He's monitoring, and this is also a demon. This is the pattern of conduct. The Ontario police is being disbanded. Every documented gang stalker representing law enforcement represent a threat to the lives of American citizens, and they will be subject to federal prison. This department engaging in kidnapping, where the entity is engaged in criminal summoning with Tracy Banks on May 29th, they're gang and maliciously making false assertions. Not only false assertions, but assertions that they know to be false because they're engaged in criminal surveillance. And that's why Nathan Morgan, Torres, B. Hook, and L. Martinez are going to federal prison. This entire department is gang stalking, like the city of Ontario is demonstrating, like the natural environment dictates is the case, because the sun will not be present from what is 10:13 in the morning, like I documented at this parking garage, to what is 6:30 p.m. This is the same parking garage. 1:07 p.m. where this department is gang stalking at this same entrance at 215 E.C. Street, and I'm looking at the same entrance, and the sun hasn't gone anywhere. This is called stalking under the sun, where criminal monitoring is underway. They don't have to say anything to you. There are demons who are stalking while the people of the state engage in criminal conduct, which is exactly why they're being disbanded as well. This is P.O.C. All of the engineered light is exposing the criminal conduct of the corrupt police department, the fire department, the Ontario International Airport, where Mike Lorenz, Michael Gherkin, Alan D. Wapner, and Paul Leon are going to be removed from office. Remember what I'm documenting yesterday. At 10 in the morning, the fake sun is over the Ontario City Hall. That's the building right behind here where he is gang stalking. It is the criminal conduct of the city of Ontario. This is P.O.C. It is currently 6:31 p.m.
All right, this is where that Ontario police officer you just heard me identify is monitoring the evidence that is going to be published on the internet. That's federal stalking that department and that he is engaging in. He's engaging in federal offenses in real time, while the airport is flying over the senior citizen complex where the fake sun is remaining till the end of the day on the same street at the same location where that same department is gang stalking at 1:07 p.m. Gang stalking me, targeting me specifically as I maintain that body of evidence proving the supernatural environment which follows me around, while the entity is also engaging in the conduct of stalking with light at the side of the OVITT Family Community Library, like lightning is striking, while the entity is stalking by commercial planes, and that state actor that I just documented on video is monitoring me, the video evidence that I just captured of him, and he's doing so in concert with all the criminals that I documented by license plate, the people of the state. They are jointly engaged in federal stalking, state surveillance, and they're also engaged in obstruction of justice, while they want to chase you down in furtherance of murder and kidnapping. The stalker wants you to not be able to expose the fact that it is stalking you. That's the government's criminal conduct. The government is going to be facing federal prison. The government is going to be facing disbanding. The government is going to be facing what are mental asylums for its pattern of conduct and for its ongoing delusional obsession, where it's already exposed and engaging in what is now a publicized endeavor to conceal what is not concealed in the first place. That's what's relevant with regard to the Ontario International Airport having no terminals anywhere near the senior center, where they're flying over stalking me as I am using the internet. That's federal stalking conduct. That's P.O.C. It's 6:38 p.m. City of Ontario is engaged in federal stalking, disabling the Ontario Wi-Fi, and it's all centered on me while I'm documenting all of their criminal conduct. Okay, that's P.O.C. That's the same officer that you just heard me identify gang stalking me with its co-defendant, the Ontario Police, using a helicopter while I'm uploading the video in real time. Let me take a screenshot of it right now so you can see while they're stalking me and harassing and threatening by helicopter. Because I'm uploading the video captured at 6:22 p.m. And as I, again, logged onto the Wi-Fi and cleared out everything because they're monitoring on phones. And so there's a way to, you have to clear out everything while the entity is keeping your devices under surveillance. And as I engage in that and the video starts uploading at a speed that it's supposed to, immediately the helicopter activity sounds. This demon that I just documented on video, let me remind you about his identification again. While he's engaged in what is criminally monitoring me with the intent to obstruct justice, doing so with the intent to deter me from reporting him to the federal government, while he is monitoring me in furtherance of murder and kidnapping me, with the Ontario Police Department that have conspired to steal money and property from me. That's why they're engaged in gang stalking, because they sought to engage in criminally defaming me, but that doesn't work when I document, just like I am now, the fact that the police department is stalking me day and night in helicopters and stalking me as a department. That's not going to result in my being criminally defamed. It's going to result in that department being disbanded and the police department, just like this officer that I documented, going to federal prison. Again, this gang stalker in this vehicle, who is under the fake sun that's at this same venue where the entity is stalking by helicopter, under the fake sun that was present at 1:07 p.m., that remained over me as I came to this venue where the fake sun was present yesterday at 10 o'clock in the morning, 10:13 in the morning, where the sun would not be present at the same library at any address 3 hours later, because the sun is in constant movement. The sun is an ongoing object that's also in Florida, that's 3 hours ahead of us, and they're looking up at the sun even in Las Vegas, Nevada, in Texas. But I'm documenting on Euclid Avenue, 0.4 miles from the Starbucks to the OVITT Family Community Library, the Ontario Police Department engaging in a documented pattern on yet another day of stalking me through that police department, using all the resources of that police department and helicopters. That's where, again, this demon in this vehicle is threatening my life after I document him. The license plate of this domestic terrorist that is gang stalking me as I upload the information in order to protect myself and my life and my liberty, based on the repeated acts of kidnapping and malicious assertions made by this corrupt police department that is again stalking me, proven by the fake sun documentation. It's still at 215 EC Street like it was where the Ontario Police were gang stalking me today. They're still gang stalking me now while I'm uploading the evidence of them gang stalking me. This state actor's license plate, who was engaged, this is federal prison. It is license 1591659. This is a Caucasian male. As I am uploading the evidence of him criminally monitoring me, gang stalking me, threatening me while being in relevant position, monitoring me with the people of the state who are raging psychopathic sex offending demons, under the fake sun, pacing all around me, engaging in what is molestation with impossible light. This state actor license 1591659 is gang stalking in relevant position at the same venue, the Ontario Town Square, and I capture video, and while I'm uploading it online, the same Ontario Police Department is immediately present with regard to helicopter activity, which is the communication of a threat, in the same way that that police department stalking under a fake sun is the communication of an unlawful threat, while they do it with a straight face, while they do it and not speaking to you, while they do it and get in their vehicles driving off, which is the criminal elements of monitoring right in front of your face. This state actor is subject to federal prison. It's currently 6:47 p.m. You heard that helicopter activity, and you will see the screenshot of what I'm doing on my device while the Ontario Police Department's engaged in criminal monitoring on my devices. Aware, in other words, stalking me, and also knows that I'm documenting and publishing the evidence of that department stalking me.
This is the entity that's engaging that P.O.C, and this is the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department. It's literally a threat that this specific state actor that I'm documenting, but the entire police department, the entire state, yes. But I specifically documented state actor with license 1591659, and as I am engaging in publishing this evidence onto YouTube, the entity is engaging in what is audible activity, relevant positioning, and using the highest threat, stalking by a corrupt law enforcement agency, using the hallmark helicopters under the fake sun. At the same time, it's in relevant position to me until video ends. The video ends at 6:55 p.m. on this day in 2024. I am still in my bedroom documenting the fake sun in Los Angeles at 1806 North Alvarado Street, where this entity is stalking by helicopter. Okay, engaging in the same pattern, sounding it as I point out very damning evidence. That's what they did at the U.S. Bank at 333 Euclid Avenue, where I'm pointing out damning evidence about the Ontario police gang stalking me at that same U.S. Bank at 12:51 in the afternoon, and they are at 9 o'clock in the morning gang stalking with helicopter like they are now, where the entity is engaging in the same pattern at this OVITT Family Community Library at 1:07 p.m., where the sun would not be present, where it was present at this venue like I documented yesterday at 10 o'clock in the morning. 3 hours later, the sun's not going to be at the same address, but it is as I arrive here later in the day, and also documenting the inconsistency of this environment. And the entity is engaging with a sounding helicopter as I remind you about the fact that I am documenting the LAPD gang stalking me in the same manner that the Ontario Police Department is gang stalking me, with the intent to obstruct justice while they are engaged in federal stalking on the venue of the internet, monitoring me and threatening me, engaging in psychological torture, stalking using helicopters in particular, while I upload evidence onto the internet, where I'm prosecuting them online before the world. I'm going to prosecute them in federal court, where gang stalkers such as the state actor in license 1591659, he's going to federal prison. That's an unlawful threat while he's gang stalking me. He doesn't have to talk to you. The police don't have to talk to you while they're gang stalking you. That's the whole point. They engage in psychological torture, always being in your line of vision, keeping their back to you, giving their attention to the people of the state with whom they're targeting you as well. And the fake sun is remaining over you. This is what the San Diego Police Department are engaging in. This is what the Fontana Police Department are engaging in. This is what the Chino Police Department are engaging in. This is what the San Bernardino Police Department are engaging in. This is what the Ontario Police Department are engaging in while I'm documenting them. And you heard the helicopter activity getting loud now. It's because I'm reminding you about very damning evidence. And psychopaths that do not have any self-control, they provide 79 videos of stalking by helicopter and the resources of a police department after engaging in a recent kidnapping as of June 3rd, 2025. That's the demon-possessed, the psychopaths, the maniacal psychopaths that lack self-control and are engaging in what is providing an ongoing wealth of evidence against that entire department and this state actor, license 1591659, who is gang stalking me and who was also threatening me personally while that department is stalking me personally under a fake sun, as I'm documenting also in Los Angeles. That's exclusive to everybody else. I'm the one that's documented because I'm the one that's subject to harassment. That's why I documented it. And the entity is doing so using helicopter, which is the hallmark. And that state actor is subject to federal prison, and so is the band of demons under the fake sun at 1:07 p.m. So are the demons engaging in kidnapping on May 29, 2025. Their names are Nathan Morgan, B. Hook, L. Martinez, and C. Torres, who are engaging in the pattern of conduct, gang stalking with the police department that are stalking me everywhere and sounding helicopter at the moment that I upload video evidence quicker than what they anticipated for me to do, because they're monitoring on the venue of the internet. All right, the evidence of gang stalking me is going to be directly used to prosecute the Los Angeles Police Department. That's the state of California. The gang stalking Mayor Karen Bass, who was targeting me as well, while the fake sun is still in alignment to me in my bedroom on this day in 2024, where I'm documenting the fake sun that is not going to be over the parking garage that I was facing today at 1:07 p.m., where that same police department, very foolish, providing evidence of stalking me in that specific environment, which is getting to one specific person that's being targeted by a police department, by the way. And it's a pattern amongst the Los Angeles Police Department and the Ontario Police Department, by the way, and they're exhibiting severe mental illness while they do that, both by lacking self-control and providing this level of evidence while they know it's being documented. That's why they're sounding helicopter activity as I begin documenting it under a fake sun. And that's a documented pattern. That's why they're stalking with impossible light, a supernatural occurrence that's systematically underway, proving that they're not strangers. and that they're mentally ill psychopaths who are violent sex offenders. All of that proves that all the characteristics of the pattern of conduct and the mental illness of those engaging in it. And that includes the Ontario Police Department. All right, the entity is engaging in this criminal conduct while I'm uploading the video evidence that is exposing targeting by another demon of the Ontario Police Department that's engaged in gang stalking with the people of the state at the Ontario Town Square, where that fake sun is remaining over that venue. The helicopter activity is a threat to your life. It's a psychological torture. It's relevant to a threat to your liberty, especially when that gang stalking police department is engaged in a documented pattern of kidnapping and using malicious assertions when you are not violating the law, when you suffer no mental illness whatsoever, because they are also conspiring to steal personal property, real property, and intellectual property, which is what Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields have committed with the state of California. Doing it with the unintelligent imps of the law of the Ontario Police Department, yes, the Los Angeles Police Department as well, but the Ontario Police Department committed kidnapping. That's why they are subject to disbanding. All right, the entity is engaging in this, and there will be no successful endeavors in any federal court case against me. I'm going to prosecute the state of California. I'm going to prosecute the Ontario Police Department. I'm going to prosecute the people of the state. I'm going to prosecute psychopaths like Patty, stalking me under the fake sun at 6:34 a.m., engaging in what is documented psychological torture and sexual violence while I'm being molested with impossible light. And she engages in the signature act of psychological torture, stalking and monitoring you in that specific environment under the fake sun, where it's present at on the same street, Euclid Avenue, where I'm documenting this state actor with license plate 1591659. I'm on the same street where it was at 6:34, where Patty's on video stalking, gang stalking on video, looking to the left and the right, which is the outward demonstration of mental illness that she cannot hide, which is what the entity is seeking to do. Hide the fact that they're targeting, hide the fact that they're mentally sick, hide the fact that they're engaged in what is psychopathic and maniacal behaviors that are psychologically harmful to the target individual, speaking to the threat that they are as an entity to the public and to themselves. These are the ticking time bombs that are demon possessed. And the demon possessed entity that is the Ontario Police Department, they're being removed. They're being disbanded. Okay, this is the same street where the entity is stalking with helicopter, where the fake sun remained on another day, which is 0.4 miles from the OVITT Family Community Library to the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. All right, this is P.O.C. The entity engaged in federal stalking as I'm uploading the video onto the venue of the internet. And this is where the entity is also stalking me where I sleep. The same police department pacing at nightfall with the same population in engineer light, doing so while they're using the resources of an entirely corrupt police department that is devoted to stalking me and monitoring my vagina in the bathrooms throughout the city of Ontario. Okay, it is currently 6:54 p.m. This is documentation of obstruction of justice, and it's putting Tracy Banks in federal prison. She is a psychopath. Made up information, which I had the presence of mind to document on camera. She is not only lying, she is engaging in what is lying with the under the false idea that she's going to falsely depict my character successfully, like I'm going to remain silent and that I don't already have a body of evidence of that same police department stalking me day and night in the same way that they are today, but doing so with the intent to steal while she has a secret conservatorship, a secret criminally procured and also through fraud with this same corrupt government, secret power of attorney, a secret conservatorship, which is a tool that she is using to try to secretly steal my property, my money, and then sought to engage in this so-called, this it was like the demons plan to maintain some like sort of overwhelming coup out of the blue. They were just going to kidnap me and put me in a facility and not give me any explanation, just tell me that I'm mentally ill and that they were going to just rule on it in a corrupt court after they were engaged in gang stalking, which they were planning to just disregard and just take the word of the gang stalkers themselves, which is how an entity engages in criminal defamation. I am putting it in a succinct, oversimplified manner, but that's exactly how they engage in criminal defamation. But gang stalking, like the Ontario Police Department and Tracy Banks demonstrate and prove, and the people of the state, like Patty, prove, that does not demonstrate any mental illness on the part of the targeted individual. It is demonstrating, ironically, the mentally ill and corrupt population that is targeting an American citizen with the mind of profiting from it, wanting to steal from them for one reason or another, wanting to target them for one reason or another. It will be it could be for no reason at all, but for merely persecution, because these are demons that are engaged in what are spiritually attacking American citizens. Okay, but the entity not only is targeting me because they're demons, they're engaged in criminal surveillance, and the entity has failed in trying to make any American citizen, is what I'm proving, but myself appear mentally ill on paper. The entity is not going to disregard the body of evidence of gang stalking. And no court is going to. Only the corrupt courts. The corruption that I've been documenting for years has engaged in this, and I'm going to use that to prosecute the state of California. And everybody, like the Ontario Police Department, engaging in kidnapping at any time, they're going to federal prison. Just like the Ontario Police Department demonstrates, justice requires. Okay? It is currently 6:57 p.m. This is P.O.C. at the OVITT Family Community Library.
License 9HOE020. Okay, as you walk through the city, just maintaining audible activity, they're all monitoring. All of the people of the state, a whole city. And this is how a population of, again, it's also relevant to what's the public safety announcement that mental illness, there is a mental illness, a mental health crisis, an actual one. And it's not the one that the corrupt mental health practitioners, they're not talking about it. They're a part of that crisis. They're psychopaths targeting American citizens and abusing their practice in medicine to engage in psychological torture in order to artificially engineer mental illness. That's psychopathic. These are people, psychopathic personality disorders. These are people that are capable of murder, people that are capable of outright lying, okay? Without any regard for the truth, without any regard for consequences. Maniacal conduct. That is the average person that is gang stalking their demons. That's the mental health crisis. Trying to compose itself, has a reputable job, career, reputation, position that they rely on. Satan relies on the superficial appearance of the thing rather than the substance of the thing. Don't get into the substance because Satan can't handle that. That's when Satan loses self-control and starts flying in circles over my head by helicopter, when you get into the substance of the thing. But that's why I do that, because you need to see that mental illness. You need to see Satan triggered, because that's going to be the disbanding of delusional psychopaths who are a threat to themselves and the public. They've been gang stalking for years. They've been kidnapping for years. And this is an abysmal failure at trying to engineer mental illness. And not only that, they fail in trying to engineer mental illness with me. So they're not stealing my property. And so now you're also witnessing their mental illness, because now you're just gang stalking just to be doing it, because you're not getting my money. You're not getting my property. Now with all this evidence, there's a lot of people going to prison. So now what's your point? Your point is the fact that they're sick in the first place. They're sick in the first place. You're not even getting your so-called prize anymore. You're fully exposed. You're delusional. So you're waiting until you're raided, until you're detained. You don't think the federal judge is going to note that? So you were stalking until the last second? Is that right, Watson? Is that right, Corey Watson? You were until the last second. You continued to follow and terrorize this American citizen who dutifully documented it until the point to where you were arrested and hauled in like an animal so that you could not pursue her anymore. That's directly, this is why I'm documenting. They're not taking any of my money, and anybody that has stolen my property, they're getting locked up. It's as simple as that. They're getting locked up. Because the fact that they were even in a position to steal my money, that's how you know that they're gang stalking me. That's evidence of them gang stalking. That's evidence of being targeted by the state. I don't even know anything about property, and these demons are gang stalking me and they're stealing it, trying to keep it concealed. And this is where you have the people of the state, this psychopath Tracy Banks, and the psychopaths of the Ontario Police Department making up information, which I documented on video, because I know very well how this ends. They're going to prison. Everybody coming in my face. You talk about medicine all you want. You talk about prescriptions, or you want to talk about, oh, criminal conduct, some sort of violence happened. What happened now, Satan? Oh yeah, what happened? I documented on video, because you're going to prison. They're very unintelligent. Satan relies on lies. And unfortunately, there are people in the world that they are overwhelmed by it. But this is what Satan relies on. Satan relies on numerosity. But guess what? In Christ Jesus, the majority is you plus him. So I'm not overwhelmed by numerosity. Guess what? It's a high number of imbeciles, animals, idiots. They're idiots. They're all under the fake sun. Do you understand how probative this is going to be in court? Do you understand how much this is going to be a slam dunk? This is going to be a straightforward prosecution. They're idiots. Numerosity is not intimidating. Demons in and of itself are not intimidating. They're not intelligent. They're just wicked. They can't outthink you. All right, but like I said, all glory to God. This is a testimony of Christ Jesus, the reality of his life. He's alive, and he's the one that delivers his children. If he says that Satan cannot, then Satan will not. And I don't care how many demons there are. And you're witnessing that. But I will be clear, Satan is only like a roaring lion. He's not an actual lion. People that are sitting around stalking you all day long, those are people that have severe issues. And they're sitting around lying to themselves, and they look like the stalkers that they are. They no longer look like, I guess, under ordinary circumstances, but that's not it. They've never been documented. They've never been posted all over the internet. They've never been subject to this exposure. They look like the stalkers and the psychopaths that they are. All right, it's currently 9:37 p.m. This is P.O.C. at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. The crazy females that are gang stalking, throwing balls at the walls, what it sounds like they're kicking the wall. Looks like Allison. Looks like this is mental illness exhibited by the audible activity and light activity. These are demons that are monitoring me. They're not focused on making drinks. This is a psychopath. Hi, what's your name? Jessica? Are you Jessica? Yeah. Can I get a cup of ice? Jessica's a psychopath. Sounds like she's beating on the wall while they're monitoring what I'm doing on the internet. So yeah, that's mental illness again. And when you're just getting down their pattern of conduct and you're able to call out what they're doing while they're monitoring, and it's very deranged as they do it centered around the company Starbucks. Very, very disturbing. That's all. Thank you. It's Title 18 federal stalking. That's what it is. It's currently 9:44 p.m. and they're gang stalking with the patrons that are sitting in here with their cell phones and engineer light monitoring me as well, while they sound like animals beating the wall that I'm sitting by. And that's the same wall that you see engineer light flying all across. Yeah, that's P.O.C. It is currently 9:44 p.m. This is Title 18 federal stalking. This is the people gang stalking with the police in the specific environment. All right, their headlights aren't engaging in the creation of dynamic shadows. And again, this is the entity that's monitoring. I'm not at the TABOR professional building where they're flying over my head, where I'm seated on the stairs, where engineer light is present. And again, crossing path is creating light activity while a population is stalking together, and they're all stalking with light. They do the same thing while Impossible Light goes inside a Starbucks to molest my person. These are sex offenders, and they're domestic terrorists while the Ontario police is gang stalking with them. So the three clowns that you saw at the OVITT Family Community Library, they are gang stalking. They're going to prison. And so are the clowns engaging in kidnapping on May 29th. They're going to prison. So is Corporal Tedosky. He's going to federal prison. Stalking me, where you see clear targeting. I'm not at the TABOR professional building. All right, I just walked out of Starbucks not too long ago, and I just finished uploading the podcast. Very damning commentary that the demons that were stalking me at the library in helicopter, like you heard, there's no coincidences here. There's also no coincidences in the specific environment. I've got two different shadows and another one back here. This is, again, hardcore direct evidence. It's not circumstantial. You don't have to do an ongoing extensive investigation as to whether the police department is actually engaged in targeting a specific person, putting the facts together and putting circumstances together and trying to figure out, who exactly. That's not what we have here. You have, I am at what is the 523 Euclid Avenue. This is F Street. And Starbucks is at the opposite end of E Street. The entity is clearly stalking me in helicopter. And you know what the people of the state are doing. They're stalking as well. And the entity just flew over my head by helicopter. And this is unhelpful to every gang stalking officer that I documented today. The demon under the 6:28 p.m. fake sun, that's federal prison. That's a threat to my life while they're stalking you further into murder and kidnapping. Failing, however, and falsely depicting my character as being somebody that's mentally ill. That's not going to work when you're stalking me as a whole police department. But that department is subject to federal prison while I'm capturing it stalking under the 6:28 fake sun that stayed on this street right here, Euclid Avenue. And under the 1:07 p.m. fake sun at that same library, you saw the three clowns gang stalking under the fake sun while they're engaging what is stalking on a ceaseless basis using helicopters. Doing so because the entity that is gang stalking, that's Ontario Police, sharing in the pattern of conduct, they're being disbanded, and you know that they're stalking me. They're engaging in this pattern of conduct while, again, the blatant disregard for the fact that they're going to federal prison. These are psychopaths that have long awaited. Let me be clear, the demonic spirit that is using them, the demonic spirit is clearly disregarding the consequences. You saw that impossible light? That's not from headlights. Those are demons. They're all stalking. Chevron is stalking as well, and so is Arco, the corporation. They're stalking, and so are the demons using them as a means of stalking in the path, because your headlights aren't creating that light activity that you just saw on the wall right here. That's the Ontario police that are stalking, driving on East Street, and that was the Ontario police that you saw fly over my head and then flew over my head again this direction. I'm not at the TABOR professional building. I'm not at the library. I'm not at where the entity flew over my head by helicopter as well. All right, this is P.O.C. It's direct evidence. There's no mystery here. And I want to be clear, the reason why you have, because the question would be, why would you provide this level of evidence to the demise of a whole department? Why would you do that? You need to understand that this is severe mental illness. It is a public safety announcement. This is mental illness that's being unveiled. These are triggered psychopaths. As I expose them, they engage in more violence against me, which I'm going to prosecute for. But the world needs to know about the demon possessed, which fill the state of California, and they're all over the place in the country. Because of the environment that you're aware of, you are able to be aware of their behavioral pattern where they're monitoring you. This is surveillance, and it's satanic. Okay? The Ontario Police Department is being disbanded, and they know that, and they have there's absolutely no even any hint of significance. Again, stalking with light, that's not coming all the way over here with headlights. That will be blinding when you're in traffic. That powerful light that's all the way over here across the street, they're stalking with light. Those are demons. That's what they're molesting my body with when I'm inside a Starbucks. And demons like Patty are gang stalking with impossible light in concert with these demons while they're running in and out of the bathroom pacing. And the entity is flying over by planes and helicopters. This is P.O.C. This is the entity that is, again, I just published the podcast, just like when I was at the library, as I'm referring to very damning evidence about gang stalking me at the Euclid and D Street U.S. Bank at 9 in the morning and also at 12:51 in the afternoon. Who surfaces? The Ontario Police Department in a helicopter over my head while the fake sun is right over the top of my head. The entity is engaging in what is a documented pattern. The engineer light that's appearing on this wall, while they're driving in this direction and they're on the opposite side of the street engaging in the same conduct with the impossible light activity. These, again, it's very highly unintelligent. Stalking with light is the outward demonstration of mental illness. And it's also the admission of stalkers, gang stalkers. And this psychopathic population that's engaging in criminal conduct against public corruption, they are not even equipped or qualified to diagnose or speak on anybody's mental illness, while the delusional psychopaths and the violent sex offenders that they are, in fact, proven by evidence, as opposed to merely making up information about the target individual that they are, in fact, stalking. There is no circumstance and there is no situation under any circumstances that this entity is stealing my property. So I said it and I'm going to say it again. These are psychopaths that engaged in what is targeting the wrong person. I'm exposing worldwide what is domestic terrorism in the United States and what is criminal conduct, public corruption, unprecedented in California, and it's satanic. And you need to know that you are under surveillance by civilians that are in this country. And if they're gang stalking immigrants, they need to be deported. Trump needs to deport them. Okay? It is currently 10:29 p.m. This is P.O.C. That's the direct evidence disbanding the Ontario Police yet again. P.O.C. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. Tracy Banks, she's these minions. She's gang stalking her own daughter. She's going to federal prison. P.O.C. All right, the video you just listened to is very straightforward. I am on Euclid Avenue walking north, and this is documentation again on another day of the Ontario Police Department. They've been following me around from place to place all day long, and I'm documenting them following me from place to place again in helicopter, flying in circles over me in the specific environment, while again, it's also relevant to what I upload on the internet, what it is that I document. Just uploaded the updated podcast. Moments later, I'm being attacked with helicopter activity over my head at Euclid Avenue, and I'm being surrounded by the Ontario police who are crossing path gang stalking on E Street and Euclid, which is what I document. I narrated in real time on video. And this is the entity that is gang stalking me by helicopter at the library, where the fake sun remained from 1:07 p.m. as I arrived, and so did that fake sun, remaining on the same street as I exit at 6 p.m. And I document the Ontario police
gang stalking me at my entrance, my arrival, and at my departure. That police department is being put in federal prison, each and every last one of them. And the documentation of stalking by helicopter is what is going to put them in federal prison. All right, this is P.O.C. And this is, again, the entity stalking by helicopter is the hallmark of recognizing gang stalking. Like I stated, this is what the Los Angeles Police Department is doing on this day in 2024. And I documented for the entirety of the day the Los Angeles Police Department gang stalking me while a fake sun remained over the top of my head, which is impossible to be the natural environment, which is how you know that not only are the Ontario Police Department demon infected, they are mentally ill and also delusional in the face of that evidence flying over the top of my head for me to put it on video and put it on the internet in order to prosecute all, 4 of the demons wearing Ontario Police Department uniforms today. They're all going to federal prison. That's relevant to the mental illness that the entity is suffering from while they are under the condition of what is demon possession. This is criminal conduct that is demonic. This is what is inspiring the maniacal conduct that is clearly detrimental to their own interest. That's understanding the national security threat. Okay? And you're understanding how they're following me from place to place, stalking, which the fake sun proves, the fake sun that did not leave Euclid Avenue. And it was remaining over me. It did not leave Alvarado Gardens, where LAPD is gang stalking me today in 2024 as well. The gang stalkers of the Ontario Police Department that I documented who are threatening my life bearing weapons, gang stalking me in furtherance of trying to steal my property, trying to artificially engineer mental illness in doing so, they fail in that. And they're going to federal prison. They've sacrificed their own freedom, not mine. It is currently 10:33 p.m. That video is straightforward, and the Ontario police are still following in helicopter, and so are the people of the state. This has been another day of documenting an entity, a public entity, stalking from one place to another. How about 9FTY507 and license plate 6EW0979? But I can't really see that license plate, that last one. This is P.O.C. The entity engaged in that foolish provision of evidence to me is because they're mentally ill. All right, that's not a defense. It's relevant for what is having them promptly removed from law enforcement and placing the domestic terrorists of the Ontario police who are engaged in what is psychological torture, domestic terrorism, and ongoing impunity and malice, putting them in federal prison where they belong. This is an entity that has stolen my property, stole my money, has stolen property that belongs to me, and has not reported that I have property, and are still simultaneously gang stalking while keeping that secret from me. This is why Tracy Banks is going to federal prison, and so is her uncontrollable co-defendant, the Ontario Police Department. They incriminate each other. Tracy cannot control her mouth, and I document everything, every syllable that comes out of that high school graduate's face. And I'm also documenting the demons of the Ontario Police Department that cannot control their behavior, especially as I documented, and it is clearly incriminating to everyone, including that department that is being disbanded, and justice requires it. All 4 of the gang stalkers of the Ontario Police that I documented today, that I encountered today, they're threatening my life, safety, liberty, and well-being. And they're going to federal prison for it. This is P.O.C. It is currently 10:35 p.m. Gang stalking by flying over the Aegis Treatment Center, like where you saw the Ontario International Airport doing, and you saw the flashing light of my shadow appearing, double shadows on this building at 125 F Street. This is where the Ontario Police is flying in circles right now, following me, just like they did on October 2nd, 2019, actually, after this police department stole my vehicle. Under color of authority, while they were gang stalking me by helicopter every day, like I also documented in video. It is published in 2019, and then they engaged in what is stealing my vehicle after the people of the state stripped it, removed the VIN number, which I don't even know how you can get into the car to remove it. They broke into my car, removed the VIN number, removed my license plates, and then the Ontario Police Department, who are gang stalking me every day, engaged in what is having third-party people of the state who are also gang stalking steal my vehicle by providing what are tow services to the Ontario Police Department. That was an unlawful act. And then they followed me from the same OVITT Family Community Library on video in 13 videos from the library to 717 North Vine Avenue, followed me the entire way back. And I captured it in 13 videos. This is the entity that's engaged in the P.O.C. And this is, again, the ability to document that is the absence of any coincidence.
And it is also exposing severe mental instability of those that have never been qualified to be in law enforcement. And it is very specific. It is the same condition, the same criminal conduct, the same pattern of conduct of Corporal Tedosky, who was stalking with impossible light inside of the cafe, as I documented, and then he engages in criminal summoning. He is engaging in the pattern of conduct in engineer light while he is gang stalking with the same people of the state who also lack any legitimacy. They are flying in helicopter over the Aegis Treatment Center while I am walking en route to the TABOR Professional Building, where they are also flying over me every night in helicopter. They're flying over me on Euclid Avenue after I published the podcast with very damning commentary and evidence of them gang stalking all day long, under the remaining fake sun. And the criminal conduct of the Los Angeles Police Department is also putting all 4 of those gang stalkers of the Ontario Police today under the fake sun in federal prison. This is the criminal conduct that they're engaging in when they're in my face, bearing weapons and revealing badges regarding authority that they don't have under the law to engage in surveillance. And this is what's relevant while the Ontario Police are following as I'm walking up the street. And this is why Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. So let me get this video right now. All right, this is the desperate acts of the entity that is indeed following from place to place. You can hear on the podcast. I'm at treatment center. I'm at the Aegis Treatment Center down. And as I'm walking up the street, I'm now at what is G Street. That's a demon stalking in the path at 130 West G Street with the hazard lights on. And the Ontario Police Department, as I turn on video, is engaging they're following me down the street, and they're engaging in what is flying off in the distance, my ability to capture them. This is the ongoing stalking. I want to be clear, harassment and stalking is also not going to get mental illness. The entity is clearly showing the fact that they are stalking and relying on harassment and terrorism. That's not getting mental illness. The entity is going to federal prison. It's required. Every gang stalking police officer acting in furtherance of murder and kidnapping me and harassing by stalking by helicopter on an ongoing basis, they're going to federal prison. And this is conduct that's speaking to what is harassment, not mental illness, and to document it. This is, again, the desperate acts of the entity that knows that they have lost in what is a widely publicized and corrupt endeavor to steal property by gang stalking. And then you're resorting to, because you've lost, now you're just following me around plainly and obviously stalking me. I'm capturing it there. This is stalking as I'm going from place to place. Because I'm not walking now they're flying in circles right here. I was at the treatment center. As I walk up this street, this demon is following as I'm walking right up the street. All right, so the entity that's engaging in, and this, like I'm stating on my podcast, is exactly what they engaged in on October 2nd, 2019, after this entity engaged in what is theft of my property, stole my vehicle, that the entity flying over my vehicle day and night, like they fly over me, like I'm documenting in the 79 videos that I have by helicopter. That's what they were doing in 2019, knowing exactly who I am, where I'm at, and then stole my vehicle, claiming that it was abandoned. That's how they exercise authority under the law that they don't have, making up information in order to harass you. All right. And then engaging in what is creating more instability while they're targeting you. None of that is mental illness. I'm exposing all the corrupt tactics because the entity that is gang stalking, they are, first of all, engaging in what is outright criminal conduct, targeting, surveillance. The government's not free to engage in this. This is surveillance. And the people of the state are sharing in that. And not only that, the entity is engaging in what is outwardly demonstrating mental illness. This is psychopath. They're flying in circles over me everywhere that I go. They're always engaging in what is stalking, engaging in this demonic conduct of this ritualistic flying in circles around me everywhere that they follow me where I'm going. This is the entity demonstrating severe mental illness in doing so. And this is the desperation. Tracy Banks has no case with regard to mental illness while she has a secret conservatorship and maintaining a secret marriage through her sex partner, Jason Isaac Fields, to me. And my evidence of what is the Ontario Police Department stalking me after kidnapping me on May 29, 2025. This is the entity that's gone to desperate measures, and it is also very obvious. And this speaks to what is a very successful case in federal court against the state of California and the entirely illegitimate force of the Ontario Police Department. They are being disbanded for, again, this criminal conduct. This is relevant to gang stalking. Laurelwood Apartments is monitoring. They're flying in circles over Laurelwood, and you need to understand that they're gang stalking as well. This is P.O.C. This is my shadow that's appearing at a great distance, and the Ontario Police Department is doing what the people of the state are doing while the Ontario Police is flying in circles and pacing all around in the sky space while I'm documenting on an ongoing basis every night, them molesting me with light, and I go and get their license plates. The Ontario Police is handling that. 9TDU 998 molesting, gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department, because this is what the people of the state are doing while I am walking back to the TABOR professional building. Okay, this is P.O.C. The entity clearly has no intentions of maintaining any sort of legitimate appearance in court other than looking like the plain terrorist and the stalker that my evidence and that I've been stating from the beginning. And that's not getting you any success in a court case with regard to a secret and a criminally procured conservatorship. The incentive behind the Ontario Police Department gang stalking in the first place. And the mental illness is put at the forefront. They're gang stalking under a fake sun. They're gang stalking amongst impossible light activity. They're gang stalking in helicopters. They're gang stalking with the rest of the government at every level in the city of Ontario. And that mental illness is put at the forefront of their prosecution, sacrificing their freedom, and necessity is being placed in facilities. So I want to be clear, as I stop walking, this is where the entity is concentrating, flying in a circle in helicopter. While I'm walking on Euclid Avenue, flying over the top of my head in helicopter. While I'm at the OVITT Family Community Library, you can hear on the podcast, they were flying over me at the OVITT Family Community Library, and it's relevant to what I document. The entity that does not have any plan just engages in what is obvious conduct that's exposing gang stalking and exposing those that are engaging in it. And it's the people of the state with them. The Ontario Police is not going to take the fall for everybody. The people of the state, the daemons inside of Starbucks that are stalking under the fake sun that remains at that cafe, they're gang stalking with the Ontario Police, and you're subject to federal prison. The Ontario Police Department are engaging in what is making an admission with regard to what the public entity is engaging in. This is an impossible coincidence amongst the Los Angeles Police Department maintaining helicopter activity over me under a fake sun in engineer light, both where I live and work, where that fake sun never leaves. And also, as I would go to Chase Bank, guess where the LAPD flew circles over? They flew circles over the Chase Bank as I drove to the Chase Bank. They engaged in what is stalking from place to place, just like the Ontario Police Department are doing now. It is currently 10:43 p.m. This is the entity that's begging for attention, and it's negative attention. This is the entity that's desperate, has no other strategy. This is the entity that has failed in trying to artificially engineer mental illness. This is the entity that is ironically demonstrating its mental illness for the whole world to witness. This is public corruption, and this is the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department. And you need to understand that this is the shared condition of the face that you do see on the City of Ontario website. Mike Lorenz, he's a raging psychopath. He is demon possessed, and he's corrupt. That's why you have this corruption amongst the entire force of the Ontario Police Department that is obsessively monitoring my vagina. Okay? In the same way that you see them stalking at 10 o'clock at night, 10:44 at night, they're monitoring my vagina everywhere that I'm at, where the entity is stalking as one in the entity in every restroom in Ontario, California. This is P.O.C. and this is long-term documentation dating back to 2019, the entity gang stalking by helicopter, which is the hallmark in the specific environment. This is merely the entity craving negative attention that is not helping the criminal and corrupt purposes of Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields and the state of California. All right, openly engaging what is harassment and stalking, which is what this is. Following from place to place, and I have a documented pattern of the entity maintaining presence over me. That's what this is relevant to. And following in order to be on video so that they can suggest, oh, you see, she's just paranoid. Nobody's following her. They literally followed me as I came from Euclid Avenue. They're literally flying over my head every night at the TABOR professional building. They're literally flying over me while I'm at the library, which I documented on podcast. The entity is, again, very unintelligent. These are the schemes that they're relying on. This is never going to work. You literally have to pursue me and beg for attention in order to then turn that on when you're stalking somebody, and that's how you're trying to artificially engineer mental illness. This is speaking to the corruption, and the laws are going to change. And in addition to that, this is the entity that is documented. That's why I document them following me around, seeking attention. And this attention is documentation. It's not establishing mental illness. It's establishing gang stalking by the state. This is pathetic. It is currently 10:45 p.m. This is the entity that doesn't have a strategy. Okay, and this is what a corrupt government does when they are targeting an American citizen. This is P.O.C. License plate. This is light activity relevant positioning. License 9LOX749. This is P.O.C. I want to be clear, the desperation that you see the Ontario Police Department exhibiting, they literally engaged in what was documented following me as I'm walking from from Euclid down F Street to Laurel. They literally followed me. So I captured it on video. This desperation for what is already a failed endeavor, harassment Stalking does not equal mental illness on the part of the person that is subject to that abuse. Period. And the entity is engaging in this sort of tactic because of the corrupt system and the abuse of the laws as they exist. And not only that, this is requiring third-party license monitoring with the police, license 8CGD216. The entity is engaging in this pattern of, they're all engaged in federal stalking. And they're stalking in the same parking lot at 130, the gym, 130 West G Street, stalking in the path with light. They're engaging in this conduct while, I want to be clear, Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison for it. Because this is what the entity is doing. They are sending the entity to target you, and that you're supposed to, and this is what I'm saying, what is so absurd. You literally are trying to chase me down because you want me. Clearly, the entity literally is begging for me to, so I'm gonna capture video, and that's damning video. It's not damning to me. It's damning to the gang stalker. License 9ESM224. This is, again, delusional, very demented, lacking in actual reality as to how this is going to work out. The entity is engaging in blatant criminal conduct, blatant targeting, blatant harassment, blatant following from place to place. While you document any stalker, that is not going to result in you being defamed as somebody that is, in other words, gaslighting you, blaming you for somebody else targeting you and stalking you. It's absurdity. And I just documented the Ontario police stalking until the point that I captured it on video. And then they commenced to flying in a circle right there. They just stayed right there and flew in a circle over and over and over and over and over and over again. They followed in order to do that. This is an entity that is engaging in what is clearly targeting and has no strategy. Failing in artificially engineering mental illness. It doesn't even look like it. It clearly looks like my documentation shows following me around, and my documentation is not confused with some delusional or hallucinating or imaginary, some person imagining things. Just like you're not imagining the specific environment, you are not disregarding the whole body of evidence, nor are you ignoring what the rest of the entity is doing, in addition to the police department stalking on a daily basis using helicopters, which is what LAPD is doing. So while you're following me around in a helicopter, you're relying on that looking like somebody is paranoid. I'm just conceding. I'll give that to them. If this is what this delusional person, this is a demon, this is what this delusional psychopath is relying on, the LAPD is gang stalking on this day in 2024 as well, in an environment that is irreconcilable. And the LAPD engaged in it on a ceaseless basis, in an environment exclusive to me. All of that is relevant as well. The entity is delusional. And this is relevant to why Jason Isaac Fields shall go to federal prison. Stealing property, stealing money from me, and sending gang stalkers like the murderers, the stalkers, the sex offenders, the psychopaths like you're witnessing, following me from place to place in a helicopter, begging for attention, which is negative attention, because all of my documentation is proving targeting by the state of California. Ontario police is relevant for the entity that committed kidnapping, but the state of California is engaging in surveillance, and they're gang stalking while doing it. Molesting, license plate 8HEV280. The Ontario International Airport has no terminal over G Street. Clear evidence of targeting. What is the engineered light? Multiple shadows all over the ground when you are standing under a light fixture. This is relevant to the surveillance that I'm revealing. So while you're following from place to place, including in a helicopter, and you have the presence of mind to document that, the entity is relying on referring to my evidence, which is under no circumstances helping them. This is what is so absurd and what is so disturbing about the mentally ill who are gang stalking. So for me to be able to capture that, that's the direct evidence regarding Jason Isaac Fields necessarily going to federal prison. He is betting on, with his sex partner, betting on my documentation, being damning to myself, and it's not. The entity is clearly engaged in what is inappropriate, harassing conduct. You're following. They're following so heavily that you can tell that they're following even in a helicopter, where you would ordinarily assume the entity's flying in the airspace, so you can't, how can you, it's not that you can't, but how can you state that they're following you if they're in a helicopter? Okay, that's not the case when I have a body of evidence on an ongoing nightly basis in a specific environment, also including flying over the top of my head and flying circles over me,
that I am specifically targeted. And it's not just the Ontario Police. Every law enforcement agency under the fake sun, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department in West Covina is doing the same thing while I'm in the middle of traffic, flying over the top of my head, while at the same time in a natural environment, which is how you are understanding and recognizing this surveillance system and the fact that I'm being gang stalked while surveillance is underway. That specific environment is underway while the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department is flying over my head in the middle of Amar and in West Covina, California, while the fake sun is over my head while I'm driving in West Covina, California. Los Angeles Sheriff's Department is gang stalking me by helicopter. The West Covina Police Department gang stalking me, flying over my vehicle when I'm sleeping outside of the Wynwood Apartments in my vehicle after I was forced to resign from the job because the LAPD is gang stalking me where I live and where I work on a daily basis in Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens. The entity that's engaging in what is targeting has been documented thoroughly, just like tonight when I'm on Euclid Avenue and they follow from Euclid Avenue. Do you think that I'm chasing down this helicopter? I'm speaking on my podcast the entire time. I'm speaking on my podcast. You can hear the helicopter in the background. The helicopter doesn't fly off and go somewhere else. The helicopter is remaining behind me, flying over, basically flying next to me while I'm walking down the street. I'm walking down Euclid, then I turn onto F Street, then I turn onto Laurel, and this helicopter is remaining next to me the entire time. The entity is engaging in the targeting conduct, literally following as I document that on podcast, and then I captured on video, and they stop moving as I stop moving, and then commits to flying in a circle. Okay, which is again, following as I go, which is stalking, remaining where I am, which is surveillance, and they do it demonstrating mental illness by flying in a circle. The entity is engaging in this documented pattern of conduct, and it is in concert with a plethora of law enforcement agencies who have engaged in the identical pattern of conduct, which is proven in a specific environment because the sun is not going to be over the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court at the same time that it's remaining over the Ontario Police Department, like I've already documented, proving targeting, which is shown in an unnatural environment, an environment that is unnatural, speaking to targeting. It's demonic. The demonic aspect of the pattern of conduct is what you are paying attention to, and the entity is engaging in what is the hallmark of pursuing that targeted individual in helicopters, which is what the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department has engaged in, the Pasadena Police Department has engaged in, the West Covina Police Department has engaged in, the Fontana Police Department has engaged in, the San Bernardino Police Department has engaged in, the Chino Police Department has engaged in, the Pomona Police Department have engaged in, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department have engaged in, okay? And there is more. It's all on the record. They literally followed me from Euclid Avenue to Laurel, which is evidence of following. That's stalking. And that's, again, not even speaking to what is the 70 plus videos that I have since June 3rd. This is delusion. And there is nothing in my evidence that helps the Police Department, that helps Tracy Banks or Jason Isaac Fields. This is evidence, my point is, this is evidence which is requiring federal prison because the entity that conspired to steal property from me by seeking to trying to artificially engineer mental illness, that's not going to be a successful engineering when I'm documenting you. I have evidence of you following me around. That's not going to work. And not only are they following me around, they've engaged in a documented pattern of kidnapping me when I've committed no crime, when I'm engaged in documenting like I am now, and I'm violating no law. You are going to document the entity that's trying to steal property from you, trying to defame you while they're stalking you. You're going to document that. The entity is engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping in an effort to manufacture, artificially engineer mental illness. And this is what Jason Isaac Fields relies on while trying to maintain a secret marriage that I don't even know anything about, while he's having sex with my mother, while they're engaging in sex rituals together, while they're hailing and worshiping Satan as one. A satanic kingdom couple, okay? And while she is, again, through Jason Isaac Fields, stealing property from me, while maintaining a secret marriage that I know nothing about, and she is maintaining a secret conservatorship, a secret power of attorney, procured through fraud and gang stalking with the same government that is targeting me. This is how you get that. And following as a matter of evidence, this tape, you're going to play this back in court. My video evidence, you're going to play it back in court. And nobody is mistaking my hardcore evidence, tangible evidence of what is a pattern of being where I'm at in a disturbing manner, in the specific environment, following harassment by kidnapping me upon false and malicious charges. That's not artificially engineering mental illness, nor is it the evidence of actual mental illness, but for the entity that's exhibiting mental illness by engaging in that malicious pattern of conduct. The psychopaths that are subject to federal prison includes the sex partnership between Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks. Those two are going to federal prison. They have stolen money and property from me, and the Ontario Police Department is chasing me down in helicopters along with these demons. That's audible activity in the impossible light. While they're chasing me down as a population, I'm documenting them stalking me at the Starbucks. They're gang stalking at the Starbucks. That impossible light activity, Patty's a psychopath gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department. She's on video. And guess what? That son did not leave Euclid Avenue today. That's directly relevant to what the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department is doing and when I am documenting it in November of 2024. Okay, when I'm documenting San Diego in August of 2024. When I'm documenting Las Vegas, Nevada in 2024, where all these demons are lined up in this parking lot right now, surrounding me and gang stalking me with the Ontario Police Department. This is an unlawful threat to my life and safety because they want to steal money and they thought that they could set me up by trying to artificially engineer mental illness while the police have to chase me down in order to get attention from me. It's not going to work. And this is, again, the entity is highly delusional, but these are demons and they are going to be diagnosed. They're also going to be prosecuted. The entity that was gang stalking all day long, they were doing so while Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks have summoned a sick entity to target me in furtherance of my murder and kidnapping. And those two are going to federal prison for it. License plate 7ZTS 522, gang stalking with the Ontario Police, engaging in surveillance in the parking lot of the plaza where the gym is located at 130 West G Street. They're all sitting around stalking with light. They're psychopaths. While the Ontario Police is flying in circles. They're stalking with light and stalking with presence of the path. Uber is gang stalking. License plate 9NRC 198. That's Uber. P.O.C. The entity is engaging in this, and because of this threat to my life, Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks are going to federal prison. They're also going to federal prison for what they've already stolen, and they're going to federal prison for conspiring my death and kidnapping with the state of California, who is chasing me down in helicopters under the false pretense, some delusional idea that that's going to create what is the information that they need to make it look like I'm some paranoid person who is assuming and making allegations that are unsupported, and that none of that is going to happen. And it doesn't look like that. The entity is far-fetched. There is way too much with regard to the illegitimacy of the Ontario Police Department. They've engaged in one too many arrivals and video evidence where I'm not chasing them down. They're flying over my head. They're flying around me, and they're doing it in the specific environment. That's the pattern of conduct, where a bunch of psychopaths, a bunch of demons are stalking as a population. Okay, and they're not getting any of my money. This is about money. This is about property. And it's also the work of Satan. Now, the entity that's engaged in this level of criminal conduct, this is absurd. This is outrageous, what I'm subject to, because a bunch of demons thought that they were going to conspire to steal my property. This is why the Ontario Police is being disbanded. Justice requires this. This is what they're engaged in, not law enforcement. They call themselves being a part of some secret society where they engage in criminal conduct and they get away with it because of their connections, because of their identity. They're going to be disbanded. And the entity engaged in what is very foolish conduct. They literally are chasing me down in helicopters. That's not going to be reversed somehow, as though I'm targeting them with my camera and I'm imagining things while they are literally on my podcast. I'm documenting them on video on Euclid Avenue. I turn onto F Street. I turn onto Laurel. Why is the helicopter still flying next to me? And then they begin flying a circle. As I stop, then the helicopter stops, flies in a circle, remaining stationary as I remain stationary. Because they are seeking attention, and know that that's also knowledge. That's also how you're able to deduce the information. They also know that they're being documented, but I've already established that pattern of conduct. Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Lemire Banks are going to federal prison. They're going to federal prison, and this is an outright failure to try to steal from me. This is what California is engaged in. This is what the secret society practices. They put a dollar amount on the heads of American citizens who they conspire against in order to steal from them, in order to set them up, in order to kidnap them for whatever benefit the entity seeks to derive. And this is a failure. And not only that, it is evidence which is speaking to the change the laws in California. Because of the corruption that I'm exposing and the outrageous threat, the outrageous conduct of a corrupt government and a population that are engaging in trying to wage some sort of threat because they're all thirsty for my money. They're not getting a dime. And I'm going to prosecute for this ridiculous level, an obvious level of stalking. That was the most idiotic thing. But again, the entity is this is not the first time. But nonetheless, the entity is engaging in what is, the evidence speaks for itself. I'm sitting at I'm sitting at the library minding my business documenting, and the Ontario International Airport is what surfaces loud helicopter activity while the fake sun that you already know is still there at that library. They are targeting me, and they're doing so in the same manner that the LAPD is doing on the same day, all day under a fake sun that remained at Alvarado Gardens. It's in my bedroom window, in alignment to my bedroom window, while I'm documenting it in the morning at that same apartment in LA, which is why I'm documenting that environment where I'm also accustomed to harassment and targeting by this population. That's why I'm documenting the environment, because I noticed it. I noticed that it's entirely unnatural. It's very creepy. It's demonic. It's impossible to naturally occur, while I'm always followed by and pursued and surrounded by law enforcement in one form or another. That's how my documentation started. Now you have, in 2025, they're literally following me around from place to place. And that's not going to be evidence that's going to serve in artificially engineering mental illness. And nothing about my conduct, nothing about my documentation, nothing about my history, nothing about what third parties state about me absent any evidence. That's not ever going, and this is what I'm stating about what's so corrupt. You're literally just relying on people stating words, making comments, and that's supposed to support mental illness. That is not how it works. That's not how the law operates, and that's not the practice of medicine at all. In addition to that, there is nothing that's supporting all of these ridiculous claims about my character, and this is all because the entity wants what belongs to me, and they're not getting it. They're not getting it. What they are getting, they're going to prison. They are so going to prison, it is not even funny. They're going to prison. Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks are going to prison, because I want to make sure that you remember, while I'm being gang stalked, it's because these demons are soliciting assistance in order to try to falsely depict my character by gang stalking someone. But the entity doesn't get the reaction, so you're literally engaging what is stalking me. You're stalking me blatantly while I'm in operation of my device until I start capturing video. That's not going to reverse and make the target individual look like anything other than somebody that is diligently protecting themselves and documenting the ongoing absurd conduct of a helicopter that will not fly away. It's ridiculous. It's as ridiculous as the fake sun, in fact. And the demons of the Ontario police that kept a straight face, a poker face, while they were gang stalking under the fake sun, guess what? Federal prison. Because they're gang stalking, just like the Ontario Police Department are obviously gang stalking right now by helicopter. And I'm not at the TABOR Professional Building. I'm not at Starbucks. All documented, very heavily documented gang stalking by the Ontario Police in helicopter. I am walking from one place to another, like I stated is the case, where the entity is following me around from place to place. Okay, this is P.O.C. This is documentation of what is necessary. The federal court that is going to give me justice and is going to secure my interests and my liberty interests. Not only is this a prosecution, but justice requires that Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks be subject to federal prison for the things that they have committed against me. They have conspired my murder because they wanted money. And this is something that the entity, based on understand the entity's ability to do so, because the police are stalking. So the police are very likely in a position to commit that murder or permit that murder to occur and cover it up, and you would have never known anything about it. Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks belong in federal prison. All right, and not just for 1 to 2 years. They belong in federal prison. And I'm not the only person. I cannot be the only person that they've done this to. All right, this is the P.O.C. It is currently 11:05 p.m. G13716. Molesting with the Ontario Police who are stalking. All right, there's no mystery here with regard to the blatant stalking by the Ontario Police. So are the people. 6PDM 438, 9RMK 407. 711 is also gang stalking. 636 North Vine Avenue. License 7TKU 889. That music is audible activity. The Ontario Police is gang stalking in the sky space. This is P.O.C. All right, these sickos are engaged in surveillance in the store. They're not focused on shopping. They're stalking in the path with light activity.
It's 11:07 p.m. License plate 9NPC009 8ZMM765. The Ontario Police is flying in circles in alignment to the 7-Eleven, 4DNV008 and 5XFH846. All right, this is P.O.C. The people of the state are pacing at Vine and G Street. They're monitoring together. It is 11:13 p.m. completing a purchase at 636 North Vine Avenue where they're all monitoring inside of the store. They're gang stalking. P.O.C. All right, just to show you, the Ontario Police is maintaining surveillance in the sky space as I'm walking toward the 7-Eleven. As I'm shopping inside, the people of the state are gang stalking inside of 636 North Vine Avenue, and they're flying back and forth and back and forth. That's the demonic pacing. This is the evidence of stalking in the specific environment. They're doing so while I am showing you. Here's the stuttered shadow. This is impossible light activity. That's not the product of standing under normal fixtures. This is revealing what is surveillance. And while the entity is stalking in the path with light, that's 717 North Vine Avenue, they're all gang stalking in that apartment complex. And I documented the fake sun over my head at that apartment complex before too. But nonetheless, the entity is gang stalking, pacing right here. And I just documented all these license plates. This is the people of the state gang stalking, following from place to place like the Ontario Police Department literally did from Euclid Avenue up to G Street. This is P.O.C. It's currently 11:14 p.m. monitoring at 7-Eleven. All right, those license plates that I just read, gang stalking at 7-Eleven, they're doing so with the Ontario Police Department, and they are molesting with impossible light activity. Those are demons. And understand, you're recognizing demon possession by their pattern of conduct. Impossible light reaching while I'm at G Street, and their headlights are not that powerful to molest across my person and create dynamic shadows across 325 West G Street. They're stalking with light, and the Ontario Police that just provided evidence that they're gang stalking, and so are the people of the state. And this is also how you are able to, and this is how you're aware of what everybody surrounding you is sharing in, while they engage in an identical behavioral pattern in a supernatural, an extraordinary environment. Okay, this is how you're making that connection. You're not imagining anything. You're not hallucinating about anything. The entity is demonic and psychopathic and thinks that that's going to be overlooked because nobody has proof of it. And that's not the case here. And that they're going to falsely depict and artificially engineer mental illness. And that's not going to work either. They literally engaged in following me. And then commenced to flying in a circle as I started recording on video. And you can hear on the podcast them follow me. I'm walking down the street. I'm turning on in one street. I'm turning on another street. And they're following as I'm going from street to street. Flying over my head on video while I'm on Euclid Avenue. Flying over me while I'm at the OVITT. But I've gone through that. This is, again, it's just plain. It's very plain and very obvious. And this is it's an admission to, yes, we are targeting Erica Spencer. And she is hard to pinpoint because of my inability to be falsely depicted as mentally ill. I'm prosecuting you for targeting me, which I have direct evidence of, including you following me around from street to street, including in a helicopter. Yes, you're capable of stalking in a helicopter, and that's exactly what they're doing. So anyway, this is the pattern of conduct. It's currently 11:17 p.m. This is a tactic of law enforcement altogether. That's why I identified it as a hallmark, because this is my observations as I went from city to city, documenting the P.O.C. and documenting the P.O.C. amongst the government acting directly, and then recognizing the same P.O.C. amongst the people of the state. The hallmark using helicopters and planes is because it's designed to appear as though you're not targeting one person. You're flying over a lot of people at the same time. That's malice. It's not evidence of not stalking one person. The specific environment proves who's being targeted. While the fake sun and the engineer light covers the targeted individual, you're flying over everyone else and you're targeting the targeted individual. And the evidence of that is direct and complete and very specific. The pattern of conduct is very unique to that targeted individual as well. As I document and upload, the entity arrives in helicopter. And by arrive, I mean start sounding it, because you were already stalking me, flying in a helicopter to engage in that sort of knee-jerk reaction with helicopter activity. While I'm walking and you hear the incessant helicopter activity, that's evidence of following me. And you know that they're following me while my shadow is laid out like a deck of cards around my person. And that's a long documented pattern of conduct. That's not normal light activity, and it's everywhere as I document it. This is an entity that, again, they are not engaged in reasoning. They're merely engaging in what is been the quick formula for taking down other people. But it's not logical, and it's also not lawful. That's not how you diagnose mental illness at all, while they're able to bully other people and get their way in corrupt courts. That's not what's happening here. The entity is being investigated, and the entity has been conclusively proven as being corrupt and engaging in targeting me, and they're targeting the federal prosecutor. I'm prosecuting them. And they just engaged in that, but they do every night. They fly over my head every single night, and that's not going to be looked at, no, you're clearly targeting, and the entity is delusional, telling itself that it looks like something that it doesn't. They look like they're targeting, and so does I've been documenting this for a long time. I've been documenting this. This is P.O.C. It's currently 11:19 p.m. This is documentation of another day of the entity, the public entity, following me from place to place as an entity, gang stalking. This is P.O.C. at the TABOR Professional Building.